Section 1 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. Prefatory verses by admirers. Kind reader, had I opportunity but to borrow some of the author's wit, 'tis possible I might so trim this curious work with such quaint expressions, as that the preface might bespeak thy further perusal. But I fear 'twill be a shame for a man that can speak so little to be seen in the title page of this woman's book, lest by comparing the one with the other, the reader should pass his sentence that it is the gift of women not only to speak most, but to speak best. I shall leave therefore to commend that which any ingenuous reader will too much commend the author, unless men turn more peevish than women, to envy the excellency of the inferior sex. I doubt not but the reader will quickly find more than I can say, and the worst effect of his reading will be unbelief, which will make him question whether it be a woman's work, and ask, is it possible? If any do, take this as an answer from him that dares avow it. It is the work of a woman, honored and esteemed where she lives for her gracious demeanor, her eminent parts, her pious conversation, her courteous disposition, her exact diligence in her place, and discreet managing of her family occasions. And more than so, these poems are the fruit of but some few hours curtailed from her sleep and other refreshments. I dare add little, lest I keep thee too long. If thou wilt not believe the worth of these things in their kind when a man says it, yet believe it from a woman when thou seest it. This only I shall annex. I fear the displeasure of no person in the publishing of these poems but the author, without whose knowledge, and contrary to her expectation, I have presumed to bring to public view what she resolved in such a manner should never see the sun. But I found that divers had gotten some scattered papers, affected them well, were likely to have sent forth broken pieces to the author's prejudice, which I thought to prevent as well as to pleasure those that earnestly desired the view of the whole. Mercury showed Apollo Bartas's book, Minerva this, and wished him well to look and tell uprightly which did which excel. He viewed, and vowed he could not tell. They bid him hemisphere his mouldy nose with his cracked leering glasses, for it would pose the best brains he had in his old pudding pan, sex weighed, which best, the woman or the man. He peered and pored and glared and said for war, I'm e'en as wise now as I was before. They both gan laugh, and said it was no marl, the authoress was a right Du Bartas girl. Good sooth, quoth the old Don, tell ye me so? I muse whether at length these girls will go. It half revives my chill, frost-bitten blood to see a woman once do aught that is good. And chode by Chaucer's boots and Homer's furs, let men look to it lest women wear the spurs. N. Ward. To my dear sister, the author of these poems. Though most that know me dare, I think, affirm, I ne'er was born to do a poet harm, yet when I read your pleasant witty strains, it wrought so strongly on my addle brains, that though my verse be not so finely spun, and so like yours cannot so neatly run, yet am I willing, with upright intent, to show my love without a compliment. There needs no painting to that comely face that in its native beauty hath such grace. What I, poor silly I, prefix therefore, can do but this, make yours admired the more. And if but only this I do attain, content that my disgrace may be your gain. If women I with women may compare, your works are solid, others weak as air. Some books of women I have heard of late, perused some, so witless, intricate, so void of sense and truth as if to err were only wished, acting above their sphere. And all to get what, silly souls, they lack, esteem to the wisest of the pack. Though, for your sake, to some this be permitted, to print, yet wish I many better witted. Their vanity makes this to be inquired, if women are with wit and sense inspired. Yet when your works shall come to public view, 'twill be affirmed, 'twill be confirmed by you. And I, when seriously I had revolved what you had done, I presently resolved, theirs was the persons, not the sexes, failing, and therefore did bespeak a modest veiling. You have acutely, in Eliza's ditty, acquitted women, else I might with pity have wished them all to women's works to look, and never more to meddle with their book. What you have done the sun shall witness bear, that for a woman's work 'tis very rare. And if the 9 vouchsafe the 10th a place, I think they rightly may yield you that grace. But lest I should exceed, and too much love, should too much endeared affection move, to superadd in praises I shall cease, lest while I please myself I should displease the longing reader, who may chance complain, and so requite my love with deep disdain, that I, your silly servant, stand in the porch, lighting your sunlight with my blinking torch, hindering his mind's content, his sweet repose, which your delightful poems do disclose, when once the casket's opened. Yet to you, let this be added, then I'll bid adieu. If you shall think it will be to your shame to be in print, then I must bear the blame. If it be a fault, 'tis mine, 'tis shame that might deny so fair an infant of its right to look abroad. I know your modest mind, how you will blush, complain 'tis too unkind to force a woman's birth, provoke her pain, expose her labors to the world's disdain. I know you'll say you do defy that mint that stamped you thus to be a fool in print. 'Tis true, it doth not now so neatly stand, as if 'twere polished with your own sweet hand. 'Tis not so richly decked, so trimly attired, yet it is such as justly is admired. If it be folly, 'tis of both or neither. Both you and I, we'll both be fools together. And he that says 'tis foolish, if my word may sway, by my consent shall make the third. I dare outface the world's disdain for both, if you alone profess you are not wroth. Yet if you are, a woman's wrath is little, when thousands else admire you in such tittle. I.W. Upon the Author by a known Friend. Now I believe tradition, which doth call the muses, virtues, graces, females all, only they are not 9, 11, nor 3. Our authoress proves them but one unity. Mankind, take up some blushes on the score, monopolize perfection no more. In your own arts confess yourselves outdone. The moon hath totally eclipsed the sun, not with her sable mantle muffling him, but with her bright silver makes his gold look dim, just as his beams force our pale lamps to wink, and earthly fires within our ashes shrink. B.W. I cannot wonder at Apollo now, that he with female laurel crowned his brow, that made him witty. Had I leave to choose, my verse should be a page unto your muse. C.B. In praise of the author, Mistress Anne Bradstreet, virtue's true and lively pattern, wife of the worshipful Simon Bradstreet, Esquire, at present residing in the occidental parts of the world in America, alias Nova Anglia. What golden, splendent star is this so bright, 1,000 miles twice told, both day and night, from the Orient first sprung, now from the West, that shines, swift-winged Phoebus and the rest of all Jove's fiery flames surmounting far, as doth each planet every falling star? By whose divine and lucid light most clear Nature's dark secret mysteries appear, heaven's, earth's, admired wonders, noble acts of kings and princes, most heroic facts, and whate'er else in darkness seemed to die, revives all things so obvious now to the eye, that he who these its glittering rays views o'er, shall see what was done in all the world before. N.H. Upon the Author. 'Twere extreme folly should I dare attempt to praise this author's worth with compliment. None but herself must dare commend her parts, whose sublime brain's the synopsis of arts. Nature and skill here both in one agree to frame this masterpiece of poetry. False fame belie their sex no more. It can surpass or parallel the best of man. C.B. Another to Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, author of this poem. I've read your poem, lady, and admire your sex to such a pitch should e'er aspire. Go on to write, continue to relate new histories of monarchy and state, and what the Romans to their poets gave, be sure such honor and esteem you'll have. H.S. An anagram. Anna Bradstreet, dear neat and Bartas. So Bartas-like thy fine-spun poem's been, that Bartas's name shall prove an epicene. Another. Anne Bradstreet. Artis bred neat Anne. Upon Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, her poems, etc. Madame, twice through the Muses' grove I walked, under your blissful bowers, I shrouding there. It seemed with nymphs of Helicon I talked, for there those sweet-lipped sisters sporting were. Apollo with his sacred lute sat by. On high they made their heavenly sonnets fly. Posies around they strewed of sweetest poesy. Twice have I drunk the nectar of your lines, which high sublimed my mean-born fantasy. Flushed with these streams of your Maronian wines, above myself rapt to an ecstasy, methought I was upon Mount Hybla's top, there where I might those fragrant flowers lop, whence do sweet odors flow and honey spangles drop. To Venus' shrine no altars raised are, nor venomed shafts from painted quiver fly, nor wanton doves of Aphrodite's car are fluttering there, nor here forlornly lie lorn paramours, nor chanting birds tell news how sage Apollo Daphne hot pursues, or stately Jove himself is wont to haunt the stews. Nor barking satyrs breathe, nor dreary clouds, exhaled from Styx, their dismal drops distil, within these fairy flowery fields, nor shrouds the screeching night raven with his shady quill. But lyric strings here Orpheus nimbly hits, Orion on his saddled dolphin sits, chanting as every humor, age, and season fits. Here silver swans with nightingales set spells, which sweetly charm the traveller, and raise earthed monarchs from their hidden cells, and to appearance summoned lapsed days. There heavenly air becalms the swelling phrase, and fury fell of elements allays, by paying every one due tribute of his praise. This seemed the sight of all those verdant vales, and pearled strings whereat the nymphs do play, with lofty hills where poets rear their tales, to heavenly vaults which heavenly sound repay by echo's sweet rebound. Here ladies kiss, circling nor songs nor dances circle miss, but whilst those sirens sung, I sunk in sea of bliss. Thus weltering in delight, my virgin mind admits a rape, truth still lies undescried. 'Tis singular that plural seemed I find. 'Twas fancy's glass alone that multiplied. Nature with art so closely did combine, I thought I saw the Muses' treble trine, which proved your lonely muse superior to the nine. Your only hand those poesies did compose, your head the source whence all those springs did flow, your voice whence change's sweetest notes arose, your feet that kept the dance alone, I trow. Then veil your bonnets, poetasters all, strike lower amain, and at these humbly fall, and deem yourselves advanced to be her pedestal. Should all with lowly Congi's laurels bring, waste Flora's magazine to find a wreath, or Peneus's banks, 'twere too mean offering. Your muse a fairer garland doth bequeath to guard your fairer front. Here 'tis your name shall stand immarbled, this your little frame shall great Colossus be to your eternal fame. I'll please myself, though I myself disgrace. What errors here be found are in errata's place. J. Rogers. End of section 1.
Section 2. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. To her most honoured father, Thomas Dudley, Esquire, these humbly presented. Dear Sir, of late delighted with the sight of your 4 sisters clothed in black and white. Footnote: TD, on the 4 parts of the world. End of footnote. Of fairer dames the sun ne'er saw the face, though made a pedestal for Adam's race. Their worth so shines in these rich lines you show, their parallels to find I scarcely know. To climb their climbs I have nor strength nor skill, to mount so high requires an eagle's quill. Yet view thereof did cause my thoughts to soar. My lowly pen might wait upon these 4. I bring my 4 times 4, now meanly glad to do their homage unto yours, full glad, who for their age, their worth and quality, might seem of yours to claim precedency. But by my humble hand, thus rudely penned, they are your bounded handmaids to attend. These same are they from whom we being have. These are of all the life, the nurse, the grave. These are the hot, the cold, the moist, the dry, that sink, that swim, that fill, that upwards fly. Of these consist our bodies, clothes, and food, the world, the useful, hurtful, and the good. Sweet harmony they keep, yet jar oft times. Their discord doth appear by these harsh rhymes. Yours did contest for wealth, for arts, for age. My verse do show their good, and then their rage. My other 4s do intermixed tell each other's faults, and where themselves excel. how hot and dry contend with moist and cold, how air and earth no correspondence hold, and yet in equal tempers how they agree, how divers natures make one unity. Something of all, though mean, I did intend, but fear you judge Du Bartas was my friend. I honour him, but dare not wear his wealth. My goods are true, though poor, I love no stealth. But if I did, I durst not send them you, who must reward a thief, but with his due. I shall not need mine innocence to clear. These ragged lines would do it when they appear. On what they are, your mild aspect I crave. Accept my best, my worst, vouchsafe a grave from her that to yourself more duty owes than water in the boundless ocean flows. March 20, 1642. Anne Bradstreet. End of section 2. Section 3. The poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. The Prologue. To sing of wars, of captains and of kings, of cities founded, commonwealth begun, for my mean pen are two superior things, or how they all or each their dates have run. Let poets and historians set these forth, my obscure lines shall not so dim their worth. But when my wandering eyes and envious heart great Bartas' sugared lines do but read o'er, full I do grudge the muses did not part 'twixt him and me that overfluent store. A Bartas can do what a Bartas will, but simple I according to my skill. From schoolboys' tongues no rhetoric we expect, nor yet a sweet consort from broken strings, nor perfect beauty wears a main defect. My foolish broken blemished muse so sings, and this to mend, alas, no art is able, 'cause nature made it so irreparable. Nor can I, like that fluent sweet-tongued Greek, who lisped at first in future times speak plain, by art he gladly found what he did seek, a full requital of his striving pain. Art can do much, but this maxim's most sure, a weak or wounded brain admits no cure. I am obnoxious to each carping tongue, who says my hand a needle better fits a poet's pen, or scorn I should thus wrong. For such despite they cast on female wits. If what I do prove well, it won't advance. They'll say it's stolen, or else it was by chance. Be sure the antique Greeks were far more mild, else of our sex by fame thy those 9, and poesy made Calliope's own child. So mongst the rest I place the arts divine. But this week not, they will full soon untie. The Greeks did naught but play the fools and lie. Let Greeks be Greeks, and women what they are. Men have precedency, and still excel. It is but vain unjustly to wage war. Men can do best, and women know it well. Permanency in all and each is yours, yet grant some small acknowledgment of ours. And oh, ye high-flown quills that soar the skies, and ever with your prey still catch your praise, and ere you deign these lowly lines of eyes, give time or parsley wreath, I ask no bays. This mean and unrefined ore of mine will make your glittering gold but more to shine. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Elements. The fire, air, earth, and water did contest, which was the strongest, noblest, and the best. Who was of greatest use and mightiest force? In placid terms they thought now to discourse, that in due order each her turn should speak. But enmity this amity did break. All would be chief, and all scorn to be under, whence issued winds and rains, lightning and thunder. The quaking earth did groan, the sky looked black, the fire the forced air in sunder crack. The sea did threat the heavens the earth, all looked like chaos, or new birth. Fire broiled earth, and scorched earth it choked, both by their darings water so provoked, that roaring in it came, and with its source soon made the combatants abate their force. The rumbling, hissing, puffing was so great, the world's confusion it did seem to threat, till gentle air contention so abated, that betwixt hot and cold she arbitrated. The others' difference being less, did cease. All storms now laid, and they in perfect peace. That fire should first begin, the rest consent, the noblest and most active element. Fire. What is my worth both ye and all men know. In little time I can but little show. But what I am, let learned Grecians say. What I can do, well-skilled mechanics may. The benefit all living by me find. All sorts of artists here declare your mind. What tool was ever framed but by my might? Ye martialists, what weapon for your fight? To try your valor by, but it must feel my force. Your sword and gun, your lance of steel, your cannons bootless, and your powder too, without mine aid. Alas, what can they do? The adverse walls not shaked, the mines not blown, and in despite, the city keeps her own. But I, with one granado or petard, set ope those gates that fore so strong were barred. Ye husbandmen, your coulters are made by me, your hoes, your mattocks, and whate'er you see, subdue the earth, and fit it for your grain, that so it might in time requite your pain. Though strong-limbed Vulcan forged it by his skill, I made it flexible unto his will. Ye cooks, your kitchen implements I frame, your spits, pots, jacks, what else I need not name. Your daily food I wholesome make, I warm your shrinking limbs, which winter's cold doth harm. ye Paracelsians too. In vain's your skill in chemistry, unless I help you still. And you, philosophers, if e'er you made a transmutation, it was through mine aid. Ye silversmiths, your ore I do refine. What mingled lay with earth, I caused to shine. But let me leave these things. My flame aspires to match on high with the celestial fires. The sun an orb of fire was held of old. Our sages now another tale have told. But be he what they will, yet his aspect, a burning fiery heat, we shall find reflect, and of the self-same nature is with mine. Cold sister earth, no witness needs but thine. How doth his warmth refresh thy frozen back, and trim thee brave in green after thy black? Both man and beast rejoice at his approach, and birds do sing to see his glittering coach. And though naught but salamanders live in fire, and fly parusta called, all else expire. Yet men and beasts, astronomers will tell, fixed in heavenly constellations dwell. My planets of both sexes, whose degree poor heathen judged worthy a deity. There's Orion, armed, attended by his dog, the Theban, stout Alcides with his club, the valiant Perseus, who Medusa slew, the horse that killed Bellerophon, then flew. My crab, my scorpion, fishes you may see, the maid with balance, wain with horses 3, the ram, the bull, the lion, and the beagle, the bear, the goat, the raven, and the eagle, the crown, the whale, the archer, Berenice's hare, the hydra, dolphin, boys that water bear. Nay, more than these, rivers mongst stars are found, Eridanus, where Phaethon was drowned. Their magnitude and height, should I recount, my story to a volume would amount. Out of a multitude these few I touch, your wisdom out of little gather much. I'll here let pass my choler, cause of wars, and influence of diverse of those stars, when in conjunction with the sun do more, augment his heat, which was too hot before. The summer ripening season I do claim, and man from 30 unto 50 frame. Of old, when sacrifices were divine, I of acceptance was the holy sign. Mongst all my wonders, which I might recount, there's none more strange than Etna's self-remount. The choking flames that from Vesuvius flew, the over-curious second Pliny slew, and with the ashes that it sometimes shed, Apulia's jacinth parts were covered. And though I be a servant to each man, yet by my force master my masters can. What famous towns to cinders have I turned? What lasting forts my kindled wrath hath burned? The stately seats of mighty kings by me in confused heaps of ashes you may see. Where's Ninus' great walled town, and Troy of old, Carthage, and 100 more in stories told, which, when they could not be o'ercome by foes, the army, through my help, victorious rose. And stately London, our great Britain's glory, my raging flame did make a mournful story. But, maugre all that I or foes could do, that phoenix from her bed is risen new. Old sacred Zion, I demolished thee. Lo, great Diana's temple was by me. And more than brutish Sodom for her lust, with neighbouring towns I did consume to dust. What shall I say of lightning and of thunder, which kings and mighty ones amaze with wonder, which made a Caesar, Rome's, the world's proud head, foolish Caligula, creep under his bed? Of meteors, ignis fatui, and the rest? But to leave those to the wise, I judge it best. The rich I oft make poor, the strong I maim, not sparing life when I can take the same. And, in a word, the world I shall consume, and all therein, at that great day of doom. Not before then shall cease my raging ire, and then, because no matter more for fire. Now, sisters, pray proceed. each in your course, as I impart your usefulness and force. Earth, the next in place, Earth judged to be her due. Sister, quoth she, I come not short of you. In wealth and use I do surpass you all. And Mother Earth, of old, men did me call. Such is my fruitfulness, an epithet which none e'er gave, or you could claim of right. Among my praises this I count not least. I am the original of man and beast. To tell what sundry fruits my fat soil yields, in vineyards, gardens, orchards, and cornfields. Their kinds, their tastes, their colors, and their smells would so pass time I could say nothing else. The rich, the poor, wise, fool, and every sort of these so common things can make report. To tell you of my countries and my regions, soon would they pass not hundreds but legions. My cities, famous, rich, and populous, whose numbers now are grown innumerous. I have not time to think of every part, yet let me name my Grecia, 'tis my heart. For learning, arms, and arts I love it well, but chiefly 'cause the Muses there did dwell. I'll here skip o'er my mountains reaching sky, whether Pyrenean or the Alps, which lie on either side the country of the Gauls. Strong forts from Spanish and Italian brawls, and huge great Taurus, longer than the rest, dividing great Armenia from the least. And Hemus, whose steep sides none foot upon, but farewell all for dear Mount Helicon. And wondrous high Olympus, of such fame, that heaven itself was oft called by that name. Parnassus, sweet, I dote too much on thee, unless thou prove a better friend to me. But I'll leap o'er these hills, not touch a dale, nor will I stay, no, not in Tempe Vale. I'll here let go my lions of Numidia, my panthers and my leopards of Libya, the behemoth and rare found unicorn. Poison's sure antidote lies in his horn, and my hyena imitates man's voice. Out of great numbers I might pick my choice, thousands in woods and plains, both wild and tame. But here or there I list now none to name. No, though the fawning dog did urge me sore, in his behalf to speak a word the more, whose trust and valor I might here commend, but time's too short and precious so to spend. But hark you, wealthy merchants, who for prize send forth your well-manned ships where sun doth rise. After 3 years, when men and meat are spent, my rich commodities pay double rent. Ye gallanists, my drugs which come from thence do cure your patients, fill your purse with pence, besides the use of roots, of herbs and plants, that with less cost near home supply your wants. But mariners, where got you ship and sail, and oars to row, when both my sisters fail? Your tackling, anchor, compass, too, is mine, which guides when sun, nor moon, nor stars do shine. Ye mighty kings, who, for your lasting fames, build cities, monuments, called by your names, were those compiled heaps of massy stones that your ambition laid aught but my bones? Ye greedy misers, who dig for gold, for gems, for silver, treasures which I hold, will not my goodly face your rage suffice, but you will see what in my bowels lies? And ye artificers, all trades and sorts, my bounty calls you forth to make reports. If aught you have to use, to wear, to eat, but what I freely yield upon your sweat? And choleric sister, thou, for all thine ire, well knowest my fuel must maintain thy fire, as I ingeniously with thanks confess, my cold thy fruitful heat doth crave no less. But how my cold dry temper works upon the melancholy constitution, how the autumnal season I do sway, and how I force the grey head to obey, I should here make a short yet true narration, but that thy method is mine imitation. Now I must show mine adverse quality, and how I oft work man's mortality. He sometimes finds, maugre his toiling pain, thistles and thorns where he expected grain. My sap to plants and trees I must not grant. The vine, the olive, and the fig tree want. The corn and hay do fall before their mown, and buds from fruitful trees as soon as blown. Then dearth prevails, that nature to suffice, the mother on her tender infant flies. The husband knows no wife, nor father sons, but to all outrages their hunger runs. Dreadful examples soon I might produce, but to such auditors 'twere of no use. Again, when delvers dare, in hope of gold, to ope those veins of mine, audacious, bold, while they thus in mine entrails love to dive, before they know they are interred alive. Ye affrighted wights appalled, how do ye shake, when once you feel me, your foundation, quake? Because in the abyss of my dark womb, your cities and yourselves I oft entomb. O dreadful sepulchre, that this is true, Dathan and all his company well knew. So did that Roman, far more stout than wise, burying himself alive for honor's prize. And since fair Italy full sadly knows what she hath lost by these remediless woes. Again, what veins of poison in me lie, some kill outright, and some do stupefy. Nay, into herbs and plants it sometimes creeps, in heats and colds and gripes and drowsy sleeps. Thus I occasion death to man and beast, when food they seek, and harm mistrust the least. Much might I say of the hot Libyan sand, which rise like tumbling billows on the land, where Cambius's army was o'erthrown. But, windy sister, 'twas when you have blown. I'll say no more, but this thing add I must. Remember, sons, your mould is of my dust, and after death, whether interred or burned, as earth at first, so into earth returned. Water. Scarce earth had done, but the angry water moved. Sister, quoth she, it had full well behooved among your boastings to have praised me, cause of your fruitfulness, as you shall see. This your neglect shows your ingratitude, and how your subtlety would men delude. Not one of us all knows that's like to thee ever in craving from the other three. But thou art bound to me above the rest, who am thy drink, thy blood, thy sap, and best. If I withhold, what art thou? Dead, dry lump, thou bearest nor grass, nor plant, nor tree, nor stump. Thy extreme thirst is moistened by my love, with springs below and showers from above. Or else thy sunburned face and gaping chops complain to the heavens, if I withhold my drops. Thy bear, thy tiger, and thy lion stout, when I am gone, their fierceness none needs doubt. Thy camel hath no strength, thy bull no force, nor metals found in the courageous horse. Hinds leave their calves, the elephant the fens, the wolves and savage beasts forsake their dens. The lofty eagle and the stork fly low, the peacock and the ostrich share in woe. The pine, the cedar, yea, and Daphne's tree, do cease to flourish in this misery. Man wants his bread and wine, and pleasant fruits. He knows such sweets lie not in earth's dry roots, then seeks me out, in river and in well. His deadly malady I might expel. If I supply, his heart and veins rejoice. If not, soon ends his life, as did his voice. That this is true, earth, thou canst not deny. I call thine Egypt this to verify, which by my fatting Nile doth yield such store that she can spare when nations round are poor. When I run low, and not o'erflow her brinks, to meet with want each woeful man bethinks. And such I am, in rivers, showers, and in springs. But what's the wealth that my rich ocean brings? Fishes so numberless I there do hold, if thou shouldst buy it, would exhaust thy gold. There lives the oily whale, whom all men know. Such wealth, but not such like, earth, thou mayest show. The dolphin, loving music, Orion's friend, the witty barbel, whose craft doth her commend, with thousands more which now I list not name, thy silence of thy beasts does cause the same. My pearls that dangle at thy darling's ears, not thou, but shellfish yield, as Pliny clears. Was ever gem so rich found in thy trunk, as Egypt's wanton Cleopatra drunk? Or hast thou any colour can come nigh the Roman purple, double Tyrian dye, which Caesar's consuls, tribunes, all adorn? For it to search my waves they thought no scorn. Thy gallant, rich, perfuming ambergris I lightly cast ashore as frothy fleece, with rolling grains of purest massy gold, which Spain's Americas do gladly hold. Earth, thou hast not more countries, vales, and mounds than I have fountains, rivers, lakes, and ponds. My sundry seas, black, white, and Adriatic, Ionian, Baltic, and the vast Atlantic, Aegean, Caspian, golden rivers 5, Asphaltites lake, where naught remains alive. But I should go beyond thee in my boasts, if I should name more seas than thou hast coasts. And be thy mountains e'er so high and steep, I soon can match them with my seas as deep. To speak of kinds of waters I neglect, my diverse fountains and their strange effect, my wholesome baths together with their cures, my water sirens with their guileful lures, the uncertain cause of certain ebbs and flows, which wondering Aristotle's wit ne'er knows. Nor will I speak of waters made by art, which can to life restore a fainting heart, nor fruitful dews, nor drops distilled from eyes, which pity move and oft deceive the wise. Nor yet of salt and sugar, sweet and smart, both when we list to water we convert. Alas, thy ships and oars could do no good, did they but want my ocean and my flood. The wary merchant on his weary beast transfers his goods from south to north and east, unless I ease his toil and do transport the wealthy freight unto his wished port. These be my benefits, which may suffice. I now must show what ill there in me lies. The phlegmy constitution I uphold, all humours, tumours, which are bred of cold. O'er childhood and o'er winter I bear sway, and Luna for my regent I obey. As I with my showers oft times refresh the earth, so oft in my excess I cause a dearth, and with abundant wet so cool the ground, by adding cold to cold, no fruit proves sound. The farmer and the grazier do complain of rotten sheep, lean kine, and mildewed grain. And with my wasting floods and roaring torrent, their cattle, hay, and corn I sweep down current. Nay, many times my ocean breaks his bounds, and with astonishment the world confounds, and swallows countries up, ne'er seen again, and that an island makes which once was main. Thus Britain fair, 'tis thought, was cut from France, Sicily from Italy by the like chance, and but one land was Africa and Spain, until proud Gibraltar did make them twain. Some say I swallowed up, sure 'tis a notion, a mighty country in the Atlantic Ocean. I need not say much of my hail and snow, my ice and extreme cold, which all men know, whereof the first so ominous I reigned, that Israel's enemies therewith were brained. And of my chilling snows such plenty be, that Caucasus' high mounts are seldom free. Mine ice doth glaze Europe's great rivers o'er, till sun release, their ships can sail no more. All know that inundations I have made, wherein not men but mountains seem to wade, as when Achaia all under water stood, that for 200 years it ne'er proved good. Deucalion's great deluge, with many more. But these are trifles to the flood of Noah. Then wholly perished earth's ignoble race, and to this day impairs her beauteous face. That after times shall never feel like woe, her confirmed sons behold my coloured bow. Much I might say of Rex, but that I'll spare, and now give place unto our sister, Air. Air. Content, quoth Air, to speak the last of you, yet I am not ignorant first was my due. I do suppose you'll yield without control. I am the breath of every living soul. Mortals, what one of you that loves not me abundantly more than my sisters 3? And though you love fire, earth, and water well, yet air beyond all these you know to excel. I ask the man condemned, that's near his death, how gladly should his gold purchase his breath? And all the wealth that ever earth did give, how freely it should go, so he might live. No, earth, thy witching trash were all but vain, if my pure air thy sons did not sustain. The famished, thirsty man that craves supply, his moving reason is, give, lest I die. So loath he is to go, though nature's spent, to bid adieu to his dear element. Nay, what are words, which do reveal the mind? Speak who or what they will, they are but wind. Your drums, your trumpets, and your organs sound, what is it but forced air which doth rebound? And such are echoes, and report of the gun, that tells afar the exploit which it hath done. Your songs and pleasant tunes, they are the same, and so the notes which nightingales do frame. Ye forging smiths, if bellows once were gone, your red-hot work more coldly would go on. Ye mariners, 'tis I that fills your sails, and speeds you to your port with wished gales. When burning heath does cause you faint, I cool, and when I smile, your ocean's like a pool. I help to ripe the corn, I turn the mill, and with myself I every vacuum fill. The ruddy sweet sanguine is like to air, and youth and spring sages to me compare. My moist hot nature is so purely thin, no place so subtlety made but I get in. I grow more pure and pure as I mount higher, and when I'm thoroughly rarefied, turn fire. So when I am condensed, I turn to water, which may be done by holding down my vapor. Thus I another body can assume, and in a trice my own nature resume. Some for this cause of late have been so bold, me for no element longer to hold. Let such suspend their thoughts and silent be, for all philosophers make one of me. And what those sages either spake or writ is more authentic than our modern wit. Next, of my fowls such multitudes there are, earth's beasts and water's fish scarce can compare. The ostrich with her plumes, the eagle with her iron, the phoenix too, if any be, are mine. The stork, the crane, the partridge, and the pheasant, the thrush, the wren, the lark, a prey to the peasant, with thousands more which now I may omit, without impeachment to my tale or wit. As my fresh air preserves all things in life, so when corrupt, mortality is rife. Then fevers, purples, pox, and pestilence, with divers more, work deadly consequence. Whereof such multitudes have died and fled, the living scarce had power to bury the dead. Yea, so contagious countries we have known, that birds have not scaped death as they have flown. Of murrain, cattle numberless did fall, men feared destruction epidemical. Then of my tempests, felt at sea and land, which neither ships nor houses could withstand, what woeful wrecks I've made may well appear, if naught were known but that before Algiers, where famous Charles V more loss sustained than in the long hot war which Milan gained. Again, what furious storms and hurricanes, no western isles, as Christopher's Barbados, where neither houses, trees, nor plants I spare, but some fall down, and some fly up with air. Earthquakes so hurtful and so feared of all, imprisoned I am the original. Then what prodigious sights I sometimes show, as battles pitched in the air, as countries know. Their joining, fighting, forcing, and retreat, that earth appears in heaven. Oh, what wonder great! Sometimes red flaming swords and blazing stars, portentous signs of famines, plagues, and wars, which make the mighty monarchs fear their fates, by death or great mutation of their states. I have said less than did my sisters three, but what's their wrath or force, the same's in me. To add to all I've said was my intent, but dare not go beyond my element. End of section 4. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 5 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Humors in Man's Constitution. The former four now ending their discourse, ceasing to vaunt their good, or threat their force, lo, other four step up, crave leave to show the native qualities that from them flow. But first they wisely showed their high descent, each eldest daughter to each element. Choler was owned by fire, and blood by air. Earth knew her black swarth child, water her fair. All having made obeisance to each mother, had leave to speak, succeeding one the other. But amongst themselves they were at variance, which of the four should have predominance. Choler first hotly claimed right by her mother, who had precedency of all the other. But Sanguine did disdain what she required, pleading herself was most of all desired. Proud Melancholy, more envious than the rest, the second, third, or last could not digest. She was the silentest of all the four. Her wisdom spake not much, but thought the more. Mild Phlegm did not contest for chiefest place, only she craved to have a vacant space. Well, thus they purl and chide, but to be brief, or will they nil, they Choler will be chief. They, seeing her impetuosity, at present yielded to necessity. Choler. To show my high descent and pedigree, yourselves would judge but vain prolixity. It is acknowledged from whence I came. It shall suffice to show you what I am. Myself and mother one, as you shall see, but she in greater, I in less degree. We both once masculines, the world doth know, now feminine awhile, for love we owe unto your sisterhood, which makes us render our noble selves in a less noble gender. Though under fire we comprehend all heat, yet man for Choler is the proper seat. I in his heart erect my regal throne, where monarch-like I play and sway alone. Yet many times unto my great disgrace, one of yourselves are my compeers in place, where if you rule prove once predominant, the man proves boyish, sottish, ignorant. But if you yield subservience unto me, I make a man in the highest degree. Be he a soldier, I more fence his heart than iron corset against a sword or dart. What makes him face his foe without a pall, to storm a breach or scale a city wall? Endangers to account himself more sure than timorous hares of whom castles do immure. Have you not heard of worthies, demigods? Twixt them and others, what is it makes the odds but valor? Whence comes that? From none of you. Nay, milksops, at such brunts you look but blue. Here's Sister Ruddy, worth the other two, who much will talk, but little dare she do, unless to court and claw, to dice and drink. And there she will outbid us all, I think. She loves a fiddle better than a drum, a chamber well, in field she dares not come. She'll ride a horse as bravely as the best, and break a staff, provided be in jest, but shuns to look on wounds and blood that's spilt. She loves her sword only because it's gilt. Then here's our sad black sister, worse than you. She'll neither say she will, nor will she do, but peevish, malcontent, she musing sits, and by misprisions like to lose her wits. If great persuasions cause her meet her foe, in her dull resolution she's so slow to march her pace to some in greater pain than by a quick encounter to be slain. But be she beaten, she'll not run away. She'll first advise if it not be best to stay. Now let's give cold white Sister Phlegm her right. So loving unto all, she scorns to fight. If any threaten her, she'll in a trice convert from water to congealed ice. Her teeth will chatter, dead and wan's her face, and for she be assaulted, quits the place. She dares not challenge if I speak amiss, nor hath she wit or heat to blush at this. Here's three of you all see now what you are, then yield to me preeminence in war. Again, who fits for learning science, arts? Who rarefies the intellectual parts, from whence fine spirits flow and witty notions? But it's not from our dull, slow sister's motions, nor, Sister Sanguine, from thy moderate heat. Poor spirits the liver breeds, which is thy seat. What comes from thence my heat refines the same, and through the arteries sends it o'er the frame. The vital spirits they're called, and well they may, for when they fail, man turns unto his clay. The animal I claim as well as these, the nerve should I not warm, soon would they freeze. But Phlegm herself is now provoked at this, she thinks I never shot so far amiss. The brain she challengeth, the head's her seat, but know it's a foolish brain that wanteth heat. My absence proves it plain. Her wit then flies out at her nose, or melteth at her eyes. Oh, who would miss this influence of thine, to be distilled, a drop on every line? Alas, thou hast no spirits. Thy company will feed a dropsy or a tympany, the palsy, gout, or cramp, or some other dolour. Thou was not made for soldier or for scholar. Of greasy paunch and bloated cheeks go vaunt, but a good head from these are dissonant. But melancholy, wouldst have this glory thine? Thou sayest thy wits are staid, subtle, and fine. 'Tis true, when I am midwife to thy birth, thyself's as dull as thy mother earth. Thou canst not claim the liver, head, nor heart, yet hast the seat assigned, a goodly part. The sink of all us three, the hateful spleen. Of that black region nature made thee queen, where pain and sore obstruction thou dost work, where envy, malice, thy companions lurk. If once thou art great, what follows thereupon, but body's wasting and destruction? So base thou art that baser cannot be, the excrement adducian of me. But I am weary to dilate your shame, nor is it my pleasure thus to blur your name, only to raise my honor to the skies, as objects best appear by contraries. But arms and arts I claim, and higher things, the princely qualities befitting kings, whose profound heads I line with policies. They're held for oracles, they are so wise. Their wrathful looks are death, their words are laws, their courage it foe, friend, and subject awes. But one of you would make a worthy king, like our sixth Henry, that same virtuous thing that, when a varlet struck him o'er the side, "Forsooth, you are to blame," he grave replied. "Take choler from a prince, what is he more than a dead lion, by beasts triumphed o'er?" Again you know how I act every part, by the influence I still send from the heart. It's not your muscles, nerves, nor this nor that, does aught without my lively heat, that's flat. Nay, the stomach, magazine to all the rest, without my boiling heat cannot digest. And yet to make my greatness still more great, what difference is the sex but only heat? And one thing more, to close up my narration, of all that lives I cause their propagation. I have been sparing what I might have said. I love no boasting, that's but children's trade. To what you now shall say I will attend, and to your weakness gently condescend. Blood. Good sisters, give me leave, as is my place, to vent my grief and wipe off my disgrace. Yourselves may plead your wrongs are no whit less, your patience more than mine I must confess. Did ever sober tongue such language speak, or honesty such ties unfriendly break? Dost know thyself so well, us so amiss? Is it arrogance or folly causeth this? I'll only show the wrong thou'st done to me, then let my sisters right their injury. To pay with railings is not mine intent, but to evince the truth by argument. I will analyze this thy proud relation, so full of boasting and prevarication. Thy foolish incongruities I'll show, so walk thee till thou art cold, then let thee go. There is no soldier but thyself, thou sayest, no valor upon earth but what thou hast. Thy silly provocations I despise, and leave it to all to judge where valor lies. No pattern nor no patron will I bring, but David, Judah's most heroic king, whose glorious deeds in arms the world can tell. A rosy-cheeked musician thou knowest well. He knew well how to handle sword and harp, and how to strike full sweet as well as sharp. Thou laughest at me for loving merriment, and scornest all knightly sport at tournament. Thou sayest I love my sword because its gilt, but know I love the blade more than the hilt. Yet do abhor such temerarious deeds as thy unbridled barbarous choler breeds. Thy rudeness counts good manners vanity, and real compliments base flattery. For drink, which of us twain like it the best, I'll go no farther than thy nose for test. Thy other scoffs, not worthy of reply, shall vanish as of no validity. Of thy black calumnies this is but part, but now I'll show what soldier thou art. And though thou usest me with opprobrious spite, my ingenuity must give thee right. Thy choler is but rage when is most pure, but useful when a mixture can endure. As with thy mother, fire, so it is with thee, the best of all the four when they agree. But let her leave the rest, then I presume both them and all things else she would consume. Whilst us for thine associates thou takest, a soldier most complete in all points makest. But when thou scornest to take the help we lend, thou art a fury or infernal fiend. Witness the execrable deeds thou'st done, nor sparing sex nor age, nor sire nor son. To satisfy thy pride and cruelty, thou oft hast broke bounds of humanity. Nay, should I tell, thou wouldst count me no blab, how often for the lie thou'st given the stab. to take the walls of sin of so high rate, that naught but death the same may expiate. To cross thy will a challenge doth deserve, so sheddest that blood thou art bounden to preserve. Wilt this valor, courage, manhood call? No, no, it is pride most diabolical. If murders be thy glory, 'tis no less. I'll not envy thy feats nor happiness, but if in fitting time and place 'gainst foes, for country's good thy life thou darest expose, be dangers ne'er so high and courage great, I'll praise that prowess, fury, choler, heat. But such thou never art when all alone, yet such when all four are joined in one. And when such thou art, even such are we, the friendly coadjutors still of thee. Nextly, the spirits thou dost wholly claim, which natural, vital, animal we name. To play philosopher I have no list, nor yet physician, nor anatomist. For acting these I have no will nor art, yet shall with equity give thee thy part. For natural thou dost not much contest, for there is none, thou sayest, if some, not best. That there are some, and best, I dare aver, of greatest use, if reason do not err. What is there living which does not first derive his life, now animal, from vegetative? If thou givest life, I give the nourishment. Thine without mine is not, 'tis evidence. But I, without thy help, can give a growth, as plants, trees, and small embryon knoweth. And if vital spirits do flow from thee, I am assured the natural from me. Be thine the nobler, which I grant, yet mine shall justly claim priority of thine. I am the fountain which thy cistern fills, through warm blue conduits of my venial rills. What hath the heart but what is sent from the liver? If thou art the taker, I must be the giver. Then never boast of what thou dost receive, for of such glory I shall thee bereave. But why the heart should be usurped by thee, I must confess seems something strange to me. The spirits through thy heat made perfect are, but the materials none of thine, that's clear. The wondrous mixture is of blood and air, the first myself, second my mother fair. But I'll not force restore, nor do thee wrong, thy fiery yellow froth is mixed among. Challenge not all cause, part we do allow, thou knowest I've there to do as well as thou. But thou wilt say I deal unequally, there lives the irascible faculty, which, without all dispute, is choler's own. Besides, the vehement heat, only there known, can be imputed unto none but fire, which is thyself, thy mother, and thy sire. That this is true I easily can assent, if still you take along my element, and let me be your partner, which is due. So shall I give the dignity to you. Again, stomach's concoction thou dost claim, but by what right nor dost nor canst thou name, unless as heat it be thy faculty, and so thou challengest her property. The help she needs the loving liver lends, who the benefit of the whole ever intends. To meddle further I shall be but shent, the rest to our sisters is more pertinent. Your slanders, thus refuted, take no place, nor what you said doth argue my disgrace. Now through your leave some little time I'll spend, my worth in humble manner to commend. This hot, moist, nutritive humor of mine, when it is untaint, pure, and most genuine, shall chiefly take the place, as is my due, without the least indignity to you. Of all your qualities I do partake, and what you single are, the whole I make. Your hot, moist, cold, dry natures are but four. I moderately am all, what need I more? As thus, if hot, then dry, if moist, then cold. If this you can't disprove, then all I hold. My virtues hid, I've let you dimly see, my sweet complexion proves the verity. This scarlet dye's a badge of what's within, one touch thereof so beautifies the skin. Nay, could I be from all your tanks but pure, man's life the boundless time might still endure. But here one thrusts her heat where it's not required. So suddenly the body all is fired, and of the calm, sweet temper quite bereft, which makes the mansion by the soul soon left. So melancholy seizes on a man, with her uncheerful visage, swarth and wan. The body dries, and the mind sublime doth smother, and turns him to the womb of his earthy mother. And phlegm likewise can show her cruel art, with cold distempers to pain every part. The lungs she rots, the body wears away, as if she'd leave no flesh to turn to clay. Her languishing diseases, though not quick, at length, alas, demolish the fabric. All to prevent this curious care I take, in the last concoction segregation make of all the perverse humors from mine own. The bitter choler, most malignant known, I turn into her cell close by my side. The melancholy to the spleen to abide, likewise the way some use I in the veins, the overplus I send unto the reins. But yet for all my toil, my care and skill, it's doomed by an irrevocable will, that my intents should meet with interruption, that mortal man might turn to his corruption. I might here show the nobleness of mind of such as the sanguine are inclined. They're liberal, pleasant, kind, and courteous, and like the liver, all benignness. For arts and sciences they are the fittest, and maugre choler, still they are the wittiest, with an ingenious working fantasy, a most voluminous large memory, and nothing wanting but solidity. But why, alas, thus tedious should I be? 1,000 examples you may daily see. If time I have transgressed and been too long, yet could not be more brief without much wrong. I've scarce wiped off the spots proud choler cast, such venom lies in words, though but a blast. No brags I've used, to you I dare appeal, if modesty my worth do not conceal. I've used no bitterness, nor taxed your name, as I to you, to me do ye the same. Melancholy. He that with two assailants hath to do, had need be armed well, and active too, especially when friendship is pretended. That blows most deadly where it is intended. Though choler rage and rail, I'll not do so. The tongue's no weapon to assault a foe. But sith we fight with words, we might be kind, to spare ourselves and beat the whistling wind. Fair rosy sister, so mightiest thou scape free, I'll flatter for a time as thou didst me, but when the first offender I have laid, thy soothing girds shall fully be repaid. But choler, be thou cooled or chafed, I'll venture, and in contention's lists now justly enter. What moved thee thus to vilify my name, not past all reason, but, in truth, all shame? Thy fiery spirit shall bear away this prize. To play such furious pranks I am too wise. If in a soldier rashness be so precious, know in a general it is most pernicious. Nature doth teach to shield the head from harm. The blow that is aimed thereat is latched by the arm. When in battalia my foes I face, I then command proud choler, stand thy place, to use thy sword, thy courage, and thy art, there to defend myself, thy better part. This wariness count not for cowardice. He is not truly valiant, that's not wise. It's no less glory to defend a town than by assault to gain one not our own. And if Marcellus bold be called Rome's sword, wise Fabius is her buckler all accord. And if thy haste my slowness should not temper, 'twere but a mad, irregular distemper. Enough of that by our sisters heretofore. I'll come to that which wounds me somewhat more. Of learning, policy, thou wouldst bereave me, but not thine ignorance shall thus deceive me. What greater clerk or politician lives than he whose brain a touch my humor gives? What is too hot my coldness doth abate, what's diffluent I do consolidate. If I be partial judged, or thought to err, the melancholy snake shall it aver, whose cold dry head more subtly doth yield than all the huge beasts of the fertile field. Again thou dost confine me to the spleen, as of that only part I were the queen. Let me as well make thy precincts the gall, so prison thee within that bladder small. Reduce the man to his principles, then see if I have not more part than all you three. What is within, without, of theirs or thine, yet time and age shall soon declare it mine. When death doth seize the man, your stock is lost. When you poor bankrupts prove, then have I most. You'll say here none shall e'er disturb my right. You, high-born, from that lump then take your flight. Then who's man's friend when life and all forsakes? His mother, mine, him to her womb retakes. Thus he is ours, his portion is the grave. But while he lives I'll show what part I have. And first the firm dry bones I justly claim, the strong foundation of the stately frame. Likewise the useful spleen, though not the best, yet is a bowel called well as the rest. The liver, stomach, owe their thanks of right. The first it drains, of the last quicks appetite. Laughter, though thou say malice, flows from hence. These two in one cannot have residence. But thou most grossly dost mistake to think the spleen for all you three was made a sink. Of all the rest thou'st nothing there to do. But if thou hast, that malice is from you. Again you often touch my swarthy hue, that black is black and I am black is true. But yet more comely far, I dare avow, than is thy soured nose or brazen brow. But that which shows how high your spite is bent is charging me to be thy excrement. Thy loathsome imputation I defy, so plain a slander needeth no reply. When by thy heat thou bakest thyself to crust, and so art called black choler, or a dust, thou witless thinkest that I am thy excretion, so mean thou art in art as in discretion. But by your leave I'll let your greatness see what officers thou art to us all three. The kitchen drudge, the cleanser of the sinks, that casts out all the man e'er eats or drinks. If any doubt the truth whence this should come, show them thy passage to the duodenum. Thy biting quality still irritates, till filth in thee nature exonerates. If there thou stopped, to the liver thou dost turn in, and thence with jaundice saffron all the skin. No further time I'll spend in confutation. I trust I've cleared your slanderous imputation. I now speak unto all, no more to one. Pray hear, admire, and learn instruction. My virtues yours surpass without compare. The first my constancy, that jewel rare. Choler's too rash this golden gift to hold, and sanguine is more fickle manifold. Here, there, her restless thoughts do ever fly. Constant is nothing but unconstancy. And what phlegm is we know, like to her mother. Unstable is the one, and so the other. With me is noble patience also found. Impatient caller loveth not the sound. What sanguine is, she doth not heed nor care. Now up, now down, transported like the air. Phlegm's patient because her nature's tame, but I by virtue do acquire the same. My temperance, chastity are eminent, but these with you are seldom resident. Now could I stain my ruddy sister's face with deeper red to show you her disgrace, but rather I with silence veil her shame, than cause her blush while I relate the same. Nor are you free from this enormity, although she bear the greatest obloquy. My prudence, judgment, I might now reveal, but wisdom 'tis my wisdom to conceal. Unto diseases not inclined as you, nor cold nor hot, ague, nor pleurisy, nor cough, nor quinsy, nor the burning fever, I rarely feel to act his fierce endeavor. My sickness in conceit chiefly doth lie, what I imagine, that's my malady. Chimeras strange are in my fantasy, and things that never were, nor shall I see. I love not talk, reason lies not in length, nor multitude of words argues our strength. I've done. Pray, Sister Phlegm, proceed in course. We shall expect much sound, but little force. Phlegm. Patient I am, patient I'd need to be, to bear with the injurious taunts of three. Though wit I want, and anger I have less, enough of both my wrongs now to express. I've not forgot how bitter choler spake, nor how her gall on me she causeless brake. Nor wonder it was, for hatred there's not small, where opposition is diametrical. To what is truth I freely will assent, although my name do suffer detriment. What's slanderous, repel, doubtful dispute, and when I've nothing to say, be mute. Valor I want, no soldier am, 'tis true. I'll leave that manly property to you. I love no thundering guns, nor bloody wars. My polished skin was not ordained for scars. But though the pitched field I've ever fled, at home the conquerors have conquered. Nay, I could tell you what's more true than meet, that kings have laid their scepters at my feet. When Sister Sanguine paints my ivory face, the monarchs bend and sue but for my grace. My lily white, when joined with her red, princes have slaved and captains captivated. Country with country, Greece with Asia fights, 69 princes, all stout hero knights. Under Troy's walls 10 years will wear away, rather than lose one beauteous Helena. But it were as vain to prove this truth of mine, as at noonday to tell the sun doth shine. Next difference at twixt us twain doth lie, who doth possess the brain, or thou or I. Shame forced thee, say the matter that was mine, but the spirits by which it acts are thine. Thou speakest truth, and I can say no less. Thy heat doth much, I candidly confess. Yet without ostentation I may say, I do as much for thee another way. And though I grant thou art my helper here, no debtor I, because it's paid elsewhere. With all your flourishes now, Sister Three, who is it that dare, or can, compare with me? My excellences are so great, so many, I am confounded, for I speak of any. The brain's the noblest member, all allow, its form and situation will avow. Its ventricles, membranes, and wondrous net, Galen, Hippocrates strive to asset. That divine offspring, the immortal soul, though it in all and every part be whole, within this stately place of eminence, doth doubtless keep its mighty residence. And surely the soul sensitive here lives, which life and motion to each creature gives. The conjugation of the parts to the brain doth show hence flow the powers which they retain. Within this high-built citadel doth lie the reason, fancy, and the memory. The faculty of speech doth here abide, the spirit's animal from hence do slide. The 5 most noble senses here do dwell, of 3 it's hard to say which doth excel. This point now to discuss longs not to me. I'll touch the sight, greatest wonder of the 3. The optic nerve, coats, humors are all mine, the watery, glassy, and the crystalline. O mixture strange, O color colorless, thy perfect temperament who can express? He was no fool who thought the soul lay there, whence her affections, passions, speak so clear. O good, O bad, O true, O traitorous eyes, what wonderment within your balls there lies! Of all the senses, sight shall be the queen. Yet some may wish, oh, had mine eyes ne'er seen. Mine likewise is the marrow of the back, which runs through all the spondles of the rack. It is a substitute of the royal brain. All nerves, except 7 pair, to it retain, and the strong ligaments from hence arise, which, joint to joint, the entire body ties. Some other parts there issue from the brain, whose worth and use to tell I must refrain. Some curious learned crook may these reveal, but modesty hath charged me to conceal. Here's my epitome of excellence, for what's the brain's is mine by consequence. A foolish brain, quote Collar, wanting heat, but a mad one, say I, where it is too great. Frenzy is worse than folly, one would more glad with a tame fool converse than with a mad. For learning then my brain is not the fittest, nor will I yield that Collar is the wittiest. Thy judgment is unsafe, thy fancy little, for memory the sand is not more brittle. Again, none's fit for kingly state but thou. If tyrants be the best, I'll it allow, but if love be as requisite as fear, then thou and I must make a mixture here. Well, to be brief, I hope now Collar's laid, and I'll pass by what Sister Sanguine said. To melancholy I'll make no reply. The worst she said was instability and too much talk, both which I here confess. A warning good, hereafter I'll say less. Let's now be friends, it's time our spite were spent, lest we too late this rashness do repent. Such premises will force a sad conclusion, unless we agree, all falls into confusion. Let Sanguine with her hot hand Collar hold, to take her moist my moisture will be bold. My cold, cold melancholy's hand shall clasp, her dry, dry Collar's other hand shall grasp. Too hot, too moist, too cold, too dry, here be a golden ring, the posy unity. Or jars or scoffs let none hereafter see, but all admire our perfect amity. Nor be discerned, here's a water, earth, air, fire, but here so compact body, whole, entire. This loving counsel pleased them all so well, that phlegm was judged, for kindness, to excel. End of section 5, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 6 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains, by Anne Bradstreet. Of the 4 Ages of Man. Lo, now four other act upon the stage, childhood and youth, the manly and old age. The first, son unto phlegm, grandchild to water, unstable, supple, cold, and moist's his nature. The second, frolic, claims his pedigree from blood and air, for hot and moist is he. The third, of fire and choler is composed, vindictive he and quarrelsome disposed. The last, of earth and heavy melancholy, solid, hating all lightness and all folly. Childhood was clothed in white and green, to show his spring was intermixed with some snow. Upon his head nature a garland set of primrose, daisy, and the violet. Such cold mean flowers the spring puts forth betime, before the sun hath thoroughly heat the clime. His hobby striding did not ride, but run, and in his hand an hourglass new begun, in danger every moment of a fall. And when 'tis broke, then ends his life and all. But if he hold till it have run its last, then may he live out 60 years or past. Next youth came up in gorgeous attire, as that fond age doth most of all desire. His suit of crimson and his scarf of green, his pride in his countenance was quickly seen. Garland of roses, pinks, and gillyflowers seemed on his head to grow, bedewed with showers. His face is fresh as is Aurora fair, when blushing she first begins to light the air. No wooden horse, but one of metal tried, he seems to fly or swim and not to ride. Then, prancing on the stage, about he wheels, but as he went, death waited at his heels. The next came up in a much graver sort, as one that cared for a good report. His sword by his side, and choler in his eyes, but neither used as yet, for he was wise. Of autumn's fruits a basket on his arm, his golden god in his purse, which was his charm. And last of all to act upon this stage, leaning upon his staff, came up old age. Under his arm a sheaf of wheat he bore, and harvest of the best. What need he more? In his other hand a glass e'en almost run, thus writ about, this out, then I am done. His hoary hairs and grave aspect made way, and all gave ear to what he had to say. These being met, each in his equipage, intend to speak according to their age. But wise old age did with all gravity to childish childhood give precedency, and to the rest his reason mildly told, that he was young before he grew so old. To do as he, each one full soon assents, their method was that of the elements, that each should tell what of himself he knew, both good and bad, but yet no more than's true. With heed now stood 3 ages of frail man, to hear the child who, crying, thus began. Childhood. Ah me, conceived in sin and born with sorrow, a nothing here today and gone tomorrow, whose mean beginning blushing can't reveal, but night and darkness must with shame conceal. My mother's breeding sickness I will spare, her 9 months' weary burden not declare. To show her bearing pains I should do wrong, to tell those pangs which can't be told by tongue. With tears into the world I did arrive, my mother still did waste as I did thrive, who yet with love and all alacrity, spending was willing to be spent for me. With wayward cries I did disturb her rest, who sought still to appease me with the breast. With weary limbs she danced and bye sung, when wretched I, ingrate, had done the wrong. When infancy was past, my childishness did act all folly that it could express. My silliness did only take delight in that which riper age did scorn and slight, in rattles, baubles, and such toyish stuff. My then ambitious thoughts were low enough, My high-born soul so straitly was confined that its own worth it did not know nor mind. This little house of flesh did spacious count, through ignorance all troubles did surmount. Yet this advantage had mine ignorance, freedom from envy and from arrogance. How to be rich or great I did not cark, a baron or a duke ne'er made my mark, nor studious with king's favor how to buy, with costly presents or base flattery. No office coveted wherein I might make strong myself and turn aside weak right. No malice bore to this or that great peer, nor unto buzzing whisperers gave ear. I gave no hand, nor vote for death or life. I'd not to do 'twixt king and people's strife. No statist I, no martialist in the field. Where'er I went, mine innocence was shield. My quarrels not for diadems did rise, but for an apple, plum, or some such prize. My strokes did cause no blood, no wounds or scars. My little wrath did end soon as my wars. My duel was no challenge, nor did seek my foe should weltering in his bowels reek. I had no suits at law neighbors to vex, nor evidence for lands did me perplex. I feared no storms, nor all the wind that blows. I had no ships at seas, nor freights to lose. I feared no drought nor wet, I had no crop, nor yet on future things did set my hope. This was mine innocence. But the seeds lay raked up of all the cursed weeds, which sprouted forth in mine ensuing age, as he can tell that next comes on the stage. But yet let me relate, before I go, the sins and dangers I am subject to. Stained from birth with Adam's sinful fact, thence I began to sin as soon as act. A perverse will, a love to what's forbid, a serpent's sting in pleasing face lay hid. A lying tongue as soon as it could speak, a fifth commandment I do daily break. Oft stubborn, peevish, sullen, pout and cry, then naught can please, and yet I know not why. As many are my sins, so dangers too, for sin brings sorrow, sickness, death, and woe. And though I miss the tossings of the mind, yet griefs in my frail flesh I still do find. What gripes of wind mine infancy did pain, what tortures I in breeding teeth sustain, what crudities my stomach cold hath bred, whence vomits, flux, and worms have issued. What breaches, knocks, and falls I daily have, and some perhaps I'll carry to my grave. Sometimes in fire, sometimes in water fall, strangely preserved, yet mind it not at all. At home abroad my dangers manifold, that wonder it my glass still now doth hold. I've done, unto my elders I give way, for 'tis but little that a child can say. Youth. My goodly clothing and my beauteous skin declare some greater riches are within. But what is best I'll first present to view, and then the worst in a more ugly hue. For thus to do we on this stage assemble. Then let not him that hath most craft dissemble. My education and my learning such as might myself and others profit much. With nurture trained up in virtue's schools, of science, arts, and tongues I know the rules. The manners of the court I also know, and so likewise what they in the country do. The brave attempts of valiant knights I prize, that dare scale walls and forts reared to the skies. The snorting horse, the trumpet, drum I like, the glittering sword, the pistol, and the pike. I cannot lie entrenched before a town, nor wait till good success our hopes doth crown. I scorn the heavy corselet, musket-proof. I fly to catch the bullet that's aloof. Though thus in field, at home, to all most kind, so affable that I can suit each mind. I can insinuate into the breast, and by my mirth can raise the heart depressed. Sweet music wraps my brave, harmonious soul. My high thoughts elevate beyond the pole. My wit, my bounty, and my courtesy make all to place their future hopes on me. This is my best, but youth is known, alas, to be as wild as a snuffing ass, as vain as froth or vanity can be, that who would see vain man may look on me. My gifts abused, my education lost, my woeful parents' longing hopes are crossed. My wit evaporates in merriment, my valor in some beastly quarrel spent. My lust doth hurry me to all that's ill. I know no law nor reason but my will. Sometimes lay wait to take a wealthy purse, or stab a man in his own defense, that's worse. Sometimes I cheat, unkind, a female heir of all at once who, not so wise as fair, trusteth my loving looks and glozing tongue, until her friends, treasure, honor, are gone. Sometimes I sit carousing others' health, until mine own be gone, my wit and wealth. From pipe to pot, from pot to words and blows, for he that loveth wine wanteth no woes. Whole nights with ruffians, roarers, fiddlers spend, to all obscenity mine ears I lend. All counsel hate which tends to make me wise, and dearest friends count for mine enemies. If any care I take, 'tis to be fine, for sure my suits more than my virtues shine. If time from lewd companions I can spare, 'tis spent to curl and pounce my new-bought hair. Some new Adonis I do strive to be, Sardanapalus now survives in me. Cards, dice, and oaths concomitant I love, to plays, to masks, to taverns still I move. And in a word, if what I am you'd hear, seek out a brutish cavalier. Such wretch, such monster am I, but yet more, I have no heart at all this to deplore. Remembering not the dreadful day of doom, nor yet that heavy reckoning soon to come, though dangers do ascend me every hour, and ghastly death oft threats me with his power. Sometimes by wounds and idle combats taken, sometimes with agues all my body shaken. Sometimes by fever all my moisture drinking, my heart lies frying, and mine eyes are sinking. Sometimes a quinsy, painful pleurisy, with sad affrights of death doth menace me. Sometimes a twofold pox me sore bemars, with outward marks and inward loathsome scars. Sometimes a frenzy strangely mads my brain, that oft for it in bedlam I remain. Too many my diseases to recite, the wonder is I yet behold the light. That yet my bed in darkness is not made, and I in black oblivion's den now laid. Of aches my bones are full, of woe my heart, clapped in that prison, never thence to start. Thus I have said, and what I've been you see. Childhood and youth are vain, yea, vanity. Middle age. Childhood and youth forgot, I've sometimes seen, and now am more grown staid who have been green. What they have done, the same was done by me. As was their praise or shame, so mine must be. Now age is more good you may expect, but more mine age, the more is my defect. When my wild oats were sown, and ripe and mown, I then received an harvest of mine own. My reason then bade judge how little hope my empty seed should yield a better crop. Then with both hands I grasped the world together, thus out of one extreme into another, but yet laid hold on virtue seemingly, who climbs without hold, climbs dangerously. Be my condition mean, I then take pains my family to keep, but not for gains. A father I, for children must provide, but if none, then for kindred near allied. If rich, I am urged then to gather more, to bear a part in the world, and feed the poor. If noble, then mine honor to maintain, if not, riches nobility can gain. For time, for place, likewise for each relation, I wanted not my ready allegation. Yet all my powers for self-ends are not spent. For hundreds bless me for my bounty lent, whose backs I've clothed and bellies I have fed, with mine own fleece and with my household bread. Yea, justice have I done, was I in place, to cheer the good and wicked to deface. The proud I crushed, the oppressed I set free, the liars curbed, but nourished verity. Was I a pastor, I my flock did feed, and gently led the lambs as they had need. A captain I, with skill I trained my band, and showed them how in face of foes to stand. A soldier I, with speed I did obey, as readily as could my leader say. Was I a laborer, I wrought all day, as cheerfully as ere I took my pay. Thus hath mine age and all sometimes done well. Sometimes again mine age has been worse than hell. In meanness, greatness, riches, poverty, did toil, did broil, oppressed, did steal and lie. Was I as poor as poverty could be, then baseness was companion unto me. Such scum as hedges and highways do yield, as neither sow, nor reap, nor plant, nor build. If to agriculture I was ordained, great labors, sorrows, crosses I sustained. The early cock did summon but in vain my wakeful thoughts up to my painful gain. My weary beast rest from his toil can find, but if I rest, the more distressed my mind. If happiness my sordidness hath found, 'twas in the crop of my manured ground, my thriving cattle and my new milk cow, my fleeced sheep and fruitful farrowing sow. To greater things I never did aspire. My dunghill thoughts or hopes could reach no higher. If to be rich or great it was my fate, how was I broiled with envy and with hate? Greater than was the greatest was my desire, and thirst for honor set my heart on fire. And my ambition's sails I was so carried, that over flats and sands and rocks I hurried, oppressed and sunk, and saved all in my way that did oppose me to my longed bay. My thirst was higher than nobility, I oft longed sore to taste of royalty. Then kings must be deposed or put to flight, I might possess that throne which was their right. There set, I rid myself straight out of hand of such competitors as might in time withstand. Then thought my state firm founded, sure to last, but in a trice 'tis ruined by a blast. Though cemented with more than noble blood, the bottom not, and so no longer stood. Sometimes vainglory is the only bait, whereby my empty soul is lured and caught. Be I of wit, of learning, and of parts, I judge I should have room in all men's hearts. And envy gnaws if any do surmount. I hate not to be held in highest account. If, bias-like, I'm stripped unto my skin, I glory in my wealth I have within. Thus good and bad and what I am you see. Now, in a word, what my diseases be. The vexing stone in bladder and in brains, the strangury torments me with sore pains. The windy colic oft my bowels rend, to break the darksome prison where it's penned. The cramp and gout doth sadly torture me, and the restraining lame sciatica. The asthma, megrim, palsy, lethargy, the quartan ague, dropsy, lunacy, subject to all distempers, that's the truth, though some more incident to age or youth. And to conclude, I may not tedious be, man at his best estate is vanity. Old age. What you have been, e'en such have I before, and all you say I, and somewhat more. Babe's innocence, youth's wildness I have seen, and in perplexed middle age have been. Sickness, dangers, anxieties have passed, and on this stage am come to act my last. I have been young and strong and wise as you, but now bis puris senis is too true. In every age I found much vanity, and end of all perfection now I see. It's not my valor, honor, nor my gold, my ruined house, now falling, can uphold. It's not my learning, rhetoric, wit so large, hath now the power death's warfare to discharge. It's not my goodly state, nor bed of down, that can refresh or ease if conscience frown. Nor from alliance can I now have hope, but what I have done well, that is my prop. He then in youth is godly, wise, and sage, provides a staff then to support his age. Mutations great, some joyful and some sad, in this short pilgrimage I oft have had. Sometimes the heavens with plenty smiled on me, sometimes again reigned all adversity. Sometimes in honor, sometimes in disgrace, sometimes in abject, then again in place. Such private changes oft mine eyes have seen. In various times of state I've also been. I've seen a kingdom flourish like a tree when it was ruled by that celestial she. And like a cedar others so surmount that but for shrubs they did themselves account. Then saw I France and Holland saved, Calais won, and Philip and Albertus half undone. I saw all peace at home, terror to foes. But I saw at last those eyes to close. And then methought the day at noon grew dark, when it had lost that radiant, sun-like spark. In midst of griefs I saw our hopes revive, for it was our hopes that kept our hearts alive. We changed our queen for king, under whose rays we joyed in many blessed and prosperous days. I've seen a prince, the glory of our land, in prime of youth seized by heaven's angry hand, which filled our hearts with fears, with tears our eyes, wailing his fate and our own destinies. I've seen from Rome an execrable thing, a plot to blow up nobles and their king, but saw their horrid theft soon disappointed, and land and nobles saved with their anointed. I've princes seen to live on others' lands, a royal one by gifts from strangers' hands. Admired for their magnanimity, who lost a princedom and a monarchy. I've seen designs from Ray and Rochelle crossed, and poor Palatinate forever lost. I've seen unworthy men advanced high, and better ones suffer extremity. But neither favor, riches, tide, state, could length their days, or once reverse their fate. I've seen one stabbed, and some to lose their heads, and others flee, struck both with guilt and dread. I've seen, and so have you, for 'tis but hate, the desolation of a goodly state, plotted and acted so that none can tell who gave the counsel but the Prince of Hell. 300,000 slaughtered innocents by bloody popish, hellish miscreants. Oh, may you live, and so you will, I trust, to see them swill in blood until they burst. I've seen a king by force thrust from his throne, and an usurper subtly mount thereon. I've seen a state unmolded, rent in twain, but you may live to see it made up again. I've seen it plundered, taxed, and soaked in blood, but out of evil you may see much good. What are my thoughts is no time to say. Men may more freely speak another day. These are no old wives' tales, but this is truth. We old men love to tell what was done in youth, but I return from whence I stepped awry. My memory is bad, my brain is dry. Mine almond tree, gray hairs do flourish now, and back, once straight, a pace begins to bow. My grinders now are few, my sight doth fail, my skin is wrinkled, and my cheeks are pale. No more rejoice at music's pleasing noise, but, waking, glad to hear the cock's shrill voice. I cannot scent savors of pleasant meat, nor sapors find in what I drink or eat. My arms and hands, once strong, have lost their might. I cannot labor, much less can I fight. My comely legs, once nimble as the roe, now stiff and numb, can hardly creep or go. My heart, sometimes as fierce as lion bold, now trembling is, all fearful, sad, and cold. My golden bowl and silver cord ere long shall both be broke by racking death so strong. Then shall I go whence I shall come no more. Sons, nephews, leave my farewell to deplore. In pleasures and in labors I have found that earth can give no consolation sound, to great, to rich, to poor, to young, to old, to mean, to noble, to fearful, or to bold. From king to beggar all degrees shall find, but vanity, vexation of the mind. Yea, knowing much, the pleasantest life of all, hath yet among those sweets some bitter gall. Though reading others' works doth much refresh, yet studying much brings weariness to the flesh. My studies, labors, readings, all are done, and my last period now e'en almost run. Corruption my father I do call, mother and sisters, both the worms that crawl. In my dark house such kindred I have store, when I shall rest till heaven shall be no more. And when this flesh shall rot and be consumed, this body by this soul shall be assumed, and I shall see with these same very eyes my strong Redeemer coming in the skies. Triumph I shall o'er sin, o'er death, o'er hell, and in that hope I bid you all farewell. End of section 6, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 7 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The 4 seasons of the year. Spring. Another 4 I've left yet to bring on, of 4 times 4 the last quaternion, the winter, summer, autumn, and the spring. In season all these seasons I shall bring. Sweet spring, like man in his minority, at present claimed and had priority. With smiling face and garments somewhat green, she trimmed her locks, which late had frosted been. Nor hot nor cold she spake, but with a breath fit to revive the numbed earth from death. 3 months, quoth she, are allotted to my share. March, April, May, of all the rest most fair. 10th of the 1st, Sol into Aries enters, and bids defiance to all tedious winters. Crosses the line and equals night and day. Still adds to the last till after pleasant May. And now makes glad the darker northern whites, who for some months have seen but starry lights. Now goes the plowman to his merry toil, he might unloose his winter-locked soil. The seedsman, too, doth lavish out his grain, in hope the more he casts, the more to gain. The gardener now superfluous branches lops, and poles erects for his young clambering hops. Now digs, then sows his herbs, his flowers and roots, and carefully manures his trees of fruits. The Pleiades their influence now give, and all that seemed a dead afresh do live. The croaking frogs, whom nipping winter killed, like birds now chirp and hop about the field. The nightingale, the blackbird, and the thrush now turn their lays on sprays of every bush. The wanton frisking kids and soft-fleeced lambs do jump and play before their feeding dams. The tender tops of budding grass they crop. They joy in what they have, but more in hope. For though the frost hath lost his binding power, yet many a fleece of snow and stormy shower doth darken soul's bright eye, makes us remember the pinching northwest wind of cold December. My second month is April, green and fair, of longer days and a more temperate air. The sun in Taurus keeps his residence, and with his warmer beams glanceth from thence. This is a month whose fruitful showers produces, all set and sown for all delights and uses. The pear, the plum, the apple tree now flourish, the grass grows long, the hungry beast to nourish. The primrose pale and azure violet among the verdurous grass hath nature set, that when the sun on his love, the earth, doth shine, these might as lace set out her garment fine. The fearful bird his little house now builds, in trees and walls, in cities and in fields. The outside strong, the inside warm and neat, a natural artificer complete. The clucking hen her chirping chickens leads, with wings and beak defends them from the gleeds. My next and last is fruitful, pleasant May, wherein the earth is clad in rich array. The sun now enters loving Gemini, and heats us with the glances of his eye. Our thicker raiment makes us lay aside, lest by his fervor we be torrified. All flowers the sun now with his beams discloses, except the double pinks and matchless roses. Now swarms the busy, witty honey bee, whose praise deserves a page from more than me. The cleanly housewife's dairies now in the prime, her shelves and firkins filled for winter time. The meads with cowslips, honeysuckles dight, one hangs his head, the other stands upright. But both rejoice at heaven's clear smiling face, more at her showers which water them apace. For fruits my season yields the early cherry, the hasty pea, and wholesome cool strawberry. More solid fruits require a longer time. Each season hath his fruit, so hath each clime. Each man his own peculiar excellence, but none in all that hath preeminence. Sweet fragrant spring, with thy short pittance fly. Let some describe these better than can I. Yet above all this privilege is thine, thy days still lengthen without least decline. Summer. When spring had done, then summer did begin, with melted, tawny face and garments thin, resembling fire, choler, and middle age, as spring did air, blood, youth in his equipage. Wiping the sweat from off her face that ran, with hair all wet, puffing, she thus began. Bright June, July, and August hot are mine, in the first soul doth in crabbed Cancer shine. His progress to the north now's fully done, then retrograde may be my burning sun, who to his southward tropics still is bent. Yet doth his parching heat but more augment, though he decline, because his flame so fair have thoroughly dried the earth and heat the air. Like as an oven that long time hath been heat, whose vehemency at length doth grow so great, that if you do withdraw her burning store, 'tis for a time as fervent as before. Now go those frolic swains, the shepherd lads, to wash their thick cloth frocks with pipes full glad. In the cool streams they labor with delight, rubbing the dirty coats till they look white, whose fleece, when finely spun and deeply dyed, with robes thereof kings have been dignified. Blessed rustic swains, your pleasant quiet life hath envy bred in kings that were at strife. Careless of worldly wealth you sing and pipe, while they are embroiled in wars and troubles rife, which made great Bajazet cry out in his woes, O happy shepherd, which hath not to lose Orthobulus, nor yet Sebastia great, but whistleth to thy flock in cold and heat, viewing the sun by day, the moon by night, Endymion's, Diana's dear delight. Upon the grass resting your healthy limb, by purling brooks looking how fishes swim. If pride within your lowly cells e'er haunt, of him that was shepherd, then king, go vaunt. This month the roses are distilled in glasses, whose fragrant smell all made perfume surpasses. The cherry, gooseberry now are in their prime, and for all sorts of peas this is the time. July's my next, the hottest in all the year. The sun through Leo now takes his career, whose flaming breath doth melt us from afar, increased by the star Canicular. This month from Julius Caesar took its name, by Romans celebrated to his fame. Now go the mowers to their slashing toil, the meadows of their riches to despoil. With weary strokes they take all in their way, bearing the burning heat of the long day. The forks and rakes do follow them amain, which makes the aged fields look young again. The groaning carts do bear away this prize to stacks and barns where it for fodder lies. My next and last is August, fiery hot, for much the southward sun abateth not. This month he keeps with Virgo for a space, the dried earth is parched with his face. August of great Augustus took its name, Rome's second emperor of lasting fame. With sickles now the bending reapers go, the ruffling tress of Terra down to mow, and bundle up in sheaves the weighty wheat, which, after, manchet make for kings to eat. The barley, rye, and peas should first had place, though their bread have not so white a face. The carter leads all home with whistling voice, he ploughed with pain, but, reaping, doth rejoice. His sweat, his toil, his careful wakeful nights, his fruitful crop abundantly requites. Now's ripe the pear, plum, and apricot, the prince of plums, whose stone's as hard as rock. The summer seems but short, the autumn hastes to shake his fruits of most delicious tastes. Like good old age, whose younger juicy roots hath still ascended to bear goodly fruits, until his head be gray and strength be gone. Yet then appear the worthy deeds he hath done. To feed his boughs exhausted, he is sap, then dropped his fruits into the eater's lap. Autumn. Of autumn's months, September is the prime. Now day and night are equal in each clime. The 12th of this soul riseth in the line, and doth in poising Libra this month shine. The vintage now is ripe, the grapes are pressed, whose lively liquor oft is cursed and blessed. For not so good but it may be abused, for 'tis a precious juice when it's well used. The raisins now in clusters dried be, the orange, lemon dangle on the tree. The pomegranate, the fig are ripe also, and apples now their yellow sides do show. Of almonds, quinces, wardens, and the peach, the season's now at hand, of all and each. Sure as this time first of all began, and in this month was made apostate man. For then in Eden was not only seen boughs full of leaves, or fruits unripe or green, or withered stalks which were all dry and dead, but trees with goodly fruits replenished, which shows nor summer, winter, nor the spring, our grandsire was of paradise made king. Nor could that temperate clime such difference make, if cited as the most judicious take. October is my next. We hear in this the northern winter blasts begin to hiss. In Scorpio resideth now the sun, and his declining heat is almost done. The fruitless trees all withered now do stand, whose sapless yellow leaves by winds are fanned. which notes when young and strength have passed their prime, decrepit age must also have its time. The sap doth slyly creep toward the earth, there rests until the sun give it a birth. So doth old age still tend unto his grave, where also he his winter time must have. But when the Son of Righteousness draws nigh, his dead old stock shall mount again on high. November is my last, for time doth haste. We now of winter sharpness 'gin to taste. This month the sun's in Sagittarius, so far remote his glances warm not us. Almost at shortest is the shortened day, the northern pole beholdeth not one ray. Now Greenland, Groenland, Finland, Lapland, see, no sun to lighten their obscurity. Poor wretches that in total darkness lie, with minds more dark than is the darkened sky. Beef, brawn, and pork are now in great request, and solid meats our stomachs can digest. This time warm clothes, full diet, and good fire, our pinched flesh and hungry maws require. Old, cold, dry, age and earth autumn resembles, and melancholy, which most of all dissembles. I must be short, and short's the shortened day. What winter hath to tell, now let him say. Winter. Cold, moist, young, phlegmy winter now doth lie in swaddling clouts like newborn infancy, bound up with frosts and furred with hail and snows, and like an infant still he taller grows. December is my first, and now the sun to the southward tropic his swift rate doth run. This month he's housed in horned Capricorn. From thence begins to length the shortened morn. Through Christendom with great festivity now's held a guest but blessed nativity. Cold frozen January next comes in, chilling the blood and shrinking up the skin. In Aquarius now keeps the long-wished sun, and northward his unwearied course doth run. The day much longer than it was before, the cold not lessened, but augmented more. Now toes and ears and fingers often freeze, and travelers their noses sometimes leese. Moist snowy February is my last. I care not how the winter time doth haste. In Pisces now the golden sun doth shine, and northward still approaches to the line. The rivers begin to ope, and snows to melt, and some warm glances from his face are felt, which is increased by the lengthened day, till by his heat he drive all cold away. And thus the year in circle runneth round, where first it did begin, in the end it's found. My subjects bear, my brain is bad, or better lines you should have had. The first fell in so naturally, I knew not how to pass it by. The last, though bad, I could not mend. Accept, therefore, of what is penned, and all the faults that you shall spy shall at your feet for pardon cry. End of section 7, read by Brize C, Ohio.
Section 8 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Monarchies, Part 1. The Four Monarchies, the Assyrian being the first, beginning under Nimrod, 131 years after the flood. When time was young and the world in infancy, man did not proudly strive for sovereignty, but each one thought his petty rule was high, if of his house he held the monarchy. This was the golden age, but after came the boisterous son of Cush, grandchild to Ham, that mighty hunter who in his strong toils both beasts and men subjected to his spoils, the strong foundation of proud Babel laid, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh also made. These were his first, all stood in Shinar land. From thence he went Assyria to command, and mighty Nineveh he there begun, not finished till he his race had run. Rezin, Calah, and Rehoboth, likewise by him to cities eminent did rise. Of Saturn he was the original, whom the succeeding times a god did call. When thus with rule he had been dignified, 114 years he after died. Belus. Great Nimrod dead, Belus the next, his son, confirms the rule his father had begun, whose acts and power are not for certainty left to the world by any history. But yet this blot forever on him lies. He taught the people first to idolize. Titles divine he to himself did take, alive and dead a god they did him make. This is that Bel the Chaldees worshipped, whose priests in stories oft are mentioned. This is that Baal to whom the Israelites so oft profanely offered sacred rites. This is Beelzebub, god of Ekronites, likewise Baal Peor of the Moabites. His reign was short, for, as I calculate, at 25 ended his regal date. Ninus. His father dead, Ninus begins his reign, transfers his seat to the Assyrian plain, and mighty Nineveh more mighty made, whose foundation was by his grandsire laid. 440 furlongs walled about, on which stood 1,500 towers stout, the walls 160 feet upright, so broad 3 chariots run abreast there might. Upon the pleasant banks of Tigris' flood, this stately seat of warlike Ninus stood. This Ninus for a god his father canonized, to whom the sottish people sacrificed. This tyrant did his neighbors all oppress, wherever he warred he had too good success. Barzanes, the great Armenian king, by force and fraud did under tribute bring. The Median country he did also gain, Pharnus their king he caused to be slain. An army of 3 millions he led out against the Bactrians, but that I doubt. Zoroaster their king he likewise slew, and all the greater Asia did subdue. Semiramis from Menon did he take, then drowned himself did Menon for her sake. 52 years he reigned, as we are told. The world then was 2019 old. Semiramis. This great oppressing Ninus dead and gone, his wife Semiramis usurped the throne. She like a brave virago played the Rex, and was both shame and glory of her sex. Her birthplace was Philistia's Ascalon, her mother Derceto, a courtesan. Others report she was a Vestal nun, adjudged to be drowned for the crime she'd done. Transformed into a fish by Venus's will, her beatus face they feign, retaining still. Sure from this fiction Dagon first began, changing the woman's face into a man. But all agree that from no lawful bed this great renowned empress issued, for which she was obscurely nourished, whence rose that fable she by birds was fed. This gallant dame unto the Bactrian war, accompanying her husband Menon far. Taking a town such valor she did show, that Ninus amorous of her soon did grow, and thought her fit to make a monarch's wife, which was the cause poor Menon lost his life. She flourishing with Ninus long did reign, till her ambition caused him to be slain, that, having no compeer, she might rule all, or else she sought revenge for Menon's fall. Some think the Greeks this slander on her cast, as on her life licentious and unchaste, that, undeserved, they blurred her name and fame, by their aspersions cast upon the same. But were her virtues more or less or none, she for her potency must go alone. Her wealth she showed in building Babylon, admired of all, but equalized of none. The wall so strong and curiously was wrought, that after ages skill by it was taught. With towers and bulwarks made of costly stone, quadrangle was the form it stood upon. Each square was 15,000 paces long, and 100 gates it had of metal strong. 360 feet the wall in height, almost incredible it was in breadth. Some writers say 6 chariots might affront, with great facility march safe upon't. About the wall a ditch so deep and wide, that like a river long it did abide. 300,000 men here day by day bestowed their labor and received their pay. And that which did all cost and art excel, the wondrous temple was she reared to Bel, which in the midst of this brave town was placed, continuing till Xerxes it defaced, whose stately top above the clouds did rise, from whence astrologers oft viewed the skies. This to describe in each particular, a structure rare I should but rudely mar. Her gardens, bridges, arches, mounts, and spires, each eye that saw or ear that heard admires. In Shinar plain, on the Euphratian flood, this wonder of the world, this Babel, stood. An expedition to the east she made, Stratobatus his country to invade. Her army of 4 millions did consist, each may believe it as his fancy list. Her camels, chariots, galleys in such number, as puzzles best historians do remember. But this is wonderful, of all those men, they say but 20 ere came back again. The river Indus swept them half away, the rest Stratobatus in fight did slay. This was last progress of this mighty queen, who in her country never more was seen. The poets feigned her turned into a dove, leaving the world to Venus soared above, which made the Assyrians many a day a dove within their ensigns to display. 42 years she reigned, and then she died, but by what means we are not certified. Ninus or Zamis. His mother dead, Ninus obtains his right, a prince wedded to ease and to delight, or else was his obedience very great, to sit thus long, obscure, robbed of his seat. Some write his mother put his habit on, which made the people think they served her son. But much it is, in more than 40 years, this fraud in war, nor peace at all appears. More like it is his lust with pleasures fed, he sought no rule till she was gone and dead. What then he did of worth, can no man tell, but is supposed to be that Amraphel, who warred with Sodom's and Gomorrah's king, gainst whom his trained bands Abram did bring. But this is far unlike he, being son unto a father that all countries won, so suddenly should lose so great estate, with petty kings to join confederate. Nor can those reasons which wise Raleigh finds well satisfy the most considerate minds. We may with learned Usher better say, he many ages lived after that day. And that Semiramis then flourished, when famous Troy was so beleaguered. Whate'er he was, or did, or how it fell, we may suggest our thoughts, but cannot tell. For Ninus and all his race are left in deep oblivion of acts bereft, and many 100 years in silence sit, save a few names anew Berosus writ, and such as care not what befalls their fames, may feign as many acts as he did names. It may suffice, if all be true that's past, to Sardanapalus next we will make haste. Sardanapalus, son to Ochrezepes, who wallowed in all voluptuousness, that Paliardizing sought that out of doors ne'er showed his face, but revelled with his whores, did wear their garbs, their gestures imitate, and in their kind to excel did emulate. His baseness knowing and the people's hate, kept close, fearing his well-deserved fate. It chanced Arbaces, brave unwarily, his master like a strumpet clad did spy, his manly heart disdained in the least, longer to serve this metamorphosed beast. Unto Bellicis then he brake his mind, whom sick of his disease he soon did find. These two ruled Media and Babylon, both for their king held their dominion. Bellicis promised Arbaces aid, Arbaces him fully to be repaid. The last the Medes and Persians does invite, against their monstrous king to use their might. Bellicis the Chaldeans doth require, and the Arabians to further his desire. These all agree, and 40,000 make the rule from their unworthy prince to take. These forces mustered and in array, Sardanapalus leaves his apish play. And though of wars he did abhor the sight, fear of his diadem did force him fight. And either by his valor or his fate, Arbaces' courage he did so abate, that in despair he left the field and fled, but with fresh hopes Bellicis succoured. From Bactria an army was at hand, pressed for this service by the king's command. These with celerity Arbaces meets, and with all terms of amity them greets, with promises their necks now to unyoke, and their taxations sore all to revoke, to enfranchise them, to grant what they could crave. No privilege to want, subjects should have, only entreats them to join their force with his, and win the crown, which was the way to bliss. Won by his loving looks, more by his speech, to accept of what they could they all beseech. Both sides their hearts, their hands, and bands unite, and set upon their prince's camp that night, who, revealing in cups, sung care away, for victory obtained the other day. And now, surprised by this unlooked-for fright, bereft of wits, are slaughtered downright. The king, his brother, leaves all to sustain, and speeds himself to Nineveh amain. But Salmonius slain, the army falls, the king's pursued unto the city's walls. But he once in, pursuers came too late, the walls and gates their haste did terminate. There with all store he was so well provided, that what Arbaces did was but derided, who there encamped 2 years for little end, but in the 3rd the river proved his friend. For by the rain was Tigris so overflown, part of that stately wall was overthrown. Arbaces marches in, the town he takes, for few or none, it seems, resistance makes. And now they saw fulfilled a prophecy, that when the river proved their enemy, their strong walled town should suddenly be taken. By this accomplishment their hearts were shaken. Sardanapalus did not seek to fly, this his inevitable destiny, but all his wealth and friends together gets, then on himself and them a fire he sets. This was last monarch of great Ninus' race, that for 1200 years had held the place. 20 he reigned, same time, as stories tell, that Amaziah was king of Israel. His father was then king, as we suppose, when Jonah for their sins denounced those woes. He did repent, the threatening was not done, but now accomplished in his wicked son. Arbaces, thus of all becoming lord, ingenuously with all did keep his word. Of Babylon Bellicis he made king, with overplus of all the wealth therein. To Bactrians he gave their liberty, of Ninevites he caused none to die, but suffered with their goods to go elsewhere, not granting them now to inhabit there. For he demolished that great city, and unto Media transferred his seat. Such was his promise which he firmly made, to Medes and Persians when he craved their aid. A while he and his race aside must stand, not pertinent to what we have in hand, and Belocus in his progeny pursue, who did this monarchy begin anew. Bellicis, or Belocus. Bellicis settled in his new old seat, not so content but aiming to be great, encroaching still upon the bordering lands, till Mesopotamia he got in his hands, and either by compound or else by strength, Assyria he gained also at length. Then did rebuild, destroyed Nineveh, a costly work which none could do but he, who owned the treasures of proud Babylon, and those that seemed with Sardanapalus gone, For though his palace did in ashes lie, the fire those metals could not damnify. From rubbish these with diligence he rakes, our bases suffers all, and all he takes. He, thus enriched by this new-tried gold, raises a phoenix new from grave of the old, and from this heap did after ages see as fair a town as the first Nineveh. When this was built and matters all in peace, molests poor Israel his wealth to increase. 1,000 talents a Menahem had, who to be rid of such a guest was glad. In sacred writ he's known by name of Pol, which makes the world of difference so full, that he and Belocus could not one be, but circumstance doth prove the verity. And times of both computed so fall out, that these two made but one we need not doubt. What else he did his empire to advance, to rest content we must in ignorance. 48 years he reigned, his race then run, he left his new-got kingdom to his son, Tiglath-Pileser. Belus dead, Tiglath his warlike son next treads those steps by which his father won. Damascus, ancient seat of famous kings, under subjection by his sword he brings. Rezin, their valiant king, he also slew, and Syria to obedience did subdue. Judah's bad king occasioned this war, when Rezin's force his borders sore did mar, and divers cities by strong hand did seize. To Tiglath then doth Ahaz send for ease. The temple robs so to fulfill his ends, and to Assyria's king a present sends. I am thy servant and thy son, quoth he, from Rezin and from Pekah set me free. Gladly doth Tiglath this advantage take, and succours Ahaz yet for Tiglath's sake. Then Rezin slain, his army overthrown, he Syria makes a province of his own. Unto Damascus then comes Judah's king, his humble thankfulness in haste to bring, acknowledging the Assyrians' high desert, to whom he ought all loyalty of heart. But Tiglath, having gained his wished end, proves unto Ahaz but a feigned friend. All Israel's lands beyond Jordan he takes, in Galilee he woeful havoc makes. Through Syria now he marched, none stopped his way, and Ahaz open at his mercy lay, who still implored his love, but was distressed. This was that Ahaz who was so high transgressed. Thus Tiglath reigned and warred 27 years, then by his death released were Israel's fears. Salmanasar, or Nabonassar. Tiglath deceased, Salmanasar was next. He Israelites more than his father vexed. Hosea, their last king, he did invade, and him 6 years his tributary made. But, weary of his servitude, he sought to Egypt's king, which did avail him not, for Salmanasar with a mighty host besieged his royal town and spoiled his coast, and did the people, nobles, and their king into perpetual thraldom that time bring. Those that from Joshua's time had been a state did justice now by him eradicate. This was that strange degenerated brood, on whom nor threats nor mercies could do good. Laden with honor, prisoners, and spoil, returns triumphant victor to his soil. He placed Israel there where he thought best, then sent his colonies theirs to invest. Thus Jacob's sons in exile must remain, and pleasant Canaan never see again. Where now those 10 tribes are, can no man tell, or how they fare, rich, poor, or ill, or well, whether the Indians of the east or west, or wild Tartarians as yet ne'er blessed, or else those Chinese rare, whose wealth and arts have bred more wonder than belief in hearts. But what or where they are, yet know we this, they shall return, and Sion see with bliss. Sennacherib. Sennacherib Salmanasar succeeds, whose haughty heart is shown in words and deeds. His wars none better than himself can boast, on Henna, Arpad, and on Judah's coast. on Iva's and on Sepharvaim's gods. 'Twixt them and Israel's he knew no odds, until the thundering hand of heaven he felt, which made his army into nothing melt. With shame he turned to Nineveh again, and by his sons in his idol's house was slain. Esarhaddon. His son, weak Esarhaddon, reigned in his place, the fifth and last of great Belisis's race. Brave Merodach, the son of Baladan, in Babylon lieutenant to this man, of opportunity advantage takes, and on his master's ruins his house makes. As Belisis his sovereign did unthrone, so he's now styled the king of Babylon. After 12 years did Esarhaddon die, and Merodach assumed the monarchy. Merodach Baladan. All yield to him but Nineveh, kept free, until his grandchild made her bow the knee. Ambassadors to Hezekiah he sent, his health to congratulate with compliment. Ben-Merodach. Ben-Merodach, successor to this king, of him is little said in anything, but by conjecture this, that none but he led King Manasseh to captivity. Nabopolassar. Brave Nabopolassar, to this king was son, the famous Nineveh by him was won. For 50 years or more she had been free, but yields her neck now to captivity. A viceroy from her foe she's glad to accept, by whom in firm obedience she's kept. This king's less famed for all the acts he's done, than being father to so great a son. Nebuchadnezzar. The famous acts of this heroic king did neither Homer, Hesiod, Virgil sing, nor of his wars have we the certainty, from some Thucydides' grave history, nor his metamorphosis from Ovid's book, nor his restoring from old legends took. But by the prophets, penmen most divine, this prince in his magnitude doth ever shine. This was of monarchs that head of gold, the richest and the dreadfulest to behold. This was that tree whose branches filled the earth, under whose shadow birds and beasts had birth. This was that King of kings did what he pleased, killed, saved, pulled down, set up, or pained, or eased. And this was he who, when he feared the least, was changed from a king into a beast. This prince, the last years of his father's reign, against Jehoiakim marched with his train. Judah's poor king, besieged and succorless, yields to his mercy and the present stress. His vassal gives pledges for his truth, children of royal blood, unblemished youth. Wise Daniel and his fellows amongst the rest, by the victorious king to Babel are pressed. The temple of rich ornaments he defaced, and in his idol's house the vessels placed. The next year he, with unresisted hand, quite vanquished Pharaoh Necho with his band. By great Euphrates did his army fall, which was the loss of Syria withal. Then into Egypt Necho did retire, which in few years proves the Assyrians higher. A mighty army next he doth prepare, and unto wealthy Tyre in haste repair. Such was the situation of this place, as might not him but all the world outface, that in her pride she knew not which to boast, whether her wealth or yet her strength was most. How in all merchandise she did excel, none but the true Ezekiel need to tell. And for her strength, how hard she was to gain, can Babel's tired soldiers tell with pain. Within an island had this city seat, divided from the main by channel great. Of costly ships and galleys she had store, and mariners to handle sail and oar. But the Chaldeans had nor ships nor skill, their shoulders must their master's mind fulfill. Fetched rubbish from the opposite old town, and in the channel threw each burden down. There, after many essays, they made at last the sea-firm land whereon the army passed, and took the wealthy town. But all the gain requited not the loss, the toil and pain. Full 13 years in this strange work he spent, before he could accomplish his intent. And though a victor, home his army leads, with peeled shoulders and with balded heads. When in the Tyrian war this king was hot, Jehoiakim his oath had clean forgot. Thinks this the fittest time to break his bands, whilst Babel's king thus deep engaged stands. But he whose fortunes all were in the ebb, had all his hopes like to a spider's web. For this great king withdraws part of his force, to Judah marches with a speedy course, and, unexpected, finds the feeble prince, whom he chastised thus for his proud offence. Fast bound, intends to Babel him to send, but changed his mind, and caused his life there end. Then cast him out like to a naked ass, for this is he for whom none said, Alas! His son he suffered 3 months to reign, then from his throne he plucked him down again, whom with his mother he to Babel led. And 37 years in prison fed, his uncle he established in his place, who was last king of holy David's race. But he as perjured as Jehoiakim, they lost more now than e'er they lost by him. 7 years he kept his faith, and safe he dwells, but in the 8th against his prince rebels. The 9th came Nebuchadnezzar with power, besieged his city, temple, Sion's tower. And after 18 months he took them all. The walls so strong that stood so long now fall. The accursed king by flight could nowise fly, his well-deserved and foretold misery. But being caught to Babel's wrathful king, with children, wives, and nobles all they bring, where to the sword all but himself were put, and with that woeful sight his eyes closed shut. Ah, hapless man, whose darksome contemplation was nothing but such ghastly meditation! In midst of Babel now till death he lies, yet as was told ne'er saw it with his eyes. The temples burnt, the vessels had away, the towers and palaces brought to decay. Where late of harp and lute were heard the noise, now Zim and Jim lift up their screeching voice. All now of worth are captive led with tears, and sit bewailing Zion 70 years. With all these conquests Babel's king rests not, no, not when Moab, Edom he had got. Kedar and Hazor, the Arabians too, all vassals at his hands for grace must sue. A total conquest of rich Egypt makes, all rule he from the ancient Pharaohs takes, who had for 1600 years borne sway. To Babylon's proud king now yield the day. Then Put and Lud do at his mercy stand, where'er he goes he conquers every land. His sumptuous buildings pass all conceit, which wealth and strong ambition made so great. His image Judah's captives worship not, although the furnace be 7 times more hot. His dreams wise Daniel doth expound full well, and his unhappy change with grief foretell. Strange melancholy humours on him lay, which for 7 years his reason took away, which from no natural causes did proceed, but for his pride, so had the heavens decreed. The time expired, he brute remains no more, but government resumes as heretofore. In splendour and in majesty he sits, contemplating those times he lost his wits. And if by words we may guess at the heart, this king among the righteous had a part. 44 years he reigned, which being run, he left his wealth and conquests to his son. Evil Merodach. Babel's great monarch now laid in the dust, his son possesses wealth and rule as just, and in the 1st year of his royalty easeth Jehoiakim's captivity. Poor forlorn prince, who had all state forgot, in 37 years had seen no jot. Among the conquered kings that there did lie, is Judah's king now lifted up on high. But yet in Babel he must still remain, and native Canaan never see again. Unlike his father, evil Merodach, fair Egypt is by his remissness lost, Arabia and all the bordering coast. Wars with the Medes unhappily he waged, within which broils rich Croesus was engaged, his army routed and himself there slain, his kingdom to Belshazzar did remain. Belshazzar. Unworthy Belshazzar next wears the crown, whose acts profane a sacred pin sets down. His lust and cruelties in stories find a royal state ruled by a brutish mind. His life so base and dissolute invites the noble Persian to invade his rights, who with his own and uncle's power anon lays siege to his regal seat, proud Babylon. The coward king whose strength lay in his walls, to banqueting and revelling now falls, to show his little dread but greater store, to cheer his friends and scorn his foes the more. The holy vessels, thither brought long since, they caroused in, the sacrilegious prince did praise his gods of metal, wood, and stone, protectors of his crown and Babylon. But he above his doings did deride, and with a hand soon dashed all this pride. The king upon the wall casting his eye, the fingers of a handwriting did spy, which horrid sight he fears must needs portend destruction to his crown, to his person end. With quaking knees and heart appalled he cries for the soothsayers and magicians wise, this language strange to read and to unfold, with gifts of scarlet robe and chain of gold, and highest dignity next to the king, to him that could interpret clear this thing. But dumb the gazing astrologers stand, amazed at the writing and the hand. None answers the affrighted king intent, who still expects some fearful sad event. As dead alive he sits, as one undone. In comes the queen to cheer her heartless son. Of Daniel tells, who in his grandsire's days was held in more account than now he was. Daniel in haste is brought before the king, who doth not flutter nor once cloak the thing, reminds him of his grandsire's height and fall, and of his own notorious sins withal, his drunkenness and his profaneness high, his pride and sottish gross idolatry. The guilty king, with colour pale and dead, then hears his Mene and his Tekel read, and one thing did worthy a king, though late, performed his word to him that told his fate. That night victorious Cyrus took the town, who soon did terminate his life and crown. With him did end the race of Baladan, and now the Persian monarchy began. End of Section 8. Read by Sam Maxwell. Paulden, Arizona, April 22nd, 2026.
Section 9 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Monarchies. The second monarchy, being the Persian, begun under Cyrus, Darius being his uncle and father-in-law, reigned with him about 2 years. Cyrus, Cambyses' son, of Persia king, whom Lady Mandane did to him bring, she daughter unto great Astyages, he, in descent, that seventh from Abrasus. Cambyses was of Archimenes' race, who had in Persia the lieutenant's place, when Sardanapalus was overthrown, and from that time had held it as his own. Cyrus Darius' daughter took to wife, and so unite 2 kingdoms without strife. Darius unto Mandane was brother, adopts her son for his, having no other. This is of Cyrus the true pedigree, whose ancestors were royal in degree. His mother's dream and grandsire's cruelty, his preservation in his misery, his nourishment afforded by a bitch, are fit for such whose ears for fables itch. He in his younger days an army led against great Croesus, then of Lydia head, who, over-curious of war's event, for information to Apollo went, and the ambiguous oracle did trust, so overthrow by Cyrus, as was just, who him pursues to Sardis, takes the town, where all that dare resist are slaughtered down. Disguised, Croesus hoped to escape in the throng, who had no might to save himself from wrong. But as he passed his son, who was born dumb, with pressing grief and sorrow overcome, among the tumult, bloodshed, and the strife, broke his long silence, and cried, "Spare Croesus' life!" Croesus thus known, it was great Cyrus's doom, a hard decree to ashes he consume. Then on a woodpile set where all might eye, he, "Salon, Salon, Salon," thrice did cry. The reason of those words Cyrus demands, who Salon was, to whom he lifts his hands. Then to the king he makes this true report, that Salon sometime at his stately court his treasures, pleasures, pomp, and power did see, and viewing all, at all not moved was he, when Croesus angry urged him to express, if ever king equaled his happiness. Quoth he, "That man for happy we commend, whose happy life attends a happy end." Cyrus, with pity moved, knowing a king's stand, now up and down as fortune turns her hand, weighing the age and greatness of the prince, his mother's uncle stories do evince, gave him his life and took him for a friend, did to him still his chief designs commend. Next war, the restless Cyrus thought upon, was conquest of the stately Babylon, now treble-walled and moated so about, that all the world they need not fear nor doubt, to drain this ditch he may sluices cut. But till convenient time their heads kept shut. That night Belshazzar feasted all his rout. He cut those banks and let the river out, and to the walls securely marches on, not finding a defendant thereupon. Entering the town, the Scottish king he slays. Upon earth's richest spoils each soldier preys. Here 20 years' provision he found. 45 miles this city scarce could round. This head of kingdoms, Chaldea's excellence, for owls and satyrs made a residence. Yet wondrous moments this stately queen 1,000 years after had to be seen. Cyrus doth now the Jewish captives free, an edict made, the temple builded be. He, with his uncle Daniel, sets on high, and caused his foes in lions' dens to die. Long after this, he gainst the Scythians goes, and Tomreus' son an army overthrows, which to revenge she hires a mighty power, and sets on Cyrus in a fatal hour. There routs his host, himself a prisoner takes, and at one blow the world's head headless makes. The which she bathed within a butt of blood, using such taunting words as she thought good. But Xenophon reports he died in his bed, in honor, peace, and wealth, with a grey head. And in his town of Pasargadae lies, where some long after sought in vain for prize. But in his tomb was only to be found 2 Scythian bows, a sword, and target round. And Alexander coming to the same, with honors great did celebrate his fame. 3 daughters and 2 sons he left behind, ennobled more by birth than by their mind. 32 years in all this prince did reign, but 8 whilst Babylon he did retain. And though his conquests made the earth to groan, now quiet lies under one marble stone, and with an epitaph himself did make, to show how little land he then should take. Cambyses. Cambyses, no ways like his noble sire, yet to enlarge his state had some desire. His reign with blood and incest first begins, then sends to find a law for these his sins. That kings with sisters match no law they find, but that the Persian king may act his mind. He wages war the 5th year of his reign, 'gainst Egypt's king, who there by him was slain. and all of royal blood that came to hand he seized first of life and then of land. But little Nares 'scaped that cruel fate, who, grown a man, resumed again his state. He, next to Cyprus, sends his bloody host, who landing soon upon that fruitful coast, made Evolthon their king, with bended knee, to hold his own of his free courtesy. The temple he destroys, not for his zeal, for he would be professed god of their weal. Yea, in his pride he ventured so far to spoil the temple of great Jupiter. But as they marched o'er those desert sands, the storm dust o'erwhelmed his daring bands. But scorning thus by Jove to be outbraved, a second army he had almost graved. But vain he found to fight with elements, so left his sacrilegious bold intents. The Egyptian Apis then he likewise slew, laughing to scorn that Scottish Calvish crew. If all this heat had been for pious end, Cambyses to the clouds we might commend. But he that for the gods himself prefers is more profane than gross idolaters. He, after this, upon suspicion vain, unjustly caused his brother to be slain. Praxaspes into Persia then is sent, to act in secret this his lewd intent. His sister whom incestuously he wed, hearing her harmless brother thus was dead, his woeful death with tears did so bemoan, that by her husband's charge she caught her own. She with her fruit at once were both undone, who would have borne a nephew and a son. O hellish husband, brother, uncle, sire, thy cruelty all ages will admire. This strange severity he sometimes used upon a judge for taking bribes accused, flayed him alive, hung up his stuffed skin over his seat, then placed his son therein, to whom he gave this in remembrance. Like fault must look for the like recompense. His cruelty was come unto that height, he spared nor foe, nor friend, nor favorite. 'Twould be no pleasure, but a tedious thing, to tell the facts of this most bloody king, feared of all, but loved of few or none. All wished his short reign past before 'twas done. At last 2 of his officers, he hears, had set one Smerdis up of the same years, and like in feature to his brother dead, ruling as they thought best under this head. The people, ignorant of what was done, obedience yielded as to Cyrus's son. Touched with this news to Persia he makes, but in the way his sword just vengeance takes. Unsheathes as he his horse mounted on high, and with a mortal thrust wounds him in the thigh, which ends before begun his home-bred war, so yields to death that dreadful conqueror. Grief for his brother's death he did express, and more because he died issueless. The male line of great Cyrus now had end, the female to many ages did extend. A Babylon in Egypt did he make, and Meroe built for his father's sister's sake. 8 years he reigned, a short, yet too long time, cut off in wickedness, in strength, and prime. The interregnum between Cambyses and Darius Hystaspes. Childless Cambyses on the sudden dead, the princes meet to choose one in his stead, of which the chief were 7 called satraps, who like to kings ruled kingdoms as they please, descended of all of Archimedes' blood, and kinsmen in account to the king they stood. And first these noble magi agree upon to thrust the impostor Smerdis out of throne. Then forces instantly they raise and rout the king with his conspirators so stout. But yet for this was done much blood was shed, and 2 of these great peers in field lay dead. Some write that sorely hurt they escaped away, but so or no, sure 'tis they won the day. All things in peace, and rebels thoroughly quelled. A consultation by those states was held, what form of government now to erect, the old or new, which best in what respect. The greater part declined a monarchy, so late crushed by their prince's tyranny, and thought the people would more happy be, if governed by an aristocracy. But others thought, none of the dullest brain, that better one than many tyrants reign. What arguments they used I know not well, To politic it's like for me to tell, but in conclusion they all agree. Out of the 7 a monarch chosen be. All envy to avoid, this was the thought upon a green to meet by rising sun. And he whose horse before the rest should neigh, of all the peers should have presidency. They all attend on the appointed hour, praying to fortune for a kingly power. Then mounting on their snorting coursers proud, Darius' lusty stallion neighed full loud. The nobles all alight bow to their king, and joyful acclamations shrill they ring. 1,000 times, "Long live the king!" they cry. "Let tyranny with dead Cambyses die." Then all attend him to his royal room. Thanks for all this to his crafty stable groom. Darius Hystaspes. Darius by election made king. His title to make strong omits no thing. He 2 of Cyrus's daughters then doth wed, 2 of his nieces takes to nuptial bed, by which he cuts their hopes for future time, that by such steps to kingdom often climb, and now a king by marriage, choice, and blood. 3 strings to his bow, the least of which is good, yet firmly more the people's hearts to bind, made wholesome gentle laws, which pleased each mind. His courtesy and affability much gained the hearts of his nobility, yet notwithstanding all he did so well, the Babylonians against their prince rebel. An host he raised the city to reduce, but men against those walls were of no use. Then brave Zopyrus, for his master's good, his manly face disfigured, spares no blood. With his own hands cuts off his ears and nose, and with a faithful fraud to the town he goes, tells them how harshly the proud king hath dealt, that for their sakes his cruelty he felt. Desiring of the prince to raise the siege, this violence was done him by his liege. This told, for entrance there he stood not long, for they believed his nose more than his tongue. With all the city's strength they him betrust, if he command, obey the greatest must. When opportunity he saw was fit, delivers up the town and all in it. To lose a nose to win a town's no shame, but who dares venture such a stake for the game? Then thy disgrace thine honors manifold, who doth deserve a statue made of gold. Nor can Darius in his monarchy scarce find enough to thank thy loyalty. Yet o'er thy glory we must cast this veil, thy craft more than thy valor did prevail. Darius in the 2nd of his reign, an edict for the Jews published again. The temple to rebuild for that did rest, since Cyrus' time Cambyses did molest. He, like a king, now grants a charter large, out of his own revenues bears the charge, gives sacrifices, wheat, wine, oil, and salt, threats punishment to him that through default shall let the work or keep back anything of what is freely granted by the king. And on all kings he pours out execrations that shall once dare to raise those firm foundations. They, thus backed by the king in spite of foes, built on and prospered till their house they close, and in the 6th year of his friendly reign set up a temple, though a less again. Darius on the Scythians made a war, entering that large and barren county far. A bridge he made, which served for boat and barge, or Ister fair with labor and with charge. But in that desert, mongst his barbarous foes, sharp wants, not swords, his valor did oppose. His army fought with hunger and with cold, which to assail his royal camp were bold. By these alone his host was pinched so sore, he warred defensive, not offensive more. The savages did laugh at his distress, their minds by hieroglyphs they express. A frog, a mouse, a bird, an arrow sent, the king will needs interpret their intent. Possession of water, earth, and air, but wise Gobryas reads not half so fair. Quoth he, like frogs in water we must dive, or like to mice under the earth must live, or fly like birds in unknown ways full quick, or Scythian arrows in our sides must stick. The king, seeing his men and victuals spent, this fruitless war began late to repent. returned with little honor and less gain, his enemies scarce seen, then much less slain. He after this intends Greece to invade, but troubles in less Asia him stayed. Which hushed, he straight so orders his affairs, for Attica an army he prepares, but as before, so now, with ill success, returned with wondrous loss and honorless. Athens, perceiving now her desperate state, armed all she could, which 11,000 made. By brave Melitiades, their chief, being led, Darius' multitudes before them fled. At Marathon this bloody field was fought, where Grecians proved themselves right soldiers stout. The Persians to their galleys post with speed, where Athenians showed a valiant deed. Pursues his flying foes, then on the sand he stays a launching galley with his hand, which soon cut off, enraged he with his left renews his hold, and when of that bereft, his whetted teeth he claps in the firm wood. Off flies his head, down showers his frolic blood. Go Persians, carry home that angry peace, as the best trophy which ye won in Greece. Darius, light yet heavy, home returns, and for revenge his heart still restless burns. His queen Atossa caused all this stir, for Grecian maids, 'tis said, to wait on her. She lost her aim, her husband he lost more, his men, his coin, his honor, and his store. And the ensuing year ended his life, 'tis thought, through grief of his successless strife. 36 years this noble prince did reign, then to his second son did all remain. Xerxes. Xerxes, Darius and Atossa's son, grandchild to Cyrus, now sits on the throne, his eldest brother put beside the place, because this was firstborn of Cyrus's race. His father not so full of lenity, as was his son of pride and cruelty. He with his crown receives a double war, the Egyptians to reduce and Greece to mar. The first began and finished in such haste, none right by whom nor how 'twas overpaced. But for the last he made such preparation, as if to dust he meant to grind that nation. Yet all his men and instruments of slaughter produced but derision and laughter. Sage Artabanus counsel had he taken, and his cousin young Mardonius forsaken. His soldiers' credit wealth at home had stayed, and Greece such wondrous triumphs ne'er had made. The first dehorts and lays before his eyes his father's ill success in his enterprise against the Scythians and Grecians too. What infamy to his honor did accrue. Flattering Mardonius on the other side, with conquest of all Europe feeds his pride. Vain Xerxes thinks his counsel hath most wit, that his ambitious humor best can fit, and by this choice unwarily posts on to present loss, future subversion. Although he hasted, yet 4 years were spent in great provisions for this great intent. His army of all nations was compounded, that the vast Persian government surrounded. His foot was 1,700,000 strong, 800,000 horse to these belong. His camels, beasts for carriage, numberless, for truth's ashamed, how many to express. The charge of all he severally commended, to princes of the Persian blood descended. But the command of these commanders all unto Mardonius made their general. He was the son of the forenamed Gobryas, who married the sister of Darius. Such his land forces were. Then next a fleet of 22,000 galleys meet, manned with Phoenicians and Pamphylians, Cypriots, Dorians, and Sicilians, Lycians, Carians, and Ionians, Aeolians, and the Hellespontines, besides the vessels for his transportation, which to 3,000 came by best relation. Brave Artemisia, Halicarnassus' queen, in Persian present for his aid was seen, whose galley all the rest in neatness pass, save the Sidonians, where Xerxes was. But hers she kept still separate from the rest, for to command alone she judged was best. O noble queen, thy valor I commend, but pity 'twas thine aid thou here didst lend. At Sardis in Lydia all these do meet, Whether rich Pythias comes Xerxes to greet, feasts all this multitude of his own charge, then gives the king a king-like gift full large, 3,000 talents of the purest gold, which mighty sum all wondered to behold. Then humbly to the king he makes request, one of his 5 sons there might be released, to be his age a comfort and a stay. The other 4 he freely gave away. The king calls for the youth, who, being brought, cuts him in twain, for whom his sire besought. Then laid his parts on both sides of the way, twixt which his soldiers marched in good array. For his great love, is this thy recompense? Is this to do like Xerxes or a prince? Thou shame of kings, of men, the detestation. I rhetoric want to pour out execration. First thing he did that's worthy of recount, a sea passage cut behind Athos' mount. Next o'er the Hellespont a bridge he made, of boats together coupled and there laid. But winds and waves those iron bands did break, to cross the sea such strength he found too weak. Then whips the sea, and with a man most vain, he fetters casts therein the same to chain. The workmen put to death the bridge that made, because they wanted skill the same to have stayed. 7,000 galleys chained by Tyrion's skill, firmly at last accomplished his will. 7 days and nights his host without least stay was marching o'er this new devised way. Then in Abydos, plains mustering his forces, he glories his squadrons and his horses. Long viewing them, thought it great happiness one king so many subjects should possess, but yet this sight from him produced tears, that none of those could live 100 years. What after did ensue had he foreseen, of so long time his thoughts had never been. Of Atrabanus he again demands, how of this enterprise his thought now stands. His answer was, both sea and land he feared, which was not vain, as after soon appeared. But Xerxes resolute to Thrace goes first. His host all Lycus drinks to quench its thirst, and for his cattle all Pacirus lake was scarce enough for each draught to take. Then marching on to the strait Thermopylae, the Spartan meets him, brave Leonide. This twixt the mountains lies, half-acre wide, that pleasant Thessaly from Greece divide. 2 days and nights a fight they there maintain, till 20,000 Persians fell down slain. And all that army then dismayed had fled, but that a fugitive discovered, how some might o'er the mountains go about, and wound the backs of those brave warriors stout. They thus, behemmed with multitudes of foes, laid on more fiercely their deep mortal blows. None cries for quarter, nor yet seeks to run, but on their ground they die, each mother's son. O noble Greeks, how now degenerate! Where is the valor of your ancient state? When as 1,000 could 1,000,000 daunt, alas, it is Leonidas you want. This shameful victory cost Xerxes dear. Among the rest 2 brothers he lost there, and as at land, so he at sea was crossed. 400 stately ships by storms were lost, of vessels small almost innumerable. The harbors to contain them were not able, yet thinking to outmatch his foes at sea, enclosed their fleet in the strait of Eurobe. But they, as fortunate at sea as land, in this strait as the other firmly stand. And Xerxes' mighty galleys battered so, that their split sides witnessed his overthrow. Then in the strait of Salamis he tried, if that small number of his great force could bide. But he, in daring of his forward foe, received there a shameful overthrow. Twice beaten thus at sea, he warred no more. But then the Phocians' country wasted sore. They no way able to withstand his force. The brave Themistocles takes this wise course. In secret manner word to Xerxes sends, that Greeks to break his bridge shortly intend, and, as a friend, warns him, whate'er he do, for his retreat to have an eye thereto. He, hearing this, his thoughts and course home bended, much fearing that which never was intended. Yet for he went to help out his expense, Part of his host to Delphos sent from thence, to rob the wealthy temple of Apollo, but mischief sacrilege doth ever follow. 2 mighty rocks break from Parnassus hill, and many thousands of those men did kill, which accident the rest affrighted so, with empty hands they to their master go, he finding all to tend to his decay, fearing his bridge no longer there would stay. 300,000 yet he left behind, with his Mardonius index of mind, who for his sake he knew would venture far, chief investigator of this hapless war. He instantly to Athens sends for peace, that all hostility from thenceforth cease, and that with Xerxes they would be at once. So should all favor to their state be shown, the Spartans fearing Athens would agree, as had Macedon, Thebes, and Thessaly, and leave them out this shock now to sustain. By their ambassador they thus complain, that Xerxes' quarrel was gainst Athens' state, and they had helped them as confederate. If in their need they should forsake their friend, their infamy would last till all things end. But the Athenians this peace detest, and thus replied to Mardon's request, that while the sun did run his endless course, against the Persians they would bend their force, nor could the brave ambassador he sent with rhetoric gain better compliment, a Macedonian born, a great commander, no less the grandsire to great Alexander. Mardonius proud, hearing this answer stout, to add more to his numbers lays about, and of those Greeks which by his skill he won, he 50,000 joins unto his own. The other Greeks which were confederate, in all 110,000 made. The Athenians could but 40,000 arm. The rest had weapons, would do little harm. But that which helped defects and made them bold was victory by oracle foretold. Then for one battle shortly all provide, where both their controversies they'll decide. 10 days these armies did each other face. Mardonius, finding victuals waste apace, no longer dared, but bravely onset gave. The other not a hand or sword would wave, till in the entrails of their sacrifice the signal of their victory did rise, which found, like Greeks they fight, the Persians fly, and troublesome Mardonius now must die. All's lost, and of 300,000 men, 3,000 only can run home again. For pity, let those few to Xerxes go, to certify his final overthrow. Same day the small remainder of his fleet the Grecians at Mycale in Asia meet, and there so utterly they wrecked the same, scarce one was left to carry home the fame. Thus did the Greeks consume, destroy, disperse that army which did fight the universe. Scorn Xerxes hated for his cruelty, yet ceases not to act his villainy. His brother's wife solicits to his will, the chaste and beauteous dame refused still. Some years by him in this vain suit were spent, nor prayers nor gifts could win him least content, nor matching of her daughter to his son, but she was still as when he first begun. When jealous Queen Amestris of this knew, she harpy-like upon the lady flew, cut off her breasts, her lips, her nose and ears, and leaves her thus besmeared in blood and tears. Straight comes her lord, and finds his wife thus lie. The sorrow of his heart did close his eye, he dying to behold that wounding sight, where he had sometime gazed with great delight, to see that face where rose and lilies stood, o'erflown with torrents of her guiltless blood, to see those breasts where chastity did dwell, thus cut and mangled by a hag of hell. With laden heart unto the king he goes, tells as he could his unexpressed woes, but for all his deep complaints and showers of tears, his brother's recompense was naught but jeers. The grieved prince, finding nor right nor love, to Bactria his household did remove. His brother sent soon after him a crew, which him and his most barbarously there slew. Unto such height did grow his cruelty, of life no man had least security. And last his uncle did his death conspire, and for that end his eunuch he did hire, who privately him smothered in his bed, but yet by search he was found murdered. Then Artabanus, hirer of this deed, that from suspicion he might be freed, accused Darius, Xerxes' eldest son, to be the author of the crime was done, and by his craft ordered the matter so, that the prince innocent to death did go. But in short time this wickedness was known, for which he died, and not he alone, but all his family was likewise slain. Such justice in the Persian court did reign. The eldest son thus immaturely dead, the second was enthroned in his father's stead. Artaxerxes Longimanus. Among the monarchs next this prince had place, the best that ever sprung of Cyrus' race. He first war with revolted Egypt made, to whom the perjured Grecians lent their aid, although to Xerxes they not long before a league of amity had firmly swore, which had they kept, Greece had more nobly done, than when the world they after overrun. Greeks and Egyptians both he overthrows, and pays them both according as he owes, which done a sumptuous feast makes like a king, where 90 days are spent in banqueting. His princes, nobles, and his captains calls to be partakers of these festivals. His hangings white and green and purple dye, with gold and silver beds most gorgeously. The royal wine in golden cups did pass, to drink more than he list none bidden was. Queen Vashti also feasts, but for 'tis ended, she's from her royalty, alas, suspended. And one more worthy placed in her room, by Memucan's advice, so was the doom. What Esther was and did, the story read, and how her countrymen from spoil she freed. Of Haman's fall and Mordecai's great rise, the might of the prince, the tribute of the isles. Good Ezra in the 7th year of his reign did for the Jews commission large obtain, with gold and silver and whate'er they need. His bounty did Darius far exceed, and Nehemiah in his 20th year went to Jerusalem, his city dear, rebuilt those walls which long in rubbish lay, and o'er his opposites still got the day. Unto this king Themistocles did fly, when under ostracism he did lie. For such ingratitude did Athens show this valiant knight, whom they so much did owe. Such royal bounty from his prince he found, that in his loyalty his heart was bound. The king, not little joyful of this chance, thinking his Grecian wars now to advance, and for that end great preparation made, fair Attica a 3rd time to invade. His grandsire's old disgrace did vex him sore, his father Xerxes' loss and shame much more. For punishment their breach of oath did call this noble Greek, now fit for general. Provisions then, and season being fit, to Themistocles this war he doth commit, who for his wrong he could not choose but deem his country nor his friends would much esteem. But he all injury had soon forgot, and to this native land could bear no hate, nor yet disloyal to his prince would prove, by whom obliged, by bounty and by love. Either to wrong did wound his heart so sore, to wrong himself by death he chose before. In this sad conflict marching on his ways, strong poison took, so put an end to his days. The king, this noble captain having lost, dispersed again his newly levied host. Rest of his time in peace he did remain, and died the 42 of his reign. Darius Nothus. 3 great Artaxerxes left behind, the eldest to succeed, that was his mind. His second brother with him fell at strife, still making war till first had lost his life. Then the survivor by Nothus slain, who now sole monarch doth of all remain. The first 2 sons are, by historians thought, by fair Queen Esther to her husband brought. If so they were, the greater was her moan, that for such graceless wretches she did groan. Revolting Egypt 'gainst this king rebels, his garrison drives out, that 'mongst them dwells. Join with the Greeks, and so maintains their right. For 60 years marg the Persians' might. A second trouble after this succeeds, which from remissness in less Asia breeds. Amorgus, whom for viceroy he ordained, revolts treasure and people having gained, plunders the country, and much mischief wrought, before things could to quietness be brought. The king was glad with Sparta to make peace, that so he might those troubles soon appease. But they in Asia must first restore all towns held by his ancestors before. The king much profit reaped by this league, regains his own, then doth the rebel break, whose strength by Grecians' help was overthrown, and so each man again possessed his own. This king, Cambyses-like, his sister wed, to which his pride more than his lusts him led. For Persian kings then deemed themselves so good, no match was high enough but their own blood. 2 sons she bore, the youngest Cyrus named, a prince whose worth by Xenophon is famed. His father would no notice of that take, prefers his brother for his birthright's sake, but Cyrus scorns his brother's feeble wit, and takes more on him than was judged fit. The king, provoked, sends for him to the court, meaning to chastise him in sharpest sort. But in his slow approach, ere he came there, his father died, so put an end to his fear. About 19 years this Nothus reigned, which run his large dominions left to his eldest son. Artaxerxes Mnemon. Mnemon now sat upon his father's throne, yet fears all he enjoys is not his own. Still on his brother casts a jealous eye, judging his actions tend to his injury. Cyrus, on the other side, weighs in his mind what help in his enterprise he's like to find. His interest in the kingdom, now next heir, more dear to his mother than his brother far, his brother's little love like to be gone, held by his mother's intercision. These and like motives hurry him amain, to win by force what right he could not obtain, and thought it best now in his mother's time by lower steps toward the top to climb, if in his enterprise he should fall short. She to the king would make a fair report. He hoped if fraud nor force the crown would gain, her prevalence a pardon might obtain. From the lieutenant first he takes away some towns commodious in less Asia, pretending still the profit of the king, whose rents and customs duly he sent in. The king, finding revenues now amended, for what was done seemed no whit offended. The next he takes the Spartans into pay. 1 Greek could make 10 Persians run away. Great care was his pretense those soldiers stout the rovers in Pisidia should drive out. But lest one blacker news should fly to court, prepares himself to carry the report. And for that end 500 horse he chose, with posting speed on toward the king he goes. But fame more quick arrives ere he comes there, and fills the court with tumult and with fear, the old queen and the young at bitter jars. The last accused the first for these sad wars. The wife against the mother still doth cry to be the author of conspiracy. The king dismayed a mighty host doth raise, which Cyrus hears, and so forslows his pace. But as he goes his forces still augments, 700 Greeks repair for his intents, and others to be warned by this new son, in numbers from his brother daily run. The fearful king at last musters his forces, and counts 900,000 foot and horses. 300,000 he to Syria sent, to keep those straits his brother to prevent. Their captain, hearing but of Cyrus' name, forsook his charge to his eternal shame. This place so made by nature and by art, few might have kept it had they had a heart. Cyrus despaired a passage there to gain, so hired a fleet to waft him o'er the main. The amazed king was then about to fly to Bactria, and for a time there lie. Had not his captains, sore against his will, by reason and by force detained him still, up then with speed a mighty trench he throws, for his security against his foes. 6 yards the depth, and 40 miles in length, some 50 or else 60 foot in breadth. Yet for his brother's coming durst not stay, he safest was when farthest out of the way. Cyrus, finding his camp, and no man there, was not a little jocund at his fear. On this he and his soldiers careless grow, and here and there in carts their arms they throw. when suddenly their scouts come in and cry, "Arm! Arm! The king with all his host is nigh!" In this confusion, each man as he might gets on his arms, arrays himself for fight, and ranged stood by Euphrates' side, the brunt of that huge multitude to abide, of whose great numbers their intelligence was gathered by the dust that rose from thence, which like a mighty cloud darkened the sky, and blacker grew as they drew nigh. But when their order and their silence saw, that more than multitudes their hearts did awe, for tumult and confusion they expected, and all good discipline to be neglected. But long under their fears did they not stay, for at first charge the Persians ran away, which did such courage to the Grecians bring, they all adored Cyrus for their king. So had he been, and got the victory, had not his too much valor put him by. He with 600 on a squadron set of thousands 6 wherein the king was yet, and brought his soldiers on so gallantly, they ready were to leave their king and fly, whom Cyrus spies cries aloud, "I see the man!" And with a full career at him he ran, and in his speed a dart him hit in the eye. Down Cyrus falls and yields to destiny. His host in chase know not of this disaster, but tread down all so to advance their master. But when his head they spy upon a lance, who knows the sudden change made by this chance? Senseless and mute they stand, yet breathe out groans, nor Gorgon's head like this transformed to stones. After this trance revenge new spirits blew, and now more eagerly their foes pursue. And heaps on heaps such multitudes they laid, their arms grew weary by their slaughters made. The king unto a country village flies, and for a while unkingly there he lies. At last displays his ensign on a hill, hoping by that to make the Greeks stand still, but was deceived. To him they run amain. The king upon the spur runs back again, but they too faint still to pursue their game. Being victors, oft now to their camp they came. Nor lacked they any of their number small, nor wound received but one among them all. The king with his dispersed also encamped, with infamy upon each forehead stamped. His hurried thoughts he after recollects, of this day's cowardice he fears the effects. If Greeks in their own country should declare what dastards in the field the Persians are, they in short time might place one on his throne, and rob him both of scepter and of crown. To hinder their return by craft or force, he judged his wisest and his safest course. Then sends that to his tent they straight address, and there all wait his mercy weaponless. The Greeks with scorn reject his proud commands, asking no favor where they feared no bans. The troubled king his herald sends again, and sues for peace, that they his friends remain. The smiling Greeks reply they first must bait. They were too hungry to capitulate. The king great store of all provisions sends, and courtesy to the utmost he pretends. Such terror on the Persians then did fall, they quaked to hear them to each other call. The king perplexed, there dares not let them stay, and fears as much to let them march away. But kings ne'er want such as can serve their will, fit instruments to accomplish what is ill. And Tissaphernes, knowing his master's mind, their chief commanders feasts, and yet more kind, with all the oaths and deepest flattery, gets them to treat with him in privacy, but violates his honor and his word, and villain-like there puts them all to the sword. The Greeks, seeing their valiant captains slain, choose Xenophon to lead them home again. But Tissaphernes, what he could devise, did stop the way in this their enterprise. But when through difficulties all they break, the country burned, they no relief might take. But on they march, through hunger and through cold, o'er mountains, rocks, and hills, as lions bold. Nor rivers course, nor Persians' force could stay, but on to Trebizond they kept their way. There was of Greeks settled a colony, who after all received them joyfully, thus finishing their travail, danger, pain. In peace they saw their native soil again. The Greeks, now as the Persian king suspected, the Asiatics' cowardice detected, the many victories themselves did gain, the many thousand Persians they had slain, and how their nation with faculty might gain the universal monarchy. They then Dercyllidas send with a host, who with the Spartans on the Asian coast, town after town, with small resistance takes, which rumor makes great Artaxerxes quake. The Greeks, by this success encouraged so, their king Agesilaus doth overgo. By Tissaphernes he's encountered, lieutenant to the king, but soon he fled, which overthrow incensed the king so sore that Tisipherne must be viceroy no more. Tithristes then is placed in his stead, commission hath to take the other's head. Of that perjurous wretch this was the fate, whom the old queen did bear a mortal hate. Tithristes trusts more to his wit than arms, and hopes by craft to quit his master's harms. He knows that many a town in Greece envies the Spartan state, which now so fast did rise. To them he 30,000 talents sent, with suit their arms against their foes be bent. They, to their discontent receiving hire, with broils and quarrels set all Greece on fire. Agesilaus is called home with speed. To defend more than offend there was need. Their winnings lost, and peace they're glad to take, on such conditions as the king will make. Dissension in Greece continued so long, till many a captain fell, both wise and strong, whose courage naught but death could ever tame. 'Mongst these Epaminondas wants no fame, who had, as noble Raleigh doth evince, all the peculiar virtues of a prince. But let us leave these Greeks to discord bent, and turn to Persia as is pertinent. The king, from foreign parts, now well at ease, his home-bred troubles sought how to appease. The two queens by his means seemed to abate their former envy and inveterate hate. But the old queen, implacable in strife, by poison caused the young to lose her life. The king, highly enraged, doth thereupon from court exile her unto Babylon, but shortly calls her home, her counsels prize, a lady very wicked, but yet wise. Then in voluptuousness he leads his life, and weds his daughter for a second wife. But long in ease and pleasure did not lie. His sons sore vexed him by disloyalty, such as would know at large his wars and reign. What troubles in his house he did sustain. His match incestuous, cruelties of the queen, his life may read in Plutarch to be seen. 43 years he ruled, then turned to dust, a king nor good, nor valiant, wise, nor just. Darius Ochus. Ochus, a wicked and rebellious son, succeeds in throne, his father being gone. 2 of his brothers in his father's days, to his great grief, most subtly he slays, and, being king, commands those that remain, of brethren and of kindred to be slain, then raises forces, conquers Egypt land, which in rebellion 60 years did stand, and in the 23rd of his cruel reign, was by his eunuch, the proud Bagoas, slain. Arsames, or Arsace. Arsames, placed now in his father's stead, by him that late his father murdered. Some write that Arsames was Ochus' brother, enthroned by Bagoas in the room of the other. But why his brother for his son succeeds, I can no reason give, 'cause none I read. His brother, as 'tis is said, long since was slain, and scarce a nephew left that now might reign. What acts he did, time hath not now left penned, but most suppose in him did Cyrus end, whose race long time had worn the diadem, but now's devolved to another stem. 3 years he reigned, then drank his father's cup, by the same eunuch who first set him up. Darius Codominus. Darius, by this Bagoas set enthroned, complotter with him in the murder done. He was no sooner settled in his reign, but Bagoas falls to his practices again. And the same sauce had served him, no doubt, but that his treason timely was found out. And so this wretch, a punishment too small, lost but his life for his horrid treasons all. This Cobdominus, now upon the stage, was to his predecessors chamber page. Some right great Cyrus line was not yet run, but from some daughter this new king was sprung. If so or not, we cannot tell, but find that several men will have their several mind. Yet in such differences we may be bold, with the learned and judicious still to hold. And this mongst all's no controverted thing, that this Darius was last Persian king, whose wars and losses we may better tell in Alexander's reign, who did him quell. How from the top of world's felicity he fell to depths of greatest misery, whose honors, treasures, pleasures had short stay. One deluge came and swept them all away, and in the 6th year of his hapless reign, of all did scarce his winding sheet remain, and last a sad catastrophe to end. Him to the grave did traitor Bessus send. End of section 9. Read by Dylan Paul, Lynchburg, Virginia, June 18th, 2026.
Section 10 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Monarchies, Part 3. Xerxes. Xerxes, Darius's and Atossa's son, grandchild to Cyrus, now sits on the throne, his eldest brother put beside the place because this was firstborn of Cyrus's race. His father not so full of lenity as was his son of pride and cruelty. He with his crown receives a double war, the Egyptians to reduce and Greece to mar. The first began and finished in such haste, none right by whom nor how 'twas overpast. But for the last he made such preparation as if to dust he meant to grind that nation. Yet all his men and instruments of slaughter produced but derision and laughter. Sage Artabanus' counsel had he taken, and his cousin young Mardonius forsaken. His soldiers, credit, wealth, at home had stayed, and Greece such wondrous triumphs ne'er had made. The first dehorts and lays before his eyes, his father's ill success in his enterprise against the Scythians, and Grecians too. What infamy to his honour did accrue! Flattering Mardonius on the other side, with conquest of all Europe, feels his pride. Vain Xerxes thinks his counsel hath most wit, that his ambitious humour best can fit, and by this choice unwarily posts on to present loss, future subversion. Although he hasted, yet 4 years were spent in great provisions for his great intent. His army of all nations was compounded, that the vast Persian government surrounded. His foot was 700,000 strong, 800,000 horse to these belong. His camels, beasts for carriage, numberless, for truth's ashamed how many to express. The charge of all he severally commended, to princes of the Persian blood descended. But the command of these commanders all unto Mardonius made their general. He was the son of the forenamed Gobryas, who married the sister of Darius. Such his land forces were. Then next a fleet of 22,000 galleys meet, manned with Phoenicians and Pamphylians, Cypriots, Dorians and Sicilians, Lycians, Carians and Ionians, Aeolians and the Hellespontines, besides the vessel for his transportation, which to 3,000 came by best relation. Brave Artemisia, Halicarnassus' queen, in person present for his aid was seen, whose galleys all the rest in neatness pass, save the Sidonians, where Xerxes was. But hers she kept still separate from the rest, for to command alone she judged was best. O noble queen, thy valour I commend. but pity 'twas thine aid thou here didst lend. At Sardis in Lydia all these do meet, whither rich Pythias comes Xerxes to greet, feasts all this multitude of his own charge, then gives the king a king-like gift full large, 3,000 talents of the purest gold, which mighty sum all wondered to behold. Then humbly to the king he makes request, one of his 5 sons there might be released, to be to his age a comfort and a stay. The other 4 he freely gave away. The king calls for the youth, who being brought cuts him in twain, for whom his sire besought. Then laid his parts on both sides of the way, twixt which his soldiers marched in good array. For his great love, is this thy recompense? Is this to do like Xerxes or a prince? Thou shame of kings, of men the detestation, I rhetoric want to pour out execration. First thing he did that's worthy of recount, a sea passage cut behind Athos mount. Next o'er the Hellespont a bridge he made of boats together coupled and there laid. But winds and waves those iron bands did break. To cross the sea such strength he found too weak. Then whips the sea, and with a mind most vain he fetters cast therein, the same to chain. The workmen put to death the bridge that made, because they wanted skill the same to have stayed. 7,000 galleys chained by Tyrion's skill firmly at last accomplished his will. 7 days and nights his host without least stay was marching o'er this new devised way. Then in Abydos plains, mustering his forces, he glories in his squadrons and his horses. Long viewing them, thought it great happiness one king so many subjects should possess. But yet this sight from him produced tears, that none of those could live 100 years. What after did ensue had he foreseen, of so long time his thoughts had never been. Of Artabanus he again demands, how of this enterprise his thought now stands. His answer was, both sea and land he feared, which was not vain, as after soon appeared. But Xerxes resolute to Thrace goes first, his host all Lycus drinks to quench its thirst. And for his cattle all Picirus lake was scarce enough for each a draught to take. Then marching on to the strait Thermopylae, the Spartan meets him, brave Leonidae. 'Twas twixt the mountains, lies half-acre wide, that pleasant Thessaly from Greece divide. 2 days and nights a fight they there maintain, till 20,000 Persians fell down, slain. And all that army then, dismayed, had fled, but that a fugitive discovered how some might o'er the mountains go about, and wound the backs of those brave warriors stout. They thus, behemmed with multitude of foes, laid on more fiercely their deep mortal blows. None cries for quarter, nor yet seeks to run, but on their ground they die, each mother's son. O noble Greeks, how now degenerate! Where is the valour of your ancient state, when as 1,000 could 1,000,000 daunt? Alas, it is Leonidas you want. This shameful victory cost Xerxes dear. Among the rest 2 brothers he lost there, and as at land, so he at sea was crossed. 400 stately ships by storms were lost. Of vessels small, almost innumerable, the harbours to contain them were not able. Yet, thinking to outmatch his foes at sea, enclosed their fleet in the strait of Euboea. But they, as fortunate at sea as land, in this strait as the other, firmly stand. And Xerxes' mighty galleys battered so that their split sides witnessed his overthrow. Then in the strait of Salamis he tried, of that small number his great force could bide. But he, in daring of his forward foe, received there a shameful overthrow. Twice beaten thus at sea he warred no more, but then the Phocians' country wasted sore. They no way able to withstand his force. The brave Themistocles takes this wise course. In secret manner word to Xerxes sends that Greeks to break his bridge shortly intend, and as a friend warns him, whate'er he do, for his retreat to have an eye thereto. He, hearing this, his thoughts and course home bended, much fearing that which never was intended. Yet, for he went to help out his expense, part of his host to Delphos sent from thence, to rob the wealthy temple of Apollo. But mischief sacrilege doth ever follow. 2 mighty rocks break from Parnassus hill, and many thousands of those men did kill, which accident the rest affrighted so, with empty hands they to their master go. He, finding all to tend to his decay, fearing his bridge, no longer there would stay. 300,000 yet he left behind, with his Mardonius, index of his mind, who for his sake he knew would venture far, chief instigator of this hapless war. He instantly to Athens sends for peace, that all hostility from thenceforth cease, and that with Xerxes they would be at one, so should all favour to their state be shown. The Spartans, fearing Athens would agree, as had Macedon, Thebes, and Thessaly, and leave them out, this shock now to sustain, by their ambassador they thus complain that Xerxes' quarrel was 'gainst Athens' state, and they had helped them as confederate. If in their need they should forsake their friend, their infamy would last, till all things end. But the Athenians this peace detest, and thus replied unto Mardon's request, that while the sun did run his endless course against the Persians, they would bend their force. Nor could the brave ambassador he sent with rhetoric gain better compliment, a Macedonian born, and great commander, no less than grandsire to great Alexander. Mardonius proud, hearing this answer stout, to add more to his numbers, lays about, and of those Greeks which by his skill he won, he 50,000 joins unto his own. The other Greeks which were confederate, in all 110,000 made. The Athenians could but 40,000 arm, the rest had weapons, would do little harm, but that which helped defects, and made them bold, was victory by oracle foretold. Then for one battle shortly all provide, where both their controversies they'll decide. 10 days these armies did each other face. Mardonius, finding victuals waste apace, no longer dared, but bravely onset gave. The other not a hand or sword would wave, till in the entrails of their sacrifice the signal of their victory did rise. Which found, like Greeks they fight, the Persians fly, and troublesome Mardonius now must die. All's lost, and of 300,000 men 3,000 only can run home again. For pity let those few to Xerxes go, to certify his final overthrow. Same day the small remainder of his fleet the Grecians at Mycale in Asia meet, and there so utterly they wrecked the same, scarce one was left to carry home the fame. Thus did the Greeks consume, destroy, disperse that army which did fright the universe. Scorned Xerxes, hated for his cruelty, yet ceases not to act his villainy. His brother's wife solicits to his will, the chaste and beauteous dame refused still. Some years by him in this vain suit were spent, nor prayers nor gifts could win him least content, nor matching of her daughter to his son. But she was still as when he first begun. When jealous Queen Amestris of this knew, she, harpy-like, upon the lady flew, cut off her breasts, her lips, her nose and ears, and leaves her thus besmeared in blood and tears. Straight comes her lord, and finds his wife thus lie. The sorrow of his heart did close his eye. He, dying to behold that wounding sight, where he had sometime gazed with great delight, to see that face where rose and lilies stood, or flown with torrents of her guiltless blood, to see those breasts where chastity did dwell, thus cut and mangled by a hag of hell. With laden heart unto the king he goes, tells as he could his unexpressed woes. But for his deep complaints and showers of tears, his brother's recompense was naught but jeers. The grieved prince, finding nor right nor love, to Bactria his household did remove. His brother sent soon after him a crew, which him and his most barbarously there slew. and to such height did grow his cruelty, of life no man had least security. At last his uncle did his death conspire, and for that end his eunuch he did hire, who privately him smothered in his bed, but yet by search he was found murdered. Then Artabanus, hirer of this deed, that from suspicion he might be freed, accused Darius, Xerxes' eldest son, to be the author of the crime was done, and by his craft ordered the matter so that the prince, innocent, to death did go. But in short time this wickedness was known, for which he died, and not he alone, but all his family was likewise slain. Such justice in the Persian court did reign. The eldest son, thus immaturely dead, the second was enthroned in his father's stead. Artaxerxes Longimanus. Amongst the monarchs next this prince had place, the best that ever sprung of Cyrus's race. He first war with revolted Egypt made, to whom the perjured Grecians lent their aid, although to Xerxes they had not long before a league of amity firmly swore, which they had kept. Greece had more nobly done than when the world they after overrun. Greeks and Egyptians both he overthrows, and pays them both according as he owes, which done, a sumptuous feast makes like a king, where 90 days are spent in banqueting. His princes, nobles, and his captains calls to be partakers of these festivals. His hangings, white and green and purple dye, with gold and silver beds most gorgeously. The royal wine in golden cups did pass, to drink more than he list, none bidden was. Queen Vashti also feasts, but for 'tis ended, she's from her royalty alas suspended, and one more worthy placed in her room. By Memucan's advice, so was the doom. What Esther was and did, the story read, and how her countrymen from spoil she freed, of Haman's fall and Mordecai's great rise, the might of the prince, the tribute of the isles. Good Ezra in the 7th year of his reign did for the Jews commission large obtain, with gold and silver and whate'er they need. His bounty did Darius's far exceed, and Nehemiah in his 20th year went to Jerusalem, his city dear, rebuilt those walls which long in rubbish lay, and o'er his opposites still got the day. Unto this king Themistocles did fly, when under ostracism he did lie. For such ingratitude did Athens show this valiant knight, whom they so much did owe. Such royal bounty from his prince he found, that in his loyalty his heart was bound. The king, not little joyful of this chance, thinking his Grecian wars now to advance, and for that end great preparation made, fair Attica a 3rd time to invade. His grandsire's old disgrace did vex him sore, his father Xerxes' loss and shame, much more. For punishment their breach of oath did call this noble Greek now fit for general. Provisions then and season being fit, to Themistocles this war he doth commit, who for his wrong he could not choose but deem his country nor his friends would much esteem. But he all injury had soon forgot, and to his native land could bear no hate, nor yet disloyal to his prince would prove, by whom obliged by bounty and by love. Either to wrong did wound his heart so sore, to wrong himself by death he chose before. In this sad conflict, marching on his ways, strong poison took, so put an end to his days. The king, this noble captain having lost, dispersed again his newly levied host. Rest of his time in peace he did remain, and died the 42 of his reign. Darius Notus. 3 sons great Artaxerxes left behind, the eldest to succeed, that was his mind. His second brother with him fell at strife, still making war till first had lost his life. Then the survivor is by Notus slain, who now sole monarch doth of all remain. The first 2 sons are by historians thought by fair Queen Esther to her husband brought. If so they were, the greater was her moan, that for such graceless wretches she did groan. Revolting Egypt 'gainst this king rebels, his garrison drives out that 'mongst them dwells. Joins with the Greeks, and so maintains their right for 60 years, maugre the Persians' might. A second trouble after this succeeds, which from remissness in less Asia breeds. Amorges, whom for viceroy here ordained, revolts, treasure and people having gained, plunders the country and much mischief wrought, before things could to quietness be brought. The king was glad with Sparta to make peace, that so he might those troubles soon appease. But they in Asia must first restore all towns held by his ancestors before. The king, much profit reaped by this league, regains his own, then doth the rebel break, whose strength by Grecians' help was overthrown, and so each man again possessed his own. This king, Cambyses like, his sister wed, to which his pride more than his lust him led. For Persian kings then deemed themselves so good, no match was high enough but their own blood. 2 sons she bore, the youngest Cyrus named, a prince whose worth by Xenophon is famed. His father would no notice of that take, prefers his brother for his birthright's sake. But Cyrus scorns his father's feeble wit, and takes more on him than was judged fit. The king, provoked, sends for him to the court, meaning to chastise him in sharpest sort. But in his slow approach, ere he came there, his father died, so put an end to his fear. About 19 years this Notus reigned, which, run, his large dominions left to his eldest son. Artaxerxes, Mnemon. Mnemon now sat upon his father's throne, yet fears all he enjoys is not his own. Still on his brother casts a jealous eye, judging his actions tend to his injury. Cyrus, on the other hand, weighs in his mind what help in his enterprise he's like to find. This interest in the kingdom, now next heir, more dear to his mother than his brother, far. His brother's little love like to be gone, held by his mother's intercession. These and like motives hurry him amain to win by force what right could not obtain, and thought it best, now, in his mother's time, by lower steps toward the top to climb. If in his enterprise he should fall short, she to the king would make a fair report. He hoped, if fraud nor force the crown would gain, her prevalence a pardon might obtain. From the lieutenant first he takes away some towns, commodious in less Asia, pretending still the profit of the king, whose rents and customs duly he sent in. The king, finding revenues now amended, for what was done, seemed no whit offended. Then next he takes the Spartans into pay. 1 Greek could make 10 Persians run away. Great care was his pretence, those soldiers stout, the rovers in Pisidia should drive out. But lest some blacker news should fly to court, prepares himself to carry the report, and for that end 500 horse he chose. With posting speed on toward the king he goes. But fame, more quick, arrives ere he comes there, and fills the court with tumult and with fear. The old queen and the young at bitter jars, the last accuse the first for these sad wars. The wife against the mother still doth cry to be the author of conspiracy. The king, dismayed, a mighty host doth raise, which Cyrus hears, and so forslows his pace. But as he goes, his forces still augments. 700 Greeks repair for his intents, and others to be warmed by this new son in numbers from his brother daily run. The fearful king at last musters his forces, and counts 900,000 foot and horses. 300,000 he to Syria sent, to keep those straits his brother to prevent. Their captain, hearing but of Cyrus' name, forsook his charge to his eternal shame. This place so made by nature and by art, few might have kept it had they had a heart. Cyrus despaired a passage there to gain, so hired a fleet to waft him o'er the main. The amazed king was then about to fly to Bactria, and for a time there lie, had not his captains, sore against his will, by reason and by force, detained him still. Up then with speed a mighty trench he throws, for his security against his foes. 6 yards the depth, and 40 miles in length, some 50 or else 60 foot in breadth. Yet for his brother's coming durst not stay. He safest was when farthest out of the way. Cyrus, finding his camp and no man there, was not a little jocund at his fear. On this he and his soldiers careless grow, and here and there in carts their arms they throw, when suddenly their scouts come in and cry, "Arm! Arm! The king with all his host is nigh!" In this confusion each man as he might gets on his arms, arrays himself for fight, and ranged, stood by great Euphrates' side, the brunt of that huge multitude to abide, of whose great numbers their intelligence was gathered by the dust that rose from thence, which like a mighty cloud darkened the sky, and blacker grew as they drew nigh. But when their order and their silence saw, that more than multitudes their hearts did awe, for tumult and confusion they expected, and all good discipline to be neglected. But long under their fears they did not stay, for at first charge the Persians ran away, which did such courage to the Grecians bring, they all adored Cyrus for their king. So had he been, and got the victory, had not his too much valour put him by. He with 600 on a squadron set of thousands, 6 wherein the king was yet, and brought his soldiers on so gallantly, they ready were to leave their king and fly, whom Cyrus spies, cries aloud, "I see the man," and with a full career at him he ran, and in his speed a dart him hit in the eye. Down Cyrus falls, and yields to destiny. His host in chase know not of this disaster, but tread down all, so to advance their master. But when his head they spy upon a lance, who knows the sudden change made by this chance? Senseless and mute they stand, yet breathe out groans, nor Gorgon's head like this transformed to stones. After this trance, revenge new spirits blew, and now more eagerly their foes pursue. And heaps on heaps such multitudes they laid, their arms grew weary by their slaughters made. The king unto a country village flies, and for a while unkingly there he lies. At last displays his ensign on a hill, hoping by that to make the Greeks stand still, but was deceived. To him they run amain. The king upon the spur runs back again. But they, too faint still to pursue their game, being victors oft, now to their camp they came. Nor lacked they any of their number small, nor wound received but one among them all. The king with his dispersed also encamped, with infamy upon each forehead stamped. His hurried thoughts he after recollects, of this day's cowardice he fears the effects. If Greeks in their own country should declare what dastards in the field the Persians are, they in short time might place one on his throne, and rob him both of sceptre and of crown. To hinder their return by craft or force, he judged his wisest and his safest course. Then sends that to his tent they straight address, and there all wait his mercy weaponless. The Greeks with scorn reject his proud commands, asking no favour where they feared no bands. The troubled king his herald sends again, and sues for peace, that they his friends remain. The smiling Greeks reply they first must bait. They were too hungry to capitulate. The king great store of all provisions sends, and courtesy to the utmost he pretends. Such terror on the Persians then did fall, they quaked to hear them to each other call. The king perplexed there dares not let them stay, and fears as much to let them march away. But kings ne'er want such as can serve their will, fit instruments to accomplish what is ill. As Tissaphernes, knowing his master's mind, their chief commanders feasts, and yet more kind, with all the oaths and deepest flattery, gets them to treat with him in privacy, but violates his honour and his word, and villain-like there puts them all to the sword. The Greeks, seeing their valiant captains slain, chose Xenophon to lead them home again. But Tissaphernes, what he could devise, did stop the way in this their enterprise. But when through difficulties all they break, the country burned, they no relief might take. But on they march, through hunger and through cold, o'er mountains, rocks, and hills, as lions bold. Nor river's course, nor Persian's force could stay, but on to Trebizond they kept their way. There was of Greeks settled a colony, who after all received them joyfully. Thus, finishing their travail, danger, pain, in peace they saw their native soil again. The Greeks now, as the Persian king suspected, the Asiatics' cowardice detected. The many victories themselves did gain, the many thousand Persians they had slain, and how their nation with facility might gain the universal monarchy. They then Dercyllidas send with an host, who, with the Spartans on the Asian coast, town after town with small resistance takes, which rumour makes great Artaxerxes quake. The Greeks by this success encouraged so, their king Agesilaus doth overgo. By Tissaphernes he's encountered, lieutenant to the king, but soon he fled, which overthrow incensed the king so sore that Tissaphernes must be viceroy no more. Tithrostes then is placed in his stead, commission hath to take the other's head. Of that perjurious wretch this was the fate, whom the old queen did bear a mortal hate. Tithrostes trusts more to his wit than arms, and hopes by craft to quit his master's harms. He knows that many a town in Greece envies the Spartan state, which now so fast did rise. To them he 30,000 talents sent, with suit their arms against their foes be bent. They to their discontent receiving hire, with broils and quarrels set all Greece on fire. Agesilaus is called home with speed. To defend more than offend, there was need. Their winnings lost, and peace they're glad to take on such conditions as the king will make. Dissension in Greece continued so long, till many a captain fell, both wise and strong, whose courage naught but death could ever tame. 'Mongst these Epaminondas wants no fame, who had as noble Raleigh doth evince all the peculiar virtues of a prince. But let us leave these Greeks to discord bent, and turn to Persia, as is pertinent. The king, from foreign parts now well at ease, his home-bred troubles sought now to appease. The two queens by his means seemed to abate their former envy and inveterate hate, but the old queen, implacable in strife, by poison caused the young to lose her life. The king, highly enraged, doth thereupon from court exile her unto Babylon, but shortly calls her home, her counsels prize, a lady very wicked, but yet wise. Then in voluptuousness he leads his life, and weds his daughter for a second wife. But long in ease and pleasure did not lie, his sons sore vexed him by disloyalty. Such as would know at large his wars and reign, what troubles in his house he did sustain, his match, incestuous, cruelties of the queen, his life may read in Plutarch to be seen. 43 years he ruled, then turned to dust, a king nor good, nor valiant, wise, nor just. Darius Ochus. Ochus, a wicked and rebellious son, succeeds in the throne, his father being gone. 2 of his brothers in his father's days, to his great grief, most subtilely he slays, and being king commands those that remain of brethren and of kindred to be slain. Then raises forces, conquers Egypt land, which in rebellion 60 years did stand, and in the 23rd of his cruel reign was by his eunuch, the proud Bogoas, slain. Arsames, or Arses. Arsames, placed now in his father's stead by him that late his father murdered, some write that Arsames was Ochus' brother, enthroned by Bagoas in the room of the other. But why his brother before his son succeeds, I can no reason give, 'cause none I read. His brother, as 'tis said, long since was slain, and scarce a nephew left that now might reign. What acts he did time hath not now left penned, but most suppose in him did Cyrus end. whose race long time had worn the diadem, but now's devolved to another stem. 3 years he reigned, then drank his father's cup by the same eunuch who first set him up. Darius Kodomanus. Darius by this Bagoas set in throne, calm plotter with him in the murder done. He was no sooner settled in his reign, but Bagoas falls to his practices again, and the same sauce had served him, no doubt, but that his treason timely was found out. And so this wretch, a punishment too small, lost but his life for his horrid treasons all. This Kodomanus, now upon the stage, was to his predecessor's chamber page. Some right great Cyrus line was not yet run, but from some daughter this new king was sprung. If so or not we cannot tell, but find that several men will have their several mind. Yet in such differences we may be bold with the learned and judicious still to hold. And this, mongst all's no controverted thing, that this Darius was last Persian king, whose wars and losses we may better tell in Alexander's reign, who did him quell. How, from the top of world's felicity, he fell to depths of greatest misery, whose honours, treasures, pleasures had short stay. One deluge came and swept them all away, and in the 6th year of his hapless reign, of all did scarce his winding sheet remain, and last, a sad catastrophe to end, him to the grave did traitor Bessus send. The end of the Persian monarchy. The end of section 10, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2026.
Section 11 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The third monarchy, being the Grecian, beginning under Alexander the Great in the 112th Olympiad. Great Alexander was wise Philip's son, he to Amyntas, kings of Macedon. The cruel proud Olympias was his mother, she to Epirus, warlike king, was daughter. This prince, his father by Pausanias slain, the 21st of his age began to reign. Great were the gifts of nature which he had, his education much to those did add. By art and nature both he was made fit to accomplish that which long before was writ. The very day of his nativity to the ground was burned Diana's temple high, an omen of their near approaching woe, whose glory to the earth this king did throw. His rule to Greasy scorn should be confined. The universe scarce bound his proud vast mind. This is the he-goat which from Grecia came, that ran in choler on the Persian ram, that brake his horns, that threw him on the ground. To save him from his might no man was found. Philip on this great conquest had an eye, but death did terminate those thoughts so high. The Greeks had chose him captain general, which honor to his son did now befall. For as world's monarch now we speak not on, but as the king of little Macedon. Restless both day and night his heart then was, his high resolves which way to bring to pass. Yet for a while in Greece he forced to stay, which makes each moment seem more than a day. Thebes and stiff Athens both 'gainst him rebel, their mutinies by valor doth he quell. This done against both right and nature's laws, his kinsmen put to death, who gave no cause, that no rebellion in his absence be, nor making title unto sovereignty. And all whom he suspects or fears will climb, now taste of death, lest they deserve it in time. Nor wonder is it, if he in blood begin, for cruelty was his parental sin. Thus eased now of troubles and of fears, next spring his course to Asia he steers. Leaves sage Antipater at home to sway, and through the Hellespont his ships made way. Coming to land, his dart on shore he throws, then with alacrity he after goes. And with a bounteous heart and courage brave, his little wealth among his soldiers gave. And being asked what for himself was left, replied, Enough, sith only hope he kept. 32,000 made up his foot force, to which were joined 5,000 goodly horse. Then on he marched. In his way he viewed old Troy, and on Achilles' tomb with wondrous joy he offered, and for good success did pray to him, his mother's ancestor, men say. When news of Alexander came to court, to scorn at him Darius had good sport. Sends him a frothy and contemptuous letter, styles him disloyal servant and no better, reproves him for his proud audacity to lift his hand against such a monarchy. Then to his lieutenant he in Asia sends, that he should be taken alive, for he intends to whip him well with rods, and so to bring that boy so malapert before the king. Ah, fond vain man, whose pen erewhile in lower terms was taught a higher style. To river Granicus Alexander hies, which in Phrygia near Propentus lies. The Persians ready for encounter stand, and strive to keep his men from off the land. Those banks so steep the Greeks yet scramble up, and beat the coward Persians from the top, and 20,000 of their lives bereave, who in their backs did all their wounds receive. This victory did Alexander gain, with loss of 34 of his there slain. Then Sardis he and Ephesus did gain, where stood of late Diana's wondrous fane. And by Parmenio, of renowned fame, Miletus and Pamphylia overcame. Halicarnassus and Pisidia he for his master takes with Lycia. Next Alexander marched toward the Black Sea, and easily takes old Gordium in his way, of ass-eared Midas once the regal seat, whose touch turned all to gold, yea, e'en his meat. There the prophetic knot he cuts in twain, which whoso doth must lord of all remain. Now news of Memnon's death, the king's viceroy, to Alexander's heart's no little joy. For in that peer more valor did abide, than in Darius' multitude beside. In his stead was Arsus placed, but durst not stay, yet set one in his room and ran away. His substitute, as fearful as his master, runs after two, and leaves all to disaster. Then Alexander all Cilicia takes, no stroke for it he struck, their hearts so quake. To Greece he 30,000 talents sends, to raise more force to further his intents. Then o'er he goes Darius now to meet, who came with thousands at his feet. Though some there be, perhaps more likely, right he but 400,000 had to fight. The rest attendants, which made up no less, both sexes there were almost numberless. For this wise king had brought, to see the sport, with him the greatest ladies of the court. His mother is beauteous queen, and daughters, it seems, to see the Macedonian slaughters. It's much beyond my time and little art to show how great Darius played his part. The splendor and the pomp he marched in, for since the world was no such pageant seen. Sure it was a goodly sight there to behold, the Persians clad in silk and glistening gold, the stately horses trapped, the lances gilt, as if addressed now all to run a tilt. The holy fire was borne before the host, for sun and fire the Persians worship most. The priests, in their strange habit, follow after, an object not so much of fear as laughter. The king sat in a chariot made of gold, with crown and robes most glorious to behold, and o'er his head his golden gods on high support a party-colored canopy. A number of spare horses next were led, lest he should need them in his chariot's stead. But those that saw him in this state to lie supposed that he neither meant to fight nor fly. He 1,500 had like women dressed, for thus to fright the Greeks he judged was best. Their golden ornaments how to set forth would ask more time than were their bodies worth. Great Sisygambis she brought up the rear, then such a world of wagons did appear, like several houses moving upon wheels, as if she'd drawn whole Shushan at her heels. This brave virago to the king was mother, and as much good she did as any other. Now lest this gold and all this goodly stuff had not been spoil and booty rich enough, 1,000 mules and camels ready wait, laden with gold, with jewels, and with plate. For sure Darius thought at the first sight the Greeks would all adore, but none would fight. But when both armies met, he might behold that valor was more worth than pearls or gold, and that his wealth served but for baits to allure, to make his overthrow more fierce and sure. The Greeks came on, and with a gallant grace let fly their arrows in the Persian's face. The cowards, fleeing this sharp, stinging charge, most basely ran and left their king at large, who from his golden coach is glad to alight, and cast away his crown for swifter flight. Of late, like some immovable he lay, now finds both legs and horse to run away. 200,000 men that day were slain, and 40,000 prisoners also ta'en, besides the queens and ladies of the court, if Curtitus be true in his report. The regal ornaments were lost, the treasure divided at the Macedonians' pleasure. Yet all this grief, this loss, this overthrow, was but beginning of his future woe. The royal captives brought to Alexander, toward them demeaned himself like a commander. For though their beauties were unparalleled, conquered himself now he who would conquered. Preserve their honor, use them bounteously, commands no man should do them injury. And this to Alexander is more fame than that the Persian king he overcame. 280 Greeks he lost in fight, by too much heat, not wounds, as authors write. No sooner had this victor won the fields, but all Phoenicia to his pleasure yields, of which the government he doth commit unto Parmenio, of all most fit. Darius, now less lofty than before, to Alexander writes he would restore those mournful ladies from captivity, for whom he offers him a ransom high, but down his haughty stomach could not bring to give this conqueror the style of king. This letter Alexander doth disdain, and in short terms sends this reply again. A king he was, and that not only so, but of Darius king as he should know. Next Alexander unto Tyre doth go, his valor and his victories they know. To gain his love the Tyrians intend, therefore a crown and great provisions send. Their present he received with thankfulness, desires to offer unto Hercules, protector of their town, by whom defended, and from whom he lineally descended. But they accept not this in any wise, lest he intend more fraud than sacrifice. Sent word that Hercules his temple stood in the old town, which then lay like a wood. With this reply he was so deep enraged, to win the town his honor he engaged. And now, as Babel's king did once before, he leaves not till he made the sea firm shore. But far less time and cost did he expend, the former ruins forwarded his end. Moreover, he'd a navy at command, the other by his men fetched all by land. In 7 months' time he took that wealthy town, whose glory now a second time's brought down. 2,000 of the chief he crucified, 8,000 by the sword then also died. and 13,000 galley slaves he made, and thus the Tyrians for mistrust were paid. The rule of this he to Philotas gave, who was the son of that Parmenio brave. Cilicia to Socrates doth give, for now's the time captains like kings may live. Sidon he on Hephaestion bestows, for that which freely comes, as freely goes. He scorns to have one worse than had the other, so gives his little lordship to another. Hephaestion, having chief command of the fleet, at Gaza now must Alexander meet. Darius, finding troubles still increase, by his ambassadors now sues for peace, and lays before great Alexander's eyes the dangers, difficulties like to rise. First at Euphrates, when he is like to abide, and then at Tigris and Araxes' side. These he may escape, and if he so desire, a league of friendship make, firm and entire. His eldest daughter he in marriage proffers, and the most princely dowry with her offers. All those rich kingdoms large that do abide betwixt Hellespont and Helicide. But he with scorn his courtesy rejects, and the distressed king no whit respects. Tells him these proffers great in truth were none, for all he offers now was but his own. But quoth Parmenio, that brave commander, were I as great as is great Alexander, Darius's offer I would not reject, but the kingdoms and lady soon accept. To which proud Alexander made reply, and so, if I Parmenio were, would I. He now to Gaza goes, and there doth meet his favourite Hephaestion with his fleet, where valiant Betis stoutly keeps the town, a loyal subject to Darius's crown. For more repulse the Grecians here abide than in the Persian monarchy beside. And by these walls so many men were slain that Greece was forced to yield supply again. But yet this well-defended town was taken, for it was decreed that empire should be shaken. Thus Betis taken had holes bored through his feet, and by command was drawn through every street, to imitate Achilles in his shame, who did the like to Hector of more fame. What? Hast thou lost thy magnanimity? Can Alexander deal thus cruelly? Sith valor with heroics is renowned, though in an enemy it should be found. If of thy future fame thou hadst regard, why didst not heap up honors and reward? From Gaza to Jerusalem he goes, but in no hostile way, as I suppose. Him in his priestly robes high Jaddua meets, whom with great reverence Alexander greets. The priest shows him good Daniel's prophecy, how he should overthrow this monarchy, by which he was so much encouraged, no future dangers did he ever dread. From thence to fruitful Egypt marched with speed, where happily in his wars he did succeed. To see how fast he gained was no small wonder, for in few days he brought that kingdom under. Then to the fane of Jupiter he went, to be installed a god was his intent. The pagan priests threw higher, or else mistake, the son of Jupiter did straight him make. He diabolical must needs remain, that his humanity will not retain. Thence back to Egypt goes, and in few days fair Alexandria from the ground doth raise. Then settling all things in less Asia, in Syria, Egypt, and Phoenicia, unto Euphrates marched and overgoes, for no man's there his army to oppose. Had Betis but been there now with his band, great Alexander had been kept from land. But as the king, so is the multitude, and now of valor both are destitute. Yet he, poor prince, another host doth muster, of Persians, Scythians, Indians, in a cluster, men but in shape and name, of valor none, most fit to blunt the swords of Macedon. 250,000 by account, of horse and foot his army did amount. For in his multitudes his trust still lay, but on their fortitude he had small stay. Yet had some hope that on the spacious plain his numbers might the victory obtain. About this time Darius' beauteous queen, who had sore travail and much sorrow seen, now bids the world adieu, with pain being spent, whose death her lord full sadly did lament. Great Alexander mourns as well as he, the more because not set at liberty. When this sad news at first Darius hears, some injury was offered, he fears. But when informed how royally the king had used her and hers in everything, he prays the immortal gods they would reward great Alexander for this good regard. And if they down his monarchy will throw, let them on him this dignity bestow. And now for peace he sues, as once before, and offers all he did and kingdoms more, his eldest daughter for his princely bride. Nor was such match in all the world beside. And all those countries which betwixt did lie, Phoenicia, sea, and great Euphrates high, with fertile Egypt and rich Syria, and all those kingdoms in less Asia, with 30,000 talents to be paid for the queen mother and the royal maid. Until all this be well performed and sure, Ochus his son for hostage should endure. To this stout Alexander gives no ear, no, though Parmenio plead, yet will not hear. Which had he done, perhaps his fame he'd kept, nor infamy had waked when he had slept. For this unlimited prosperity him boundless made in vice and cruelty. Thus to Darius he writes back again, the firmament 2 suns cannot contain, 2 monarchies on earth cannot abide, nor yet 2 monarchs in one world reside. The afflicted king, finding him set to jar, prepares against tomorrow for the war. Parmenio Alexander wished that night to force his camp, so vanquish them by flight. For tumult in the night doth cause most dread, and weakness of a foe is covered. But he disdained to steal a victory, the sun should witness of his valor be. And careless in his bed next morn he lies, by captains twice he's called before he'll rise. The armies join, awhile the Persians fight, and spilled the Greeks some blood before their flight. But long they stood not ere they're forced to run, so made an end as soon as well begun. 45,000 Alexander had, but 'tis not known what slaughter here was made. Some write the other had 1,000,000, some more, but Quintus Curtius, as was said before. At Arbela this victory was gained, together with the town also obtained. Darius, stripped of all, to Media came, accompanied with sorrow, fear, and shame. At Arbela left ornaments and treasure, which Alexander deals as suits his pleasure. This conqueror to Babylon then goes, is entertained with joy and pompous shows. With showers of flowers the streets along are strewn, and incense burn the silver altars on. The glory of the castle he admires, the strong foundation and the lofty spires. In this world of gold and treasure lay, which in few hours was carried all away. With greedy eyes he views this city round, whose fame throughout the world was so renowned. And to possess he counts no little bliss, the towers and bowers of proud Semiramis. Though worn by time and razed by foes full sore, yet old foundations showed, and somewhat more. With all the pleasures that on earth are found, this city did abundantly abound, where 34 days he now did stay, and gave himself to banqueting and play. He and the soldiers wax effeminate, and former discipline begins to hate. Whilst reveling at Babylon he lies, Antipater from Greece sends fresh supplies. He then to Shushan goes with his new bands, but needs no force, 'tis rendered to his hands. He likewise here a world of treasure found, for 'twas the seat of Persian kings renowned. Here stood the royal houses of delight, where kings have shown their glory, wealth, and might. The sumptuous palace of Queen Esther here, and of good Mordecai, her kinsman dear. Those purple hangings mixed with green and white, those beds of gold and couches of delight, and furniture the richest in all lands, now falls into the Macedonians' hands. From Shushan to Persepolis he goes, which news doth still augment Darius's woes. In his approach the governor sends word, for his receipt with joy they all accord. With open gates the wealthy town did stand, and all in it was at his high command. Of all the cities that on earth were found, none like to this in riches did abound. Though Babylon was rich, and Shushan too, yet to compare with this they might not do. Here lay the bulk of all those precious things that did pertain unto the Persian kings. For when the soldiers rifled had their pleasure, and taken money, plate, and golden treasure, statues, some gold and silver numberless, yet after all, as stories do express, the share of Alexander did amount to 100,000 talents by account. Here of his own he sets a garrison, as first at Shushan and at Babylon. On their old governor's titles he laid, but on their faithfulness he never stayed. Their places gave to his captains, as was just, for such revolters false what king can trust? The riches and the pleasures of this town now make this king his virtues all to drown. He walloweth in all his licentiousness, in pride and cruelty to high excess. Being inflamed with wine upon a season, filled with madness, and quite void of reason, he at a bold proud strumper's lewd desire commands to set this goodly town on fire. Parmenio wise entreats him to desist, and lays before his eyes, if he persist, his fame's dishonor, loss unto his state, and just procuring of the Persians' hate. But, deaf to reason, bent to have his will, these stately streets with raging flame did fill. Then to Darius he directs his way, who was retired as far as Media, and there, with sorrows, fears, and cares surrounded, had now his army fourth and last compounded, which 40,000 made. Now his intent was these in Bactria soon to augment. But, hearing Alexander was so near, thought now this once to try his fortunes here, and rather choose an honorable death, than still with infamy to draw his breath. But Besus false, who was his chief commander, persuades him not to fight with Alexander. With sage advice he sets before his eyes a little hope of profit like to rise. If when he'd multitudes the day he lost, then with so few how likely to be crossed. This counsel for his safety he pretended, but to deliver him to his foe intended. Next day this treason to Darius known, transported sore with grief and passion, grinding his teeth and plucking off his hair, he sat overwhelmed with sorrow and despair. Then bids a servant, Artabazus true, look to himself and leave him to that crew, who was of hopes and comforts quite bereft, and by his guard and servitors all left. Straight Besus comes, and with his traitorous hands lays hold on his lord, and binding him with bands, throws him into a cart covered with hides, who, wanting means to resist these wrongs, abides, then draws the cart along with chains of gold, in more despite the thralled prince to hold. And thus toward Alexander on he goes. Great recompense for this he did propose. But some, detesting this his wicked fact, to Alexander flies and tells this act, who, doubling of his march, posts on amain Darius from that traitor's hands to gain. Besus gets knowledge his disloyalty had Alexander's wrath incensed high, whose army now is almost within sight. His hopes being dashed, prepares himself for flight. Unto Darius first he brings a horse, and bids him save himself by speedy course. The woeful king his courtesy refuses, whom thus the execrable wretch abuses. By throwing darts gave him his mortal wound, then slew his servants that were faithful found. Yea, wounds the beast that drew him unto death, and leaves him thus to gasp out his last breath. Besus's partner in this tragedy was the false governor of Media. This done, they with their host soon speed away to hide themselves remote in Bactriae. Darius, bathed in blood, sends out his groans, invokes the heaven and earth to hear his moans. His lost felicity did grieve him sore, but this unheard of treachery much more. But above all that neither ear nor eye should hear nor see his dying misery. As thus he lay, Polystratus, a Greek, wearied with his long march, did water seek. So chanced these bloody horses to espy, whose wounds had made their skins of purple dye. To them repairs, then, looking in the cart, finds poor Darius pierced to the heart, who, not a little cheered to have some eye, the witness of this horrid tragedy, prays him to Alexander to commend the just revenge of this his woeful end, and not to pardon such disloyalty of treason, murder, and base cruelty. If not because Darius thus did pray, yet that succeeding kings in safety may their lives enjoy, their crowns and dignity, and not by traitors' hands untimely die. He also sends his humble thankfulness for all the kingly grace he did express to his mother, children dear, and wife now gone, which made their long restraint seem to be none. Praying the immortal gods that sea and land might be subjected to his royal hand, and that his rule as far extended be as men the rising, setting sun shall see. This said, the Greek for water doth entreat, to quench his thirst and to allay his heat. Of all good things, quoth he, once in my power, I've nothing left, at this my dying hour, thy service and compassion to reward. But Alexander will, for this regard. This said, his fainting breath did fleet away, and though a monarch late, now lies like clay. And thus must every son of Adam lie. Though gods on earth, like sons of men, they die. Now to the east great Alexander goes, to see if any dare his might oppose. For scarce the world or any bounds thereon could bound his boundless fond ambition. Such as submit, again he doth restore their riches, and their honor he makes more. On Artabazus more than all bestowed, for his fidelity to his master showed. Thalestris, queen of the Amazons, now brought her train to Alexander, as 'tis thought. Though most of reading best and soundest mind, such country there not yet such people find. Then tell her Aaron we had better spare. To the ignorant her title will declare. As Alexander in his greatness grows, so daily of his virtues doth he lose. His baseness counts his former clemency, and not beseeming such a dignity. His past sobriety doth also bate, as most incompatible to his state. His temperance is but a sordid thing, no ways becoming such a mighty king. His greatness now he takes to represent his fancied gods above the firmament, and such as showed but reverence before, now are commanded strictly to adore. With Persian robes himself doth dignify, charging the same on his nobility. His manners, habits, gestures, all did fashion after that conquered and luxurious nation. His captains that were virtuously inclined, grieved at this change of manners and of mind. The ruder sort did openly deride his feigned deity and foolish pride. The certainty of both comes to his ears, but yet no notice takes of what he hears. With those of worth he still desires esteem, so heaps up gifts his credit to redeem. And for the rest new wars and travels finds, that other matters might take up their minds. And hearing Besus makes himself a king, intends that traitor to his end to bring. Now that his host from luggage might be free, and with his burden no man burdened be, commands forthwith each man his fardel bring into the marketplace before the king. Which done, sets fire upon those goodly spoils, the recompense of travels, wars, and toils, and thus unwisely in a maddening fume the wealth of many kingdoms did consume. But marvel 'tis that without mutiny the soldiers should let pass this injury, nor wonder lest to readers may it bring here to observe the rashness of the king. Now with his army doth he post away false beasts to find out in Bactriae. But much distress for water in their march, the drought and heat their bodies sore did parch. At length they came to the river Oxus brink, where most immodestly these thirsty drink, which more mortality to them did bring than all their wars against the Persian king. Here Alexander's almost at a stand, to pass the river to the other land. Boats here are none, nor near it any wood, to make them rafts to waft them o'er the flood. But he that was resolved in his mind would without means some transportation find. Then from the carriages the hides he takes, and stuffing them with straw he bundles makes. On these together tied, in 6 days' space, they all pass over to the other place. Had Besus there but valor to his will, with little pain he might have kept them still. Coward, he durst not fight, nor could he fly. Hated of all for his former treachery, he's by his own now bound in iron chains, a collar of the same his neck contains. And in this sort they rather drag than bring this malefactor vile before the king, who to Darius' brother gives the wretch with racks and tortures every limb to stretch. Here was of Greeks a town in Bactria, whom Xerxes from their country led away. These not a little joyed this day to see, wherein their own had got the sovereignty, and, now revived, with hopes held up their head, from bondage long to be enfranchised. But Alexander puts them to the sword, without least cause from them in deed or word, nor sex nor age, nor one nor other spared, but in his cruelty alike they shared. Nor reason could he give for this great wrong, but that they had forgot their mother tongue. While thus some time he spent in Bactria, and in his camp strong and securely lay, down from the mountains 20,000 came, and there most fiercely set upon the same. Repelling these, 2 marks of honor got, imprinted in his leg by arrows shot. The Bactrians against him now rebel, but he their stubbornness in time doth quell. From thence he to Jaxarte river goes, where Scythians rude his army do oppose, and with their outcries in an hideous sort beset his camp or military court. Of darts and arrows made so little spare, they flew so thick they seemed to dark the air. But soon his soldiers forced them to a flight. Their nakedness could not endure their might. Upon this river's bank in 17 days a goodly city doth completely raise, which Alexandria he doth likewise name, and 60 furlongs could but round the same. A third supply Antipater now sent, which did his former forces much augment. And being 120,000 strong, he enters then the Indian kings among. Those that submit, he gives them rule again. Such as do not, both they and theirs are slain. His worth with sundry nations I'll omit, and also of the Malians what is writ. His fights, his dangers, and the hurts he had. How to submit their necks, at last they're glad. To Nysa he goes, by Bacchus built long since, whose feasts are celebrated by this prince. Nor had that drunken god one who would take his liquors more devoutly for his sake. When thus 10 days his brain with wine he'd soaked, and with delicious meats his palate choked, To the river Indus next his course he bends, boats to prepare Hephaestion first he sends, who, coming thither long before his lord, had to his mind made all things to accord. The vessels ready were at his command, and Omphis, king of that part of the land, through his persuasion Alexander meets, and as his sovereign lord him humbly greets. 56 elephants he brings to his hand, and tenders him the strength of all his land. Presents himself first with a golden crown, then 80 talents to his captains down. But Alexander made him to behold, he glory sought, no silver, no, nor gold. His presents all with thanks he did restore, and of his own 1,000 talents more. Thus all the Indian kings to him submit, but Porus stout, who will not yield as yet. To him doth Alexander thus declare, his pleasure is that forthwith he repair unto his kingdom's borders, and, as due, his homage to himself as sovereign do. But kingly Porus this brave answer sent, that to attend him there was his intent, and come as well provided as he could. But for the rest his sword advise him should. Great Alexander, vexed at this reply, did more his valor than his crown envy. He's now resolved to pass Hydaspes flood, and there by force his sovereignty make good. Stout Porus on the banks doth ready stand, to give him welcome when he comes to land. A potent army with him like a king, and 90 elephants for war did bring. Had Alexander such resistance seen, on Tigris side, here now he had not been. Within this spacious river, deep and wide, did here and there isles full of trees abide. His army Alexander doth divide, with Ptolemy sends part to the other side. Porus encounters them, thinks all are there, when covertly the rest get o'er elsewhere. And whilst the first he valiantly assailed, the last set on his back and so prevailed. Yet work enough here Alexander found, for to the last stout Porus kept his ground. Nor was it dishonor at length to yield, when Alexander strives to win the field. The kingly captive for the victors brought, in looks or gesture not abased aught. But him a prince of an undaunted mind did Alexander by his answers find. His fortitude his royal foe commends, restores him, and his bounds further extends. Now eastward Alexander would go still, but so to do his soldiers had no will. Long with excess of travels wearied, could by no means be further drawn or led. Yet that his fame might to posterity be had in everlasting memory, he for his camp a greater circuit takes, and for his soldiers larger cabins makes. His mangers he erected up so high, as never horse his provender could eye. Huge bridles made, which here and there he left, which might be found and for great wonders kept. 12 altars then for monuments he rears, whereon his acts and travels long appear. But doubting wearing time might these decay, and so his memory would fade away, he on the fair Hydaspes pleasant side 2 cities built, his name might there abide. First Nicaea, the next Bucephalon, where he entombed his stately stallion. His fourth and last supply was hither sent, then down Hydaspes with his fleet he went. Some time he after spent upon that shore, whither ambassadors, 90 or more, came with submissions from the Indian kings, bringing their presents, rare and precious things. These all he feasts in state on beds of gold, his furniture most sumptuous to behold. His meat and drink, attendants, everything, to the utmost showed the glory of a king. With rich rewards he sent them home again, acknowledging their master's sovereign. Then sailing south and coming to that shore, those obscure nations yielded as before. A city here he built, called by his name, which could not sound too oft with too much fame. Then sailing by the mouth of Indus flood, his galleys stuck upon the flats and mud, which the stout Macedonians, amazed sore, deprived at once the use of sail and oar. Observing well the nature of the tide, in those their fears they did not long abide. Passing fair Indus mouth, his course he steered to the coast which by Euphrates' mouth appeared, whose inlet near unto he winter spent, unto his starved soldiers small content. By hunger and by cold so many slain, that of them all the fourth did scarce remain. Thus winter, soldiers, and provisions spent, from thence he then unto Gedrosia went, and thence he marched into Carmania, and so at length drew near to Persia. Now through these goodly countries as he passed, much time in feasts and rioting did waste. Then visits Cyrus' sepulchre in his way, who now, obscure at Pasargada lay. Upon his monument his robe he spread, and set his crown on his supposed head. From thence to Babylon, some time there spent, he at the last to royal Shushan went. A wedding feast to his nobles then he makes, and Statira, Darius' daughter, takes. Her sister gives to his Hephaestion dear, that by this match he might be yet more near. He fourscore Persian ladies also gave, at this same time unto his captains brave. 6,000 guests unto this feast invites, whose senses all were glutted with delights. It far exceeds my mean abilities to shadow forth these short felicities. Spectators here could scarce relate the story, they were so rapt with this external glory. If an ideal paradise a man would frame, he might this feast imagine by the same. To every guest a cup of gold he sends, so after many days the banquet ends. Now Alexander's conquests all are done, and his long travails past and overgone. His virtues dead, buried, and quite forgot, but vice remains to his eternal blot. Amongst those that of his cruelty did taste, Philotas was not least, nor yet the last. Accused because he did not certify the king of treason and conspiracy, upon suspicion being apprehended, nothing was proved wherein he had offended. But silence, which was of such consequence, he was judged guilty of the same offense. But for his father's great deserts the king his royal pardon gave for this foul thing. Yet as Philotas unto judgment brought, must suffer not for what is proved but thought. His master is accuser, judge, and king, who to the height doth aggravate each thing. Inveighs against his father now absent, and his brethren who for him their lives had spent. But Philotas his unpardonable crime no merit could obliterate or time. He did the oracle of Jove deride, by which his majesty was deified. Philotas, thus o'ercharged with wrong and grief, sunk in despair without hope of relief, fain would have spoke and made his own defense. The king would give no ear, but went from thence, to his malicious foes delivers him, to wreak their spite and hate on every limb. Philotas after him sends out this cry, O Alexander, thy free clemency my foes exceeds in malice, and their hate thy kingly word can easily terminate. Such torments great as wit could worst invent, or flesh and life could bear till both were spent, were now inflicted on Parmenio's son. He might accuse himself as they had done. At last he did, so they were justified, and told the world that for his guilt he died. But how these captains should, or yet their master, look on Parmenio after this disaster, they knew not. Wherefore best now to be done was to dispatch the father as the son. This sound advice at heart pleased Alexander, who was so much engaged to this commander, as he would ne'er confess, nor yet reward. nor could his captains bear so great regard. Wherefore at once all these to satisfy, it was decreed Parmenio should die. Polydamas, who seeing Parmenio's friend, to do this deed they into Media send. He walking in his garden to and fro, fearing no harm, because he none did do, most wickedly was slain without least crime, the most renowned captain of his time. This is Parmenio, who so much had done for Philip dead and his surviving son, who from a petty king of Macedon by him was set upon the Persian throne. This that Parmenio, who still overcame, yet gave his master the immortal fame, who for his prudence, valor, care, and trust had this reward, most cruel and unjust. The next to an untimely death had part, was one of more esteem, but less desert. Cletus, beloved next to Hephaestion, had in his cups his chief companion. When both were drunk, Cletus was wont to jeer, Alexander to rage, to kill and swear. Nothing more pleasing to mad Cletus' tongue than his master's godhead to defy and wrong. Nothing touched Alexander to the quick like this against his deity to kick. Both at a feast, when they had tippled well, upon this dangerous theme fond Cletus fell, from jest to earnest, and at last so bold, that if Parmenio's death him plainly told, which Alexander's wrath incensed so high, naught but his life for this could satisfy. From one stood by he snatched a partisan, and in a rage him through the body ran. Next day he tore his face for what he had done, and would have slain himself for Cletus gone. This pot companion he did more bemoan than all the wrongs to brave Parmenio done. The next of worth that suffered after these was learned, virtuous, wise Callisthenes, who loved his master more than did the rest, as did appear in flattering him the least. In his esteem a god he could not be, nor would adore him for a deity. For this alone, and for no other cause, against his sovereign or against his laws, he on the rack his limbs in pieces rent. Thus he was tortured till his life was spent. On this unkingly act doth Seneca this censure pass, and not unwisely say of Alexander this the eternal crime, which shall not be obliterate by time, which virtue's fame can ne'er redeem by far, nor all felicity of his in war. Whene'er 'tis said he thousands slew, yea, and Callisthenes to death he drew. The mighty Persian king he overcame, yea, and he killed Callisthenes of fame. All countries, kingdoms, provinces he won, from Hellesport to the farthest ocean. All this he did, who knows not to be true, but yet withal Callisthenes he slew. From Macedon his empire did extend unto the utmost bounds of the Orient. All this he did, yea, and much more, 'tis true, but yet withal Callisthenes he slew. Now Alexander goes to Media, finds there the want of wise Parmenio. Here his chief favorite, Hephaestion, dies. He celebrates his mournful obsequies, hangs his physician, the reason why he suffered his friend Hephaestion die. This act, methinks, his godhead should ashame, to punish where himself deserved blame. Or of necessity he must imply the other was the greatest deity. The mules and horses are for sorrow shorn, the battlements from off the walls are torn. Of stately Ecbatana, who now must show a rueful face in this so general woe. 12,000 talents also did intend upon a sumptuous monument to spend. Whate'er he did or thought, not so content, his messenger to Jupiter he sent, that by his leave his friend Hephaestion among the demigods they might enthrone. From Media to Babylon he went, to meet him there to Antipater he'd sent, that he might act also upon the stage, and in a tragedy there end his age. The Queen Olympias bears him deadly hate, not suffering her to meddle with the state. And by her letters did her son incite this great indignity he should requite. His doing so no whit displeased the king, though to his mother he disproved the thing. And now Antipater had lived so long, he might well die, though he had done no wrong. His service great is suddenly forgot, or if remembered, yet regarded not. The king doth intimate 'twas his intent, his honors and his riches to augment, of larger provinces the rule to give, and for his counsel near the king to live. So to be caught, Antipater's too wise, Parmenio's death too fresh before his eyes. He was too subtle for his crafty foe, nor by his baits could be ensnared so. But his excuse with humble thanks he sends, his age and journey long he then pretends, and pardon craves for his unwilling stay. He shows his grief he's forced to disobey. Before his answer came to Babylon, the thread of Alexander's life was spun. Poison had put an end to his days, 'twas thought, by Philip and Cassander to him brought, sons to Antipater, and bearers of his cup, lest of such like their father chanced to sup. But others thought, and that more generally, that through excessive drinking he did die. The 33rd of his age do all agree, this conqueror did yield to destiny. When this sad news came to Darius' mother, she laid it more to heart than any other. Nor meat, nor drink, nor comfort would she take, but pined in grief, till life did her forsake. All friends she shunned, yea, banished the light, till death entrapped her in perpetual night. This monarch's fame must last whilst world doth stand, and conquest be talked of whilst there is land. His princely qualities had he retained, unparalleled forever had remained. But with the world his virtues overcame, and so with black beclouded all his fame. Wise Aristotle, tutor to his youth, had so instructed him in moral truth. The principles of what he then had learned might to the last, when sober, be discerned. Learning and learned men he much regarded, and curious artists evermore rewarded. The Iliad of Homer he still kept, and under his pillow laid it when he slept. Achilles' happiness he did envy, 'cause Homer kept his acts to memory. Profusely bountiful without desert, for such as pleased him had both wealth and heart. Cool by nature and by custom too, as oft his acts throughout his reign do show. Ambitious so that naught could satisfy, vain, thirsting after immortality, still fearing that his name might hap to die, and fame not last unto eternity. This conqueror did oft lament, 'tis said, that there were no more worlds to be conquered. This folly great Augustus did deride, for had he had but wisdom to his pride, he would have found enough there to be done, to govern that he had already won. His thoughts are perished, he aspires no more, nor can he kill or save as heretofore. A god alive, him all must idolize, now like a mortal, helpless man he lies. Of all those kingdoms large which he had got, to his posterity remained no jot. For by that hand which still revengeth blood, none of his kindred nor his race long stood. But as he took delight much blood to spill, so the same cup to his did others fill. 4 of his captains now do all divide, as Daniel before had prophesied. The leopard down, the 4 wings 'gan to rise, the great horn broke, the less did tyrannize. What troubles and contentions did ensue, we may hereafter show in season due. End of section 11, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 12 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Four Monarchies, Part 5. Arrhidaeus. Great Alexander dead, his armies left, like to that giant of his eye bereft. When of his monstrous bulk it was the guide, his matchless force no creature could abide. But by Ulysses having lost his sight, all men began straight to contemn his might. For, aiming still amiss, his dreadful blows did harm himself, but never reached his foes. Now court and camp all in confusion be. A king they'll have, but who none can agree. Each captain wished this prize to bear away, but none so hardy found as so durst say. Great Alexander did leave issue none, except by Artabazus' daughter one. And Roxanne fair, whom late he married, was near her time to be delivered. By nature's right these had enough to claim, by meanness of their mothers barred the same. Alleged by those who by their subtle plea had hoped themselves to bear the crown away. A sister Alexander had, but she claimed not. Perhaps her sex might hindrance be. After much tumult they at last proclaimed his base-born brother Arrhidaeus named, that so under his feeble wit and reign their ends they might the better still attain. This choice Perdiccas vehemently disclaimed, and babe unborn of Roxanne he proclaimed. Some wished him to take the style of king, because his master gave to him his ring, and had to him still, since Hephaestion died, more than the rest his favor testified. But he refused, with feigned modesty, hoping to be elect more generally. He hold on this occasion should have laid, for second offer there was never made. 'Mongst these contentions, tumults, jealousies, 7 days the corpse of their great master lies, untouched, uncovered, slighted, and neglected. So much these princes their own ends respected. A contemplation to astonish kings, that he who late possessed all earthly things, and yet not so content unless that he might be esteemed for a deity, now lay a spectacle to testify the wretchedness of man's mortality. After some time, when stirs began to calm, his body did the Egyptians embalm. His countenance so lively did appear, that for a while they durst not come so near. No sign of poison in his entrails found, but all his bowels colored well and sound. Perdiccas, seeing Arrhidaeus must be king, under his name began to rule each thing. His chief opponent who controlled his sway was Meleager, whom he would take away. And by a while he got him in his power, so took his life unworthily that hour, using the name and command of the king to authorize his acts and everything. The princess, seeing Perdiccas' power and pride, for their security did now provide. Antigonus for his share Asia takes, and Ptolemy next sure of Egypt makes. Seleucus afterward held Babylon, Antipater had long ruled Macedon. They're now to govern, for the king pretend, but nothing less each one himself intends. Perdiccas took no province like the rest, but held command of the army, which was best, and had a higher project in his head, his master's sisters secretly to wed. So to the lady covertly he sent, that none might know, to frustrate his intent. But Cleopatra the suitor did deny, for Leonatus, more lovely in her eye, to whom she sent a message of her mind, that if he came, good welcome he should find. In these tumultuous days, the thralled Greeks their ancient liberty afresh now seek, and gladly would the yoke shake off, laid on sometime by Philip and his conquering son. The Athenians force Antipater to fly to Lamia, where he shut up doth lie. To brave Craterus then he sends with speed for succor to relieve him in his need. The like of Leonatus he requires, which at this time well suited his desires, for to Antipater he now might go, his lady taken away, and no man know. Antipholus, the Athenian general, with speed his army doth together call, and Leonatus seeks to stop, that so he join not with Antipater their foe. The Athenian army was the greater far, which did his match with Cleopatra mar. For, fighting still while there did hope remain, the valiant chief amidst his foes was slain. Mongst all the princes of great Alexander, for person none was like to this commander. Now to Antipater Craterus goes, blocked up in Lamia still by his foes. Long marches through Cilicia he makes, and the remains of Leonatus takes. With them and his he into Grecia went, Antipater released from imprisonment. After which time the Greeks did never more act anything of worth as heretofore, but under servitude their necks remained, nor former liberty or glory gained. Now died, about the end of the Lamian war, Demosthenes, that sweet-tongued orator, who feared Antipater would take his life for animating the Athenian strife, and to end his days by poison rather chose than fall into the hands of mortal foes. Craterus and Antipater now join, in love and in affinity combine. Craterus doth his daughter Phila wed, their friendship might the more be strengthened. Whilst they in Macedon do thus agree, in Asia they all asunder be. Perdiccas grieved to see the princess bold, so many kingdoms in their power to hold. Yet to regain them how he did not know. His soldiers against those captains would not go. To suffer them go on as they begun, was to give way himself might be undone. With Antipater to join he sometimes thought, that by his help the rest might low be brought. But this again dislikes. He would remain, if not in style, indeed a sovereign. For all the princes of great Alexander acknowledge for chief that old commander. Desires the king to go to Macedon, which once was of his ancestors the throne, and by his presence there to nullify the acts of his viceroy now grown so high. Antigonus of treason first attains, and summons him to answer his complaints. This he avoids, and ships himself and son, goes to Antipater, and tells what's done. He and Craterus both with him do join, and against Perdiccas all their strength combine. Brave Ptolemy to make a fourth then sent, to save himself from danger imminent. In midst of these garboils, with wondrous state, his master's funeral doth celebrate. In Alexandria his tomb he placed, which eating time hath scarcely yet defaced. 2 years and more since nature's debt he paid, and yet till now at quiet was not laid. Great love did Ptolemy by this act gain, and made the soldiers on his side remain. Perdiccas hears his foes are all combined, gainst which to go he's not resolved in mind, but first gainst Ptolemy he judged was best, nearest to him and farthest from the rest. Leaves Eumenes the Asian coast to free from the invasions of the other three, and with his army unto Egypt goes, brave Ptolemy to the utmost to oppose. Perdiccas' surly carriage and his pride did alienate the soldiers from his side. But Ptolemy, by his affability, his sweet demeanor, and his courtesy, did make his own, firm to his cause remain, and from the other side did daily gain. Perdiccas in his pride did ill entreat Python of haughty mind and courage great, who could not brook so great indignity, but of his wrongs his friends doth certify. The soldiers 'gainst Perdiccas they incense, who vow to make this captain recompense, and in a rage they, rushing to his tent, knock out his brains. To Ptolemy then went, and offer him his honors and his place, with style of the protector him to grace. Next day into the camp came Ptolemy, and is received of all most joyfully. Their proffers he refused with modesty, yields them to Python for his courtesy. With what he held he was now more content, than by more trouble to grow eminent. Now comes the news of a great victory, that Eumenes got of the other three. Had it but in Perdiccas' life arrived, with greater joy it would have been received. Thus Ptolemy rich Egypt did retain, and Python turned to Asia again. Whilst Perdiccas encamped in Africa, Antigonus did enter Asia, and fain would Eumenes draw to their side. But he alone most faithful did abide. The others all had kingdoms in their eye, but he was true to his master's family. Nor could Craterus, whom he much did love, from his fidelity once make him move. 2 battles he fought, and had of both the best, and brave Craterus slew among the rest. For this sad strife he pours out his complaints, and his beloved foe full sore laments. I should but snip his story into bits, and his great acts and glory much eclipse, to show the dangers Eumenes befell, his stratagems wherein he did excel, his policies how he did extricate himself out from labyrinths intricate. He that at large would satisfy his mind, in Plutarch's Lives his history may find. For all that should be said, let this suffice, he was born valiant, faithful, patient, wise. Python's now chosen protector of the state. His rule Queen Eurydice begins to hate. Sees Arrhidaeus must not king it long, if once young Alexandra grow more strong. But that her husband serve for supplement, to warm his seat was never her intent. She knew her birthright gave her Macedon, grandchild to him who once sat on that throne, who was Perdiccas, Philip's eldest brother, she daughter to his son, who had no other. Python commands, as oft she countermands, what he appoints she purposely withstands. He, wearied out at last, would needs be gone, resigned his place, and so let all alone. In his room the soldiers chose Antipater, who vexed the queen more than the other far. From Macedon to Asia he came, that he might settle matters in the same. He placed, displaced, controlled, ruled, as he list, and this no man durst question or resist. For all the nobles of King Alexander, their bonnets veiled to him as chief commander. When to his pleasure all things they had done, the king and queen he takes to Macedon, 2 sons of Alexander, and the rest, all to be ordered there as he thought best. The army to Antigonus doth leave, and government of Asia to him gave. And thus Antipater the groundwork lays, on which Antigonus his height doth raise, who in a few years the rest so overtops, for universal monarchy he hopes. With Eumenes he divers battles fought, and by his sleights to circumvent him sought. But vain it was to use his policy 'gainst him that all deceits could scan and try. In this epitome too long to tell, how finely Eumenes did here excel. And by the self-same traps the other laid, he to his cost was righteously repaid. But while these chieftains do in Asia fight, to Greece and Macedon let's turn our sight. When great Antipater the world must leave, his place to Polysperchon he did bequeath. Fearing his son Cassander was unstayed, too rash to bear that change if on him laid. Antigonus, hearing of his decrease, on most part of Assyria doth seize, and Ptolemy next to encroach begins. All Syria and Phoenicia he wins. Then Polysperchon begins to act in his place, recalls Olympias the court to grace. Antipater had banished her from thence into Epirus for her great turbulence. This new protector's of another mind, thinks by her majesty much help to find. Cassander, like his father, could not see this Polysperchon's great ability, slights his commands, his actions he disclaims, and to be chief himself now bends his aims. Such as his father had advanced to place, or by his favors any way had graced, are now at the devotion of the son, pressed to accomplish what he would have done. Besides, he was the young queen's favorite, on whom, 'twas thought, she set her chief delight. Unto these helps at home he seeks out more, goes to Antigonus, and doth implore, by all the bonds twixt him and his father past, and for that great gift which he gave him last, by these and all to grant him some supply, to take down Polysperchon grown so high. For this Antigonus did need no spurs, hoping to gain yet more by these new stirs, straight furnished him with a sufficient aid, and so he quick returns thus well apaid. With ships at sea, an army for the land, his proud opponent he hopes soon to withstand. But in his absence Polysperchon takes such friends away as for his interest makes, by death, by prison, or by banishment, that no supply by these here might be lent. Cassander with his host to Grecia goes, whom Polysperchon labors to oppose, but beaten was at sea and foiled at land. Cassander's forces had the upper hand. Athens, with many towns in Greece beside, firm for his father's sake to him abide. Whilst hot in wars these two in Greece remain, Antigonus doth all in Asia gain. Still labors Eumenus, would with him side, but all in vain. He faithful did abide, nor mother could nor sons of Alexander put trust in any but in this commander. The great ones now begin to show their mind, and act as opportunity they find. Arrhidaeus, the scorned and simple king, more than he bidden was, could act no thing. Polysperchon, for office hoping long, thinks to enthrone the prince when riper grown. Eurytus this injury disdains, and to Cassander of this wrong complains. Hateful the name and house of Alexander was to this proud and vindictive Cassander. He still kept locked within his memory his father's danger with his family, nor thought he that indignity was small when Alexander knocked his head to the wall. These, with his love unto the amorous queen, did make him vow her servant to be seen. Olympias Arrhidaeus deadly hates, as all her husband's children by his mates. She gave him poison formerly, 'tis thought, which damage both the mind and body brought. She now with Polysperchon doth combine, to make the king by force his seat resign, and her young grandchild in his state enthrone, that under him she might rule all alone. For aid she goes to Epirus among her friends, the better to accomplish these her ends. Eurytus, hearing what she intends, in haste unto her friend Cassander sends, to leave his siege at Tegea, and with speed to save the king and her in this their need. Then by entreaties, promises, and coin, some forces did procure with her to join. Olympia soon enters Macedon, the queen to meet her bravely marches on. But when her soldiers saw their ancient queen, calling to mind what sometime she had been, the wife and mother of their famous kings, nor darts nor arrows now none shoots or flings. The king and queen, seeing their destiny, to save their lives to Amphipolis do fly. But the old queen pursues them with her hate, and needs will have their lives as well as state. The king by extreme torments had his end, and to the queen these presents she did send. A halter, cup of poison, and a sword, bids choose her death, such kindness she'll afford. The queen, with many a curse and bitter check, at length yields to the halter her fair neck, praying that fatal day might quickly haste, on which Olympius of the like might taste. This done, the cruel queen rests not content. 'Gainst all that loved Cassander she was bent. His brethren, kinfolk, and his chiefest friends, that fell within her reach, came to their ends. Digged up his brother dead, 'gainst nature's right, and threw his bones about to show her spite. The courtiers, wondering at her furious mind, wished in Epirus she'd been still confined. In Peloponnesus then Cassander lay, where hearing of this news he speeds away. With rage and with revenge he's hurried on, to find this cruel queen in Macedon. But being stopped at strait Thermopylae, sea passage gets, and lands in Thessaly. His army he divides, sends part away, Polysperchon to hold a while in play. And with the rest Olympias pursues, for all her cruelty to give her dues. She with the chief of court to Pydna flies, well fortified, and on the sea it lies. There by Cassander she's blocked up so long, until the famine grows exceeding strong. Her cousin of Epirus did what he might to raise the siege and put her foes to flight. Cassander is resolved there to remain, so succors and endeavors prove but vain. Fain would this wretched queen capitulate, her foe would give no ear, such is his hate. The soldiers, pinched with this scarcity, by stealth into Cassander daily fly. Olympius means to hold out to the last, expecting nothing but of death to taste. But his occasions calling him away, gives promise for her life, so wins the day. No sooner had he got her in his hand, but he made in judgment her accuser stand, and plead the blood of friends and kindred spilt, desiring justice might be done for guilt. And so was he acquitted of his word, for justice' sake she being put to the sword. This was the end of this most cruel queen, whose fury scarcely paralleled has been. The daughter, sister, mother, wife to kings, but royalty no good condition brings. To her husband's death, 'tis thought, she gave consent. The murderer she did so much lament. With garlands crowned his head, bemoaned his fate, his sword did to Apollo consecrate. Her outrages too tedious are to relate, how for no cause but her inveterate hate. Her husband's wives and children after his death, some slew, some fried, of others stopped the breath. Now in her age she's forced to taste that cup, which she had others often made to sup. Now many towns in Macedon suppressed, and Pelos fain to yield among the rest. The funerals Cassander celebrates of Arrhidaeus and his queen with state. Among their ancestors by him there laid, and shows of lamentation for them made. Old Thebes he then rebuilt, so much of fame, and Cassandria raised after his name. But leave him building, others in their urn. Let's for a while now into Asia turn. True Eumenes endeavors all by skill to keep Antigonus from Shushan still. Having command of the treasure, he can hire such as no threats nor favor could acquire. In divers battles he had good success. Antigonus came off still honorless. When victor oft he'd been, and so might still, Fucestus did betray him by a while to Antigonus, who took his life unjust, because he never would forego his trust. Thus lost he all for his fidelity, striving to uphold his master's family. But to a period as that did haste, so Eumenes the prop of death must taste. All Persia now Antigonus doth gain, and master of the treasure sole remain. Then with Seleucus straight at odds doth fall, and he for aid to Ptolemy doth call. The princes all begin now to envy Antigonus, he growing up so high, fearing his force and what might hap ere long, enter into a combination strong. Seleucus, Ptolemy, Cassander join, Lysimachus to make a fourth combines. Antigonus, desirous of the Greeks, to make Cassander odious to them seeks, sent forth his declarations near and far, and clears what cause he had to make this war. Cassander's outrages at large doth tell, shows his ambitious practices as well. The mother of their king to death he'd put, his wife and son in prison close had shut. And aiming now to make himself a king, and that some title he might seem to bring, Thessalonica he had newly wed, daughter to Philip, their renowned head, had built and called a city by his name, which none e'er did but those of royal fame. And in despite of their two famous kings, hateful Olynthians to Greece rebrings. Rebellious Thebes he had re-edified, which their late king in dust had damnified. Requires them therefore to take up their arms, and to requite this traitor for these harms. Then Ptolemy would gain the Greeks likewise, and he declares the others' injuries. First, how he held the empire in his hands, Seleucus driven from government and lands, the valiant Eumenes unjustly slain, and lord of royal Shushan did remain. Therefore requests their help to take him down, before he wear the universal crown. These princes at the sea soon had a fight, where great Antigonus was put to flight. His son at Gaza likewise lost the field, so Syria to Ptolemy did yield. And Seleucus recovers Babylon, still gaining countries, eastward he goes on. Demetrius with Ptolemy did fight, and, coming unawares, put him to flight, but bravely sends the prisoners back again, with all the spoil and booty he has ta'en, courteous as noble Ptolemy or more, who at Gaza did the like to him before. Antigonus did much rejoice his son, with victory his lost repute had won. At last these princes, tired out with wars, sought for a peace, and laid aside their jars. The terms of their agreement thus express, that each should hold what now he did possess, till Alexander unto age was grown, who then should be installed in the throne. This touched Cassander sore for what he'd done, imprisoning both the mother and the son. He sees the Greeks now favor their young prince, whom he in durance held now and long since, that in few years he must be forced or glad to render up such kingdoms as he had. Resolves to quit his fears by one deed done, so puts to death the mother and her son. This Roxanne for her beauty all commend, but for one act she did, just was her end. No sooner was great Alexander dead, but she, Darius' daughters, murdered, both thrown into a well to hide her blot. Perdiccas was her partner in this plot. The heavens seemed slow in paying her the same, but at the last the hand of vengeance came, and for that double fact which she had done, the life of her must go, and of her son. Perdiccas had before for his amiss, but by their hands who thought not once of this. Cassander's deed the princes do detest, but 'twas in show, in heart it pleased them best. That he is odious to the world they're glad, and now they were free lords of what they had. When this foul tragedy was past and done, Polysperchon brings up the other son, called Hercules, and elder than his brother, but Olympius would have preferred the other. The Greeks, touched with the murder done of late, this orphan prince began to compassionate. begin to mutter much 'gainst proud Cassander, and place their hopes on the heir of Alexander. Cassander feared what might of this ensue, so Polysperchon to his counsel drew, and gives Peloponnesus for his hire, who slew the prince according to desire. Thus was the race and house of Alexander extinct by this inhuman wretch Cassander. Antigonus for all this doth not mourn. He knows to his profit this at last will turn. But that some tide now he might pretend to Cleopatra doth for marriage send. Lysimachus and Ptolemy the same, and lewd Cassander too, sticks not for shame. She then in Lydia at Sardis lay, where by embassage all these princes pray. Choice above all of Ptolemy she makes, with his ambassador her journey takes. Antigonus lieutenant stays her still, until he further knows his master's will. Antigonus now had a wolf by the ears, to hold her still or let her go he fears. Resolves at last the princess should be slain, so hinders him of her he could not gain. Her women are appointed for this deed, they for their great reward no better speed. For by command they straight were put to death, as vile conspirators that stopped her breath. And now he hopes he's ordered all so well, the world must needs believe what he doth tell. Thus Philip's house was quite extinguished, except Cassander's wife, who's yet not dead, and by their means who thought of nothing less than vengeance just against them to express. Now blood was paid with blood for what was done by cruel father, mother, cruel son. Thus we hear and fear and ever say, that hand is righteous still which doth repay. These captains now the style of kings do take, for to their crowns there's none can title make. Demetrius first the royal style assumed, by his example all the rest presumed. Antigonus, himself to ingratiate, doth promise liberty to Athens' state. With arms and with provisions stores them well, the better against Cassander to rebel. Demetrius thither goes, is entertained, not like a king, but like some god they feigned. Most grossly base was their great adulation, who incense burnt and offered oblation. These kings afresh fell to their wars again, Demetrius of Ptolemy doth gain. 'Twould be an endless story to relate their several battles and their several fate, their fights by sea, their victories by land, how some went down, straight got the upper hand. Antigonus and Seleucus then fight near Ephesus, each bringing all his might. And he that conqueror shall now remain, the lordship of all Asia shall retain. This day twixt these two kings ends all the strife, for here Antigonus lost rule and life. Nor to her son did e'er 1 foot remain, of those vast kingdoms he did sometime gain. Demetrius with his troops to Athens flies, hopes to find succor in his miseries. But they, adoring in prosperity, now shut their gates to his adversity. He, sorely grieved at this his desperate state, tries foes, sith friends will not compassionate. His peace he then with old Seleucus makes, who his fair daughter Stratonice takes. Antiochus, Seleucus' dear-loved son, is for this fresh young lady quite undone. Fall so extremely sick all feared his life, yet durst not say he loved his father's wife. When his disease a skilled physician found, his father's mind he wittily did sound, who did no sooner understand the same, but willingly resigned the beauteous dame. Cassander now must die, his race is run, and leave the ill-got kingdoms he had won. 2 sons he left, born of King Philip's daughter, who had an end put to their days by slaughter. Which should succeed at variance they fell. The mother with the youngest might excel. The eldest, enraged, did play the viper's part, and with his sword did run her through the heart. Rather than Philip's race should longer live, he whom she gave his life her death shall give. This by Lysimachus was after slain, whose daughter he not long before had ta'en. Demetrius is called in by the youngest son against Lysimachus, who from him won. But he a kingdom more than his friend did seized upon that, and slew him traitorously. Thus Philip's and Cassander's race both gone, and so falls out to be extinct in one. And though Cassander died in his bed, his seed to be extirped was destined. For blood which was decreed that he should spill, yet must his children pay for father's ill. Jehu in killing Ahab's house did well, yet be avenged must blood of Jezebel. Demetrius thus Cassander's kingdom gains, and now in Macedon as king he reigns. Though men and money both he hath at will, in neither finds content if he sits still. That Seleucus holds Asia grieves him sore. These countries large his father got before. These to recover musters all his might, and with his son-in-law will needs go fight. A mighty navy rigged, an army stout, with easy hopes to turn the world about, leaving Antigonus, his eldest son, in his long absence to rule Macedon. Demetrius with so many troubles met, as heaven and earth against him had been set. Disaster on disaster him pursue, his story seems a fable more than true. At last he's taken and imprisoned within an isle that was with pleasures fed. Enjoyed whatever beseemed his royalty, only restrained of his liberty. After 3 years he died, left what he'd won in Greece unto Antigonus his son. For his posterity unto this day did ne'er regain 1 foot in Asia. His body Seleucus sends to his son, who obsequies with wondrous pomp were done. Next died the brave and noble Ptolemy, renowned for bounty, valor, clemency. Rich Egypt left, and what else he had won, to Philadelphus, his more worthy son. Of the old heroes now but 2 remain. Seleucus and Lysimachus, these twain, must needs go try their fortune and their might, and so Lysimachus was slain in fight. 'Twas no small joy unto Seleucus' breast, that now he had outlived all the rest. Possession of Europe he thinks to take, and so himself the only monarch make. While with these hopes in Greece he did remain, he was by Ptolemy Ceraunus slain, the second son of the first Ptolemy, who for rebellion unto him did fly. Seleucus was a father and a friend, yet by him had this most unworthy end. Thus with these kingly captains have we done. A little now how the succession run. Antigonus, Seleucus, and Cassander, with Ptolemy reigned after Alexander. Cassander's sons soon after his death were slain, so 3 successors only did remain. Antigonus his kingdom lost and life unto Seleucus, author of that strife. His son Demetrius all Cassander's gains, and by his posterity the same retains. Demetrius' son was called Antigonus, and his again was named Demetrius. I must let pass those many battles fought betwixt those kings and noble Pyrrhus stout, and his son Alexander of Epire, whereby immortal honor they acquire. Demetrius had Philip to his son, part of whose kingdoms Titus Quintius won. Philip had Perseus, who was made to a thrall, to Aemilius, the Roman general. Him with his sons in triumph led did he, such riches too as Rome did never see. This of Antigonus his seed's the fate, whose empire was subdued to the Roman state. Longer Seleucus held the royalty in Syria by his posterity. Antiochus Soter his son was named, to whom the old Berosus, so much famed, his book of Assur's monarchs dedicates, tells of their names, their wars, their riches, fates. But this has perished with many more, which oft we wish was extant as before. Antiochus Theos was Soter's son, who a long war with Egypt's king begun. The affinities and wars Daniel sets forth, and calls them there the kings of south and north. This Theos murdered was by his lewd wife. Seleucus reigned when he had lost his life. A third Seleucus next sits on the seat, and then Antiochus, surnamed the Great, whose large dominions after were made small by Scipio, the Roman general. Fourth Seleucus Antiochus succeeds, and next Epiphanes, whose wicked deeds, horrid massacres, murders, cruelties, among the Jews we read in Maccabees. Antiochus Eupator was the next, by rebels and impostors daily vexed. So many princes still were murdered, the royal blood was nigh extinguished. Then Tigranes, the great Armenian king, to take the government was called in. Lucullus him, the Roman general, vanquished in fight, and took those kingdoms all. Of Greece and Syria thus the rule did end. In Egypt next a little time we'll spend. First Ptolemy being dead, his famous son, called Philadelphus, did possess the throne. At Alexandria a library did build, and with 700,000 volumes filled. The 72 interpreters did seek they might translate the Bible into Greek. His son was Evergettus, the last prince that valor showed, virtue or excellence. Philopator was Evergettus' son, after Epiphanes sat on the throne. Philometor, Evergettus again, and after him did false Lathyrus reign. Then Alexander in Lathyrus' stead, next Salutes, who cut off Pompey's head. To all these names we Ptolemy must add, for since the first they still that title had. Fair Cleopatra next, last of that race, whom Julius Caesar set in royal place. She with her paramour, Mark Antony, held for a time the Egyptian monarchy, till great Augustus had with him a fight at Actium, where his navy was put to flight. He, seeing his honor lost, his king demand, did by his sword his life soon after send. His brave virago asps set to her arms, to take her life and quit her from all harms. For 'twas not death nor danger she did dread, but some disgrace and triumph to be led. Here ends at last the Grecian monarchy, which by the Romans had its destiny. Thus kings and kingdoms have their times and dates, their standings, overturnings, bounds, and fates. Now up, now down, now chief, and then brought under, the heavens thus rule to fill the world with wonder. The Assyrian monarchy long time did stand, but yet the Persian got the upper hand. The Grecian then did utterly subdue, and millions were subjected unto few. The Grecian longer than the Persian stood, then came the Roman like a raging flood, and with the torrent of his rapid course, their crowns, their tides, riches bears by force. The first was likened to a head of gold, next arms and breast of silver to behold. The third, belly and thighs of brass in sight, and last was iron, which breaketh all with might. The stone out of the mountain then did rise, and smote those feet, those legs, those arms and thighs. Then gold, silver, brass, iron, and all the store became like chaff upon the threshing floor. The first a lion, second was a bear, the third a leopard, which 4 wings did rear. The last more strong and dreadful than the rest, whose iron teeth devoured every beast. And when he had no appetite to eat, the residue he stamped under his feet. Yet shall this lion, bear, this leopard, ram, all trembling stand before the powerful Lamb. With these 3 monarchies now have I done, but how the 4th their kingdoms from them won, and how from small beginnings it did grow, to fill the world with terror and with woe, my tired brain leaves to some better pen. This task befits not women like to men. For what is past I blush excuse to make, but humbly stand some grave reproof to take. Pardon to crave for errors is but vain. The subject was too high beyond my strain. To frame apology for some offense converts our boldness into impudence. This my presumption some now to requite, ne sutor ultra crepidam may write. The end of the Grecian monarchy. After some days of rest, my restless heart, to finish what's begun, new thoughts impart, and maugre all resolves my fancy wrought, this 4th to the other 3 now might be brought. Shortness of time and inability will force me to a confused brevity. Yet in this chaos one shall easily spy the vast limbs of a mighty monarchy. Whate'er is found amiss, take in good part, as faults proceeding from my head, not heart. End of section 12, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 13 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. The Roman monarchy, being the 4th and last, beginning Anno Mundi 3213. Stout Romulus, Rome's founder and first king, whom vestal Rhea to the world did bring, his father is not Mars, as some devised, but Amulius in armor, all disguised. Thus he deceived his niece she might not know the double injury he then did do. Where shepherds once had coats and sheep their folds, where swains and rustic peasants kept their holds, a city fair did Romulus erect, the mistress of the world in each respect. His brother Remus there by him was slain, for leaping o'er the wall with some disdain. The stones at first were cemented with blood, and bloody hath it proved since it first stood. This city built, and sacrifices done, a form of government he next begun. 100 senators he likewise chose, and with the style of patres honored those. His city to replenish men he wants. Great privileges then to all he grants that will within those strong-built walls reside, and this new gentle government abide. Of wives there was so great a scarcity, they to their neighbors sue for a supply. But all disdain alliance then to make, so Romulus was forced this course to take. Great shows he makes at tilt and tournament. To see these sports the Sabines are all bent. Their daughters by the Romans then were caught. Then to recover them a field was fought. But in the end to final peace they come, and Sabines as one people dwelt in Rome. The Romans, now more potent, begin to grow, and Fidenites they wholly overthrow. But Romulus then comes unto his end, some feigning to the gods he did ascend. Others, the 37th of his reign, affirm that by the Senate he was slain. Numa Pompilius next chose they king, held for his piety some sacred thing. To Janus he that famous temple built, kept shut in peace, set ope when blood was spilt. Religious rites and customs instituted, and priests and flamens likewise he deputed. their augurs strange, their gestures and attire, and vestal maids to keep the holy fire. The nymph Egeria this to him told, so to delude the people he was bold. 43 years he ruled with generous praise, accounted for a god in after days. Tullus Hostilius. Tullus Hostilius was third Roman king, who martial discipline in use did bring. War with the ancient Albans he did wage, this strife to end 6 brothers did engage. 3 called Horati on the Roman side, and Curiati 3 Albans provide. The Romans conquer, the others yield the day, yet in their compact after false they play. The Romans, sore incensed, their generals slay, and from old Alba fetch the wealth away. Of Latin kings this was long since the seat, but now demolished to make Rome great. 32 years did Tullus reign, then die, left Rome in wealth and power still growing high. Ancus Marcius. Next, Ancus Marcius sits upon the throne, nephew unto Pompilius, dead and gone. Rome he enlarged, new built again the wall, much stronger and more beautiful withal. A stately bridge he over Tiber made, of boats and oars no more they need the aid. Fair Ostia he built, this town it stood, close by the mouth of famous Tiber flood. 24 years' time of his royal race, then unto death unwillingly gives place. Tarquinius Priscus. Tarquin, a Greek at Corinth, born and bred, who from his country for sedition fled, is entertained at Rome, and in short time, by wealth and favor, doth the honor climb. He after Marcius' death the kingdom had, 100 senators he more did add. Wars with the Latins he again renews, and nations 12 of Tuscany subdues. To such rude triumphs as young Rome then had, some state and splendor did this Priscus add. 38 years this stranger born did reign, and after all by Ancus' sons was slain. Servius Tullius. Next, Servius Tullius gets into the throne, ascends not up by merits of his own, but by the favor and the special grace of Tanaquil, late queen, obtains the place. He ranks the people into such degree as wealth had made them of ability. A general muster takes, which by account to 80,000 souls then did amount. 44 years did Servius Tullius reign, and then by Tarquin Priscus' son was slain. Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of the Romans. Tarquin the Proud, from manners called so, sat on the throne when he had slain his foe. Sextus, his son, did most unworthily Lucretia force, mirror of chastity. She loathed so the fact, she loathed her life, and shed her guiltless blood with guilty knife. Her husband, sore incensed to quit this wrong, with Junius Brutus rose, and being strong, the Tarquins they from Rome by force expel, in banishment perpetual to dwell. The government they change, a new one bring, and people swear ne'er to accept of king. An apology. To finish what's begun was my intent, my thoughts and my endeavors therein bent. Essays I many made, but still gave out. The more I mused, the more I was in doubt. The subject large, my mind and body weak, with many more discouragements did speak. All thoughts of further progress laid aside, though oft persuaded, I as oft denied. At length resolved, when many years had passed, to prosecute my story to the last. And for the same I hours not few did spend, and weary lines, though lank, I many penned. But 'fore I could accomplish my desire, my papers fell a prey to the raging fire. And thus my pains with better things I lost, which none had cause to wail, nor I to boast. No more I'll do, since I have suffered wreck, although my monarchies their legs do lack. Nor matters it this last, the world now sees, hath many ages been upon his knees. End of section 13, read by Brize C, Ohio. Section 14 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose Remains, by Anne Bradstreet. A dialogue between Old England and New concerning their present troubles, annotated 1642. New England. Alas, dear mother, fairest queen and best, with honor, wealth, and peace, happy and blessed, what ails thee? Hang thy head and cross thine arms, and sit in the dust to sigh these sad alarms. What deluge of new woes thus overwhelms the glories of thy ever-famous realm? What means this wailing tone, this mournful guise? Ah, tell thy daughter she may sympathize. Old England. Art ignorant indeed of these my woes, or must my forced tongue these griefs disclose, and must myself dissect my tattered state, which amazed Christendom stands wondering at? And thou a child, a limb, and dost not feel my fainting, weakened body now to reel? This psychic purging potion I have taken will bring consumption or an ague quaking, unless some cordial thou fetch from high, which present help may ease my malady. If I deceased, dost think thou shalt survive? Or by my wasting state dost think to thrive? Then weigh our case if it be not justly sad. Let me lament alone while thou art glad. New England. And thus, alas, your state you much deplore in general terms, but will not say wherefore. What medicine shall I seek to cure this woe, if the wound so dangerous I may not know? But you perhaps would have me guess it out. What, hath some Hengist like that Saxon stout, by fraud or force, usurped thy flowering crown, or by tempestuous wars thy fields trod down? Or hath Canutus, that brave valiant Dane, the regal peaceful sceptre from thee ta'en? Or is it a Norman whose victorious hand with English blood bedews thy conquered land? Or is it intestine wars that thus offend? Do Maud and Stephen for the crown contend? Do barons rise and side against their king, and call in foreign aid to help the thing? Must Edward be deposed? Or is it the hour that second Richard must be clapped in the Tower? Or is it the fatal jar, again begun, that from the red-white prickling roses sprung? Must Richmond's aid the nobles now implore, to come and break the tushes of the boar? If none of these, dear mother, what's your woe? Pray, do you fear Spain's bragging armado? Doth your ally, fair France, conspire your wreck? Or do the Scots play false behind your back? Doth Holland quit you ill for all your love? Whence is a storm, from earth or heaven above? Is it drought, is it famine, or is it pestilence? Dost feel the smart, or fear the consequence? Your humble child entreats you show your grief, though arms nor purse she hath for your relief. Such is her poverty, yet shall be found a suppliant for your help, as she is bound. Old England. I must confess some of those sores you name, my beauteous body at this present maim. But foreign foe nor feigned friend I fear, for they have work enough, thou knowest, elsewhere. Nor is it Alcie's son, nor Henry's daughter, whose proud contentions cause this slaughter, nor noble siding to make John no king, French Louis unjustly to the crown to bring, no Edward Richard to lose rule and life, nor no Lancastrians to renew old strife, no Duke of York nor Earl of March to soil their hands in kindred's blood whom they did foil. No crafty tyrant now usurps the seat, who nephew slew so he might be great. No need of Tudor roses to unite, none knows which is the red or which the white. Spain's braving fleet a second time is sunk, France knows how oft my fury she hath drunk, by Edward III and Henry V of fame. Her lilies in my arms avouch the same. My sister Scotland hurts me now no more, though she hath been injurious heretofore. What Holland is, I am in some suspense, but trust not much unto his excellence. For wants, some sure I feel, but more I fear. And for the pestilence, who knows how near? Famine and plague, two sisters of the sword, destruction to a land doth soon afford. Therefore my punishment ordained on high, unless our tears prevent it speedily. But yet I answer not what you demand, to show the grievance of my troubled land. Before I tell the effect, I'll show the cause, which is my sins, the breach of sacred laws. Idolatry, supplanter of a nation, with foolish superstitious adoration, are liked in continence by men of might. The gospel trodden down and hath no right. Church offices were sold and bought for gain, that Pope had hoped to find Rome here again. For oaths and blasphemies did ever ear from Beelzebub himself such language hear. What scorning of the saints of the Most High, what injuries did daily on them lie? What false reports, what nicknames did they take, not for their own, but for their master's sake? And thou, poor soul, wert jeered among the rest. Thy flying for the truth was made a jest. For Sabbath breaking and for drunkenness did ever land profaneness more express. From crying blood yet cleanse them not I, martyrs and others dying causelessly. How many princely heads on blocks laid down, for naught but title to a fading crown. 'Mongst all the cruelties by great ones done, O Edward's youth and Clarence's hapless son, O Jane, why didst thou die in flowering prime? Because of royal stem, that was thy crime. For bribery, adultery, and lies, where is the nation I can't paralyze? With usury, extortion, and oppression, these be the hydras of my stout transgression. These be the bitter foundations, heads and roots, whence flowed the source, the sprigs, the boughs and fruits. Of more than thou canst hear or I relate, that with high hand I still did perpetrate, for these were threatened the woeful day. I mocked the preachers, put it far away. The sermons yet upon record do stand, that cried destruction to my wicked land. I then believed not, now I feel and see, the plague of stubborn incredulity. Some lost their livings, some in prison pent, some, fined, from house and friends to exile went. Their silent tongues to heaven did vengeance cry, who saw their wrongs, and hath judged righteously, and will repay it sevenfold in my lap. This is forerunner of my afterclap. Nor took I warning by my neighbor's falls. I saw sad Germany's dismantled walls. I saw her people famished, nobles slain, her fruitful land a barren heath remain. I saw, unmoved, her armies foiled and fled, wives forced, babes tossed, her houses calcined. I saw strong Rochelle yielded to her foe, thousands of starved Christians there also. I saw poor Ireland bleeding out her last, such cruelties as all reports have passed. Mine heart obdurate stood not yet aghast. Now sip I of that cup, and just it may be, the bottom dregs reserved are for me. New England. To all you've said, sad mother, I assent. Your fearful sins great cause there is to lament. My guilty hands in part hold up with you, a sharer in your punishments my due. But all you say amounts to this effect, not what you feel, but what you do expect. Pray in plain terms, what is your present grief? Then let's join heads and hearts for your relief. Old England. Well, to the matter then. There's grown of late, 'twixt king and peers, a question of state. Which is the chief, the law, or else the king? One said it's he, the other, no such thing. 'Tis said my better part in Parliament, to ease my groaning land, showed their intent, to crush the proud and right to each man deal, to help the church and stay the commonweal. So many obstacles came in their way, as puts me to a stand what I should say. Old customs now prerogative stood on. Had they not held law fast, all had been gone, which by their prudence stood them in such stead, they took High Strafford lower by the head, and to that laud be it spoke, they held in the Tower all England's metropolitan that hour. This done, an act they would have passed fain, no prelate should his bishopric retain. Here rugged they hard indeed, for all men saw, this must be done by gospel, not by law. Next the militia they urged sore. This was denied, I need not say wherefore. The king displeased at York himself absents. They humbly beg his return, show their intents. The writing, printing, posting to and fro, show all was done. I'll therefore let it go. But now I come to speak of my disaster. Contention grown 'twixt subjects and their master. They worded it so long they fell to blows, that thousands lay on heaps. Here bleed my woes. I that no wars so many years have known, am now destroyed and slaughtered by my own. But could the field alone this strife decide, one battle, 2, or 3 I might abide. But these may be beginnings of more woe. Who knows but this may be my overthrow? Oh, pity me in this sad perturbation, my plundered towns, my houses' devastation, my weeping virgins and my young men slain, my wealthy trading fallen, my dearth of grain. The seed time's come, but plowman hath no hope, because he knows not who shall in his crop. The poor they want their pay, their children bread, their woeful mother's tears unpitied. If any pity in thy heart remain, or any childlike love thou dost retain, for my relief do what there lies in thee, and recompense that good I've done to thee. New England. Dear mother, cease complaints and wipe your eyes, shake off your dust, cheer up, and now arise. You are my mother nurse, and I your flesh, your sunken bowels gladly would refresh. Your griefs I pity, but soon hope to see, out of your troubles, much good fruit to be. To see those latter days of hoped for good, though now beclouded all with tears and blood. After dark popery the day did clear, but now the sun in his brightness shall appear. Blessed be the nobles of thy noble land, with ventured lives for truth's defense they stand. Blessed be thy commons, who for common good and thy infringed laws have boldly stood. Blessed be thy counties, who did aid thee still, with hearts and states to testify their will. Blessed be thy preachers, who do cheer thee on. O cry the sword of God and Gideon. And shall I not on them, with Maraz's curse, that help thee not with prayers, with alms and purse? And for myself let miseries abound, if mindless of thy state I e'er be found. These are the days of the Church's foes to crush, to root out popeling's head, tail, branch, and rush. Let's bring Baal's vestments forth to make a fire, their mitres, surplices, and all their attire, copes, rochets, croziers, and such empty trash, and let their names consume, but let the flash light Christendom, and all the world to see, we hate Rome's whore with all her trumpery. Go on, brave Essex, with a loyal heart, not false to king, nor to the better part. But those that hurt his people and his crown, as duty binds, expel and tread them down. And ye brave nobles, chase away all fear, and to this hopeful cause closely adhere. O mother, can you weep and have such peers? When they are gone, then drown yourself in tears, if now you weep so much, that then no more the briny ocean will o'erflow your shore. These are they, I trust, with Charles our King, out of all mists such glorious days shall bring, that dazzled eyes, beholding, much shall wonder, at that day settled peace, thy wealth and splendor. Thy church in weal, establish in such manner, that all shall joy that thou displayest thy banner. And discipline erected so, I trust, that nursing kings shall come and lick thy dust. Then justice shall in all thy courts take place, without respect of person or of case. Then bribes shall cease, and suits shall not stick long, patience and purse of clients oft to wrong. Then high commissions shall fall to decay, and pursuivants and catchpoles want their pay. So shall thy happy nation ever flourish, when truth and righteousness they thus shall nourish. When thus in peace thine armies brave send out, to sack proud Rome and all her vassals rout. There let thy name, thy fame, and glory shine, as did thine ancestors in Palestine, and let her spoils full pay with interest be, of what unjustly once she pulled from thee. Of all the woes thou canst let her be sped, and on her poor the vengeance threatened. Bring forth the beast that ruled the world with his beck, and tear his flesh, and set your feet on his neck, and make his filthy den so desolate, to the astonishment of all that knew his state. This done, with brandished swords to Turkey go, for then what is it but English blades dare do? And lay her waste, for so's the sacred doom, and do to Gog as thou hast done to Rome. O Abraham's seed, lift up your heads on high, for sure the day of your redemption's nigh. The scale shall fall from your long blinded eyes, and him you shall adore who now despise. Then fullness of the nations in shall flow, and Jew and Gentile to one worship go. Then follow days of happiness and rest, whose lot doth fall to live therein is blessed. No Canaanite shall then be found in the land, and holiness on horses' bells shall stand. If this make way thereto, then sigh no more, but if at all thou did not see it before. Farewell, dear mother, rightest cause prevail, and in a while you'll tell another tale. End of section 14, read by Brize C, Ohio.
Section 15 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by jkspriggs, The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. An elegy upon that honourable and renowned knight Sir Philip Sidney, who was untimely slain at the siege of Zutphen, anno 1586. When England did enjoy her halcyon days, her noble Sidney wore the crown of bays. as well an honour to our British land as she that swayed the sceptre with her hand. Mars and Minerva did in one agree, of arms and arts he should a pattern be. Calliope and Terpsichore did sing, of poesy and of music he was king. His rhetoric struck Polyhymnia dead, his eloquence made Mercury wax red. His logic from Euterpe won the crown, more worth was his than Clio could set down. Thalia and Melpomene say the truth, witness Arcadia penned in his youth. Are not his tragic comedies so afted, as if your ninefold wit had been compacted? To show the world they never saw before, that this one volume should exhaust your store, his wiser days condemned his witty works, who knows the spell that in his rhetoric lurks? But some infatuate fools soon caught therein, found Cupid's dam had never such a gin, which makes severer eyes but slight that story, and men of morose minds envy his glory. But he's a beetle-head that can't descry a world of wealth within that rubbish lie, and doth his name, his work, his honour wrong, the brave refiner of our British tongue, that sees not learning, valour, and morality, justice, friendship, and kind hospitality, yea, and divinity within his book, such were prejudicate and did not look. In all records his name I ever see, put with an epithet of dignity, which shows his worth was great, his honour such, the love his country ought him was as much. Then let none disallow of these my strains, whilst English blood yet runs within my veins. O brave Achilles, I wish some Homer would engrave in marble, with characters of gold, the valiant feats thou didst on Flanders coast, which at this day fair Belgia may boast. The more I say, the more thy worth I stain, thy fame and praise are far beyond my strain. O Zutphen, Zutphen, that most fatal city, made famous by thy death much more the pity. Ah, in his blooming prime death plucked this rose, ere he was ripe, his thread-cut Atropos. Thus man is born to die, and dead is he. Brave Hector by the walls of Troy we see. O who was near thee but did sore repine, he rescued not with life that life of thine? But yet impartial fates this boon did give, though Sidney died, his valiant name should live, and live it doth in spite of death through fame, thus being overcome, he overcame. Where is that envious tongue but can afford of this our noble Scipio some good word? Great Bartas, this unto thy praise adds more, in sad sweet verse thou didst his death deplore, and Phoenix Spencer doth unto his life, his death present in sable to his wife, Stella the fair, whose streams from conduits fell, for the sad loss of her dear Astrophel. Fain would I show how he fame's paths did tread, but now into such labyrinths I am led, with endless turns the way I find not out, how to persist my muse is more in doubt, which makes me now with Sylvester confess, but Sidney's muse can sing his worthiness. The muse's aid I craved, they had no will, to give to their detractor any quill. With high disdain they said they gave no more, since Sidney had exhausted all their store. They took from me the scribbling pen I had, I to be eased of such a task was glad. Then to revenge this wrong themselves engage, and drave me from Parnassus in a rage. Then wonder not if I no better sped, since I the muses thus have injured. I, pensive for my faults, sat down, and then errata through their leave threw me my pen. My poem to conclude 2 lines they deign, which writ she bade return it to them again. So Sidney's fame I leave to England's rolls, his bones do lie interred in stately pools. His Epitaph. Here lies in fame under this stone Philip and Alexander, both in one, heir to the Muses, the son of Mars in truth, learning, valour, wisdom, all in virtuous youth. His praise is much, this shall suffice my pen, that Sidney died 'mong most renowned of men. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexis. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. In honor of Du Bartas, 1641. Among the happy wits his age hath shown, great dear sweet Bartas, thou art matchless known. My ravished eyes and heart with faltering tongue and humble wise have vowed of their service long. But knowing the task so great and strength but small, gave o'er the work before begun withal. My dazzled sight of late reviewed thy lines, where art and more than art in nature shines. Reflection from their beaming altitude did thaw my frozen heart's ingratitude, which rays, darting upon some richer ground, had caused flowers and fruits soon to abound. But barren I my daisy here do bring, a homely flower in this my latter spring. If summer or my autumn age do yield flowers, fruits in garden, orchid, or in ye field, they shall be consecrated in my verse, and prostrate offered at great Bartas's hearse. My muse unto a child I may compare, who sees the riches of some famous fair. He feeds his eyes, but understanding lacks to comprehend the worth of all those knacks. The glittering plate and jewels he admires, the hats and fans, the plums and ladies' attires. And thousand times his amazed mind doth wish some part at least of that brave wealth were his. But seeing empty wishes not obtain, at night turns to his mother's cot again, and tells her tales, his full heart overglad of all the glorious sights his eyes had had, but finds too soon his want of eloquence. The silly prattler speaks no word of sense, but seeing utterance fail his great desires, sits down in silence, deeply he admires. Thus, weak-brained I, reading thy lofty style, thy profound learning, viewing other while thy art in natural philosophy, thy saint-like mind in grave divinity, thy piercing skill in high astronomy, and curious insight in anatomy, thy physic, music, and state policy, valor in war, and peace good husbandry. Sure liberal nature did with art not small, and all the arts make thee most liberal. A thousand times my senseless senses moveless stand, charmed by thy sweet influences. More senseless than the stones to Aphion's lute. Mine eyes are sightless, and my tongue is mute. My full astonished heart doth pant to break. Through grief it wants a faculty to speak. Volleys of praises could I echo then, had I an angel's voice or Bartas's pen. But wishes can't accomplish my desire. Pardon if I adore when I admire. O France, thou didn't in him more glory gain than in thy Martel, Pepin, Charlemagne, than in St. Louis or thy last Henry Great, who tamed his foes in wars in blood and sweat. Thy fame is spread as far, I dare be bold, in all the zones that temperate hot and cold. Their trophies were but heaps of wounded slain, thine the quintessence of a heroic brain. The oaken garland ought to deck their brows, immortal bays to thee all men allow, who in thy triumphs never won by wrongs, leadest millions chained by eyes, by ears, by tongues. Oft have I wondered at the hand of heaven, in giving one what would have served seven. If ere the golden gift were showered of any, thy double portion would have served many. Unto each man his riches are assigned, of name, of state, of body, and of mind. Thou hadn't thy part of all but of the last, O pregnant brain or comprehension vast. Thy haughty style, enwrapped with sublime, all ages, wondering at, shall never climb. Thy sacred works are not for imitation, but monuments to future admiration. Thus Bartas's fame shall last while stars do stand, and whilst there's air, or fire, or sea, or land. But lest mine ignorance should do thee wrong, to celebrate thy merits in my song, I'll leave thy praise to those shall do thee right. Good will, not skill, did cause me bring my might. His epitaph. Here lies the pearl of France Parnassus' glory. The world rejoiced at his birth, at his death was sorry. Art and nature joined by heaven's high decree now showed what once they ought. Humanity in nature's law had it been revocable. To rescue him from death, art had been able. But nature vanquished art, so Bartas died. But fame outliving both, he is revived. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Poems of Miss Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexis. The Poems of Miss Anne Bradstreet, together with her Prose remains by Anne Bradstreet. In honor of that high and mighty Princess Queen Elizabeth of a happy memory. The Proem. Although great queen thou now in silence lie, yet thy loud herald fame doth to the sky, thy wondrous worth proclaim in every clime, and so hath thou while there is world or time. So great is thy glory and thine excellence, the sound thereof wraps every human sense, that men account in no acuity, to say thou were a fleshy deity. Thousands bring offerings though out of date, thy world of honors to accumulate. Mongst hundreds hecatombs of roaring verse, mine bleeding stands before thy royal hearse. Thou never didst nor canst thou now disdain to accept the tribute of a loyal brain. Thy clemency did erst esteem as much the acclamations of the poor as rich, which makes me deem my rudeness is no wrong, though I resound thy praises mongst the throng. No Phoenix pen nor Spenser's poetry, nor Speed's nor Camden's learned history. Eliza's worked war, praise, air compact, the world's the theatre where she did act. No memories, no volumes contain the 11 Olympiads of her happy reign, who was so good, so just, so learned wise. From all the kings on earth she won the prize, nor say I more than duly is her due. Millions will testify that this is true. She hath wiped off the aspiration of her sex, that woman wisdom lacked to play the Rex. Spain's monarch says not so, nor yet his host. She taught them better manners to their coast. The Salic law in force now had not been, if France had ever hoped for such a queen. But can you, doctors, now this point dispute? She's argument enough to make you mute. Since first the sun did run his near-run race, and earth had, once a year, a new old face. Since time was time, and man unmanly man, come show me such a phoenix if you can. Was ever people better ruled than hers? Was ever land more happy, free from stirs? Did ever wealth in England more abound? Her victories in foreign coasts resound. Ships more invincible than Spain's, her foe she wrecked, she sacked, she sunk in Armando. Her stately troops advanced to Lisbon's wall. Don Anthony in his right there to install, she frankly helped Frank's brave, distressed king. The states united now her fame do sing. She their protectress was, they'd well do now. Unto her dead virago what they owe. Her noble sacrifice their noble blood, nor men nor coin she spared to do them good. The rude untamed Irish she did quell, before her picture the proud Tyrone fell. Had ever prince such counsellors as she? Herself, Minerva, caused them so to be. Such captains and such soldiers never seen, as were the subjects of her Pallas queen. Her seamen through all straits the world did round, terra incognita might know the sound. Her Drake came laden home with Spanish gold, her Essex took Cadiz their Herculean hold. But time would fail me, so my tongue would too, to tell of half she did or she could do. Semiramis to her is but obscure, more infamy than fame she did procure. She built her glory but on Babel's walls, worlds wonder for a while, but yet it falls. Fierce Tomarus, Scythian's queen, had put her harness off had she but seen. Our Amazon in the camp of Tilbury, judging all valor and all majesty, within that princess to have residence, and prostrate yielded to her excellence. Ditto, first foundress of proud Carthage walls, who live consummates her funerals. O great Alyssa, but compared with ours, how vanished her glory, wealth, and powers. Profuse, proud Cleopatra, whose wrong name, instead of glory, proved her country's shame. Of her what worth in stories to be seen, but that she was a rich Egyptian queen. Zenobia, poet and empress of the East, and all of these without compare the best, whom none but great Aurelian could quell, yet for our queen is no fit parallel. She was a phoenix queen, so shall she be. Her ashes not revived, more phoenix she. Her personal perfections who would tell, must dip his pen in the Heliconian well, which I may not, my pride doth but aspire, to read what others write and so admire. Now say, have women worth, or have they none? Or had they some, but with our queen is it gone? Nay, masculines, yet they thus tax us long, but she, though dead, will vindicate our wrong. Let such as say our sex is void of reason know is a slander now, but once was treason. But happy England, which had such a queen, yea, happy, happy, had those days still been. But happiness lies in a higher sphere, then wonder not Eliza moves not here. Full fraught with honor, riches, and with days, she set like Titan in his rays. No more shall rise or set so glorious sun until the heaven's great revolution. If then new things their old form shall retain, Eliza shall rule Albion once again. Her Epitaph. Here sleeps the queen, this is the royal bed of the damask rose sprung from the white and red, whose sweet perfume fills the awe-filling air. This rose is withered, once so lively fair. On neither tree did grow such rose before, the greater was our gain, our loss the more. Another. Here lies the pride of queens, pattern of kings. So blaze it, fame, here are feathers for thy wings. Here lies the envied yet unparalleled prince, whose living virtues speak, though dead long since. If many worlds, as that fantastic framed, in every one be her great glory framed. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. David's Lamentation for Saul and Jonathan. 2 Samuel 1:19. Alas, slain is the head of Israel, illustrious Saul, whose beauty did excel. Upon thy places, mountainous and high, how did the mighty fall, and falling die! In Gath let not these things be spoken on, nor published in the streets of Ascalon, lest daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the uncircumcised lift up their voice. O Gilboa mounts, let never pearled dew, nor fruitful showers your barren tops bestrew, nor fields of offerings ever on you grow, nor any pleasant thing e'er you may show. For there the mighty ones did soon decay, the shield of Saul was vilely cast away. There had his dignity so sore a foil, as if his head ne'er felt the sacred oil. Sometimes from crimson blood of ghastly slain, the bow of Jonathan ne'er turned in vain. Nor from the fat and spoils of mighty men, with bloodless sword did Saul turn back again. Pleasant and lovely were they both in life, and in their death was found no parting strife. Swifter than swiftest eagles so were they, stronger than lions ramping for their prey. O Israel's dames, o'erflow your beauteous eyes for valiant Saul, who on Mount Gilboa lies, who clothed you in cloth of richest dye, and choice delights full of variety. On your array put ornaments of gold, which made you yet more beauteous to behold. O how in battle did the mighty fall, in midst of strength not succoured at all. O lovely Jonathan, how wast thou slain! In places high, full low thou didst remain. Distressed for thee I am, dear Jonathan. Thy love was wonderful, surpassing man, exceeding all the love that's feminine. So pleasant hast thou been, dear brother mine. How are the mighty fallen into decay, and warlike weapons perished away. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Poems of Miss Anne Bradstreet, together with their prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexis. The Poems of Miss Anne Bradstreet, together with their prose remains, by Anne Bradstreet. To the memory of my dear and ever-honored father, Thomas Dudley-esque, who deceased July 31st, 1653, and of his age 77. By duty bound, and not by custom led, to celebrate the praises of the dead, my mournful mind, sore pressed in trembling verse, presents my lamentations at his hearse. Who is my father, guide, instructor too, to whom I ought whatever I could do? Nor is it relation, nor my hand shall tie, for who more cause to boast his worth than I? Who heard or saw, observed or knew him better, who alive than I, a great debtor? Let malice by and envy not its fill. He was my father, and I'll praise him still. Nor was his name or life led so obscure, that pity might some trumpeters procure, who after death might make him falsely seem, such as in life no man could justly deem. well known and loved where he lived by most, both in his native and in foreign coast. These to the world his merits could make known, so need no testimonial from his own. But now or never I must pay my sum, while others tell his worth I'll not be dumb. One of thy founders him, New England know, who stayed thy feeble sides when thou wast low, who spent his state, his strength, and years with care, that aftercomers in them might have share. True patriot of this little commonweal, who is it can tax thee aught by for thy zeal? Truth's friend thou wert to error still a foe, which caused apostates to malign thee so. Thy love to true religion e'er shall shine. My father's God be God of me and mine. Upon the earth he did not build his nest, but as a pilgrim what he had possessed. High thoughts he gave no harbor in his heart, no honors puffed him up when he had part. Those titles loathed which some too much do love, for truly his ambition lay above his humble mind, so loved humility. He left it to his race for legacy, and oft with speeches mild and wise, gave his in charge that jewel rich in prize. No ostentation seen in all his ways, as in the mean ones of our foolish days, which all they have and more still set to view. Their greatness may be judged by what they show. His thoughts were more sublime, his actions wise. Such vanities he justly did despise. No wonder was low things ne'er much did move. For he a mansion had prepared above, for which he sighed and prayed and longed for sore. He might be clothed upon for evermore. Oft spake of death and with a smiling cheer. He did exalt his end was drawing near, now fully ripe as shock of wheat that's grown. Death as a sickle hath him timely mown, and in celestial barn hath housed him high, where storms nor showers nor aught can damnify. His generation served, his labors ceased, and to his fathers gathered is in peace, and happy soul amongst saints and angels blessed, who after all his toil is now at rest. His hoary head in righteousness was found, as joy in heaven on earth let praise resound. Forgotten never be his memory, his blessing rest on his posterity. His poised footsteps followed by his race at last will bring us to that happy place, where we with joy each other's face shall see, and parted more by death shall never be. His epitaph. Within this tomb a patriot lies, that was both pious, just, and wise. To truth a shield, to right a wall, to sectorize a whip and maul, a magazine of history, a prizer of good company, and manners pleasant and severe. The good him loved, and bad did fear, and what his time with years was spent. If some rejoiced, more did lament. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Quinton Zeff. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains by Anne Bradstreet. An Epitaph on My Mother. An epitaph on my dear and ever-honored mother, Mrs. Dorothy Dudley, who deceased December 27th, 1643, and of her age 61. Here lies a worthy matron of unspotted life, a loving mother and obedient wife, a friendly neighbor, pitiful to poor, whom oft she fed and clothed with her store. To servants wisely awful, but yet kind, and as they did, so they reward did find. A true instructor of her family, the which she ordered with dexterity. The public meetings ever did frequent, and in her closet constant hours she spent, religious in all her words and ways, preparing still for death till end of days. Of all her children lived to see, then, dying, left a blessed memory. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet, together with her prose remains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Mrs. Anne Bradstreet Together with Her Prose Remains by Anne Bradstreet. Contemplations. Some time now passed in the autumnal tide, when Phoebus wanted but 1 hour to bed. The trees all richly clad, yet void of pride, were gilded o'er by his rich golden head. Their leaves and fruits seemed painted, but were true of green, of red, of yellow, mixed hue. Rapt were my senses at this delectable view. I wist not what to wish, yet sure, thought I, if so much excellence abide below, how excellent is he that dwells on high, whose power and beauty by his works we know. Sure he is goodness, wisdom, glory, light, that hath this underworld so richly dight. More heaven than earth was here, no winter and no night. Then on a stately oak I cast mine eye, whose ruffling top the clouds seemed to aspire. How long since thou wast in thy infancy? Thy strength and stature more thy years admire. Hath 100 winters passed since thou wast born, or 1,000 since thou breakest thy shell of horn? If so, all these as naught eternity doth scorn. Then higher on the glistering sun I gazed, whose beams were shaded by the leafy tree. The more I looked, the more I grew amazed, and softly said, What glory is like to thee, soul of this world, this universe's eye? No wonder some made thee a deity. Had I not better known, alas, the same had I. Though as a bridegroom from thy chamber rushes, and as a strong man joys to run a race, the morn doth usher thee with smiles and blushes. The earth reflects her glances in thy face. Birds, insects, animals, with vegetative, thy heart from death and dullness doth revive, and in the darksome womb of fruitful nature dive. Thy swift annual and diurnal course, thy daily straight and yearly oblique path, thy pleasing fervor and thy scorching force, all mortals here the feeling knowledge hath. Thy presence makes it day, thy absence night, quaternal seasons caused by thy might. Hail, creature full of sweetness, beauty, and delight. Art thou so full of glory that no eye hath strength thy shining rays once to behold? And is thy splendid throne a wreck so high as to approach it can no earthly mold? How full of glory, then, must thy Creator be, who gave this bright light luster unto thee? Admired, adorned, forever be that majesty. Silent, alone, where none or saw or heard, in pathless paths I led my wandering feet, my humble eyes to lofty skies I reared, to sing some song my amazed muse thought meet. My great Creator I would magnify, that nature had thus decked liberally, but ah, and ah again, my imbecility. I heard the merry grasshopper then sing, the black-clad cricket bear a second part. They kept one tune, and played on the same string, seeming to glory in their little art. Shall creatures abject thus their voices raise, and in their kind resound their Maker's praise, whilst I, as mute, can warble forth no higher lays? When present times look back to ages past, and men and being fancy those are dead, it makes things gone perpetually to last, and calls back months and years that long since fled. It makes a man more aged in conceit than was Methuselah or his grandsire great, while of their persons and their acts his mind doth treat. Sometimes in Eden fair he seems to be, sees glorious Adam there made lord of all, fancies the apple dangle on the tree that turned his sovereign to a naked thrall, who like a miscreant was driven from that place to get his bread with pain and sweat to face, a penalty imposed on his backsliding race. Here sits our grandam in retired place, and in her lap her bloody cane, new-born. The weeping imp oft looks her in the face, bewails his unknown hap and fate forlorn. His mother sighs to think of paradise, and how she lost her bliss to be more wise, believing him that was and is father of lies. Here Cain and Abel come to sacrifice, fruits of the earth and fatlings each doth bring. On Abel's gift the fire descends from skies, but no such sign on false Cain's offering. With sullen, hateful looks he goes his ways, hath thousand thoughts to end his brother's days, upon whose blood his future good he hopes to raise. There Abel keeps his sheep, no ill he thinks. His brother comes, then acts his fratricide. The virgin earth of blood her first draw drinks, but since that time she often hath been cloyed. The wretch with ghastly face and dreadful mind thinks each he sees will serve him in his kind, though none on earth but kindred near then could he find. Who fancies not his looks now at the bar, his face like death, his heart with horror fraught, nor malefactor ever felt like war, when deep despair with wish of life hath sought, branded with guilt and crushed with treble woes, a vagabond to land of nod he goes, a city builds that walls might him secure from foes. Who thinks not oft upon his father's ages, their long descent, how nephews' sons they saw, the starry observations of those sages, and how their precepts to their sons were law. How Adam sighed to see his progeny clothed all in his black sinful livery, who neither guilt nor yet the punishment could fly. Our life compare we with their length of days, who to the 10th of theirs doth now arrive, and though thus short, we shorten many ways, living so little while we are alive, in eating, drinking, sleeping, vain delight, so unawares comes on perpetual night, and puts all pleasures vain unto eternal flight. When I behold the heavens as in their prime, and then the earth, though old, still clad in green, the stones and trees insensible of time, nor age nor wrinkle on their front are seen. If winter come, and greenness then doth fade, a spring returns, and there more youthful made. But man grows old, lies down, remains where once he's laid. By birth more noble than those creatures all, yet seems by nature and by custom cursed. No sooner born but grief and care make fall, that state obliterate he had at first. Nor youth, nor strength, nor wisdom spring again, nor habitations long their names retain, but in oblivion to the final day remain. Shall I then praise the heavens, the trees, the earth, because their beauty and their strength last longer? Shall I wish there or never to had birth, because they're bigger and their bodies stronger? Nay, they shall darken, perish, fade, and die, and when unmade, so ever shall they lie. But man was made for endless immortality. Under a cooling shadow of a stately elm, close sat I by a goodly river's side, where gliding streams the rocks did overwhelm, a lonely place, with pleasures dignified. I once that loved the shady woods so well, now thought the rivers did the trees excel, and if the sun would ever shine there, would I dwell. While on the stealing stream I fixed mine eye, which to the longed-for ocean held its course, I marked not crooks, nor rubs that there did lie, could hinder aught, but still augment its force. O happy flood, quoth I, that holds thy race, till thou arrive at thy beloved place, nor is it rocks or shoals that can obstruct thy pace. Nor is it enough that thou alone mayest slide, but 100 brooks in thy clear waves do meet, so hand in hand along with thee they glide to Thetis' house, where all embrace and greet. Thou emblem true of what I count the best. Oh, could I lead my rivulets to rest, so may we press to that vast mansion ever blessed. Ye fish, which in this liquid region abide, that for each season have your habitation, now salt, now fresh, where you think best to glide, to unknown coasts to give a visitation. In lakes and ponds you leave your numerous fry. So nature taught, and yet you know not why, you watery folk that know not your felicity. Look how the wantons frisk to taste the air, then to the colder bottom straight they dive, eftsoon to Neptune's glassy hall repair, to see what trade the great ones there do drive, who forage o'er the spacious sea-green field, and take the trembling prey before it yield, whose armor is their scales, their spreading fins their shield. While musing thus, with contemplation fed, 1,000 fancies buzzing in my brain, the sweet-tongued Philomel perched o'er my head, and chanted forth a most melodious strain, which wrapped me so with wonder and delight, I judged my hearing better than my sight, and wished me wings with her a while to take my flight. O merry bird, said I, that fears no snares, that neither toils nor hoards up in thy barn, feels no sad thoughts, nor cruciating cares, to gain more good or shun what might thee harm. Thy clothes ne'er wear, thy meat is everywhere, thy bed a bough, thy drink the water clear, reminds not what is past, nor what's to come dost fear. The dawning morn with songs thou dost prevent, settest 100 notes unto thy feathered crew, so each one tunes his pretty instrument, and, warbling out the old, begins anew. And thus they pass their youth in summer season, then follow thee into a better region, where winters never felt by that sweet airy legion. Man, at the best, a creature frail and vain, in knowledge ignorant, in strength but weak, subject to sorrows, losses, sickness, pain. Each storm his state, his mind, his body, break. From some of these he never finds cessation, but day or night, within, without, vexation, troubles from foes, from friends, from dearest, nearest relation. And yet this sinful creature, frail and vain, this lump of wretchedness, of sin and sorrow, this weather-beaten vessel racked with pain, joys not in hope of an eternal morrow, nor all his losses, crosses, and vexation, in weight, in frequency, and long duration, can make him deeply groan for that divine translation. The mariner that on smooth waves doth glide sings merrily, and steers his bark with ease, and if he had command of wind and tide, and now become great master of the seas, but suddenly a storm spoils all the sport, and makes him long for a more quiet port, which against all adverse winds may serve for fort. So he that faileth in this world of pleasure, feeding on sweets that never bit of the sour, that's full of friends, of honor, and of treasure, fond fool, he takes the earth even for heaven's bower. But sad affliction comes, and makes him see, here's neither honor, wealth, nor safety, only above is found all the security. O time, the fatal wreck of mortal things, that draws oblivion's curtains over kings, their sumptuous monuments, men know them not, their names without a record are forgot, their parts, their ports, their pomps, all laid in the dust, nor wit, nor gold, nor buildings scape time's rust. But he whose name is graved in the white stone shall last and shine when all of these are gone. End of section 21.